All right. We're gonna get right into it. Regardless of the fucking time of the day, doesn't really matter. This is more of a research stream, so I'm not really expecting much. I'm more so watching this so that I can what's the word that I'm looking for here? So that I can like just get a full picture of what both people are saying. Probably make a good argument of both sides because I do want to like write a video on this. So it'll probably be a fairly short stream because there's really not much going on, and I do just want to get into what's the word that I'm looking for here. I do just want to get into like Ethan's perspective on all of this because I think that there is some like sides, some points to be given to iDubbbz. I believe that the content cop in and of itself is probably really is probably not, well, not probably, is definitely not a good video given the hypocrisies and given like his obvious pandering. Uh, there's some things that iDubbbz just straight up misrepresents in his video as well. Upon like closer inspection, there's some things that he like nitpicks, takes out of context, and like obviously has like some sort of selective bias against Ethan for. So I want to see what Ethan's reaction was to sort of like strengthen my arguments, or either like maybe detract, well, not detract, but like give like some points to him, or even like give him a couple of L's. It depends. But I want like a very thorough view on this. So I'm going to see exactly what he says
Why would you
about
even
the
want
content
to?
cop.
The fact that like you want to associate with
And I'm just gonna drop right into it because like why the fuck not? Hi Abby, you. Hi Abby, you. You're the only one here, Abby, you. But it's whatever. No big deal. This is more so just like just in case anybody does want to like tune in. This is more so that I can get both pictures, because there is something more to say about like the content cup. There is a lot more to say. There is a couple of things that can like easily be turned into like like sort of a criticism piece on, I believe. You're just cool like that. Very true.
all right, let me
So I'm just gonna like jump right into it because I don't really care to pad today. I just want to be like over and done with it so that I can get right to like right into writing the video. I want to get just like straight into writing the video.
let me just get to that part at least. The fact that you want to associate with these people openly is so fucking sick. Holy shit, dude.
The beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the
Fucking thing in our defense, like actually Hila's not a baby killer. Actually accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane Oh, he's so disgusted. He's so
Hold on. QQ sent me something just now. Very curious to see this tweet. Maybe he might have a good point here. So today, iDubbbz came out with his content comp on H3HC Productions, and I thought it was funny and sad that Ethan Klein literally played into half the things iDubbbz trying to point out about Ethan Klein before he ever watched this video. I can pause some clips that show this. Ethan can't accept that Ian's old editor isn't his responsibility. It's true. I agree with that. Ethan held iDubbbz hostage in lieu of having a phone conversation before iDubbbz voiced his grievances publicly. That's a little bit of an aggressive way of wording it, but I can get behind it. I think that Ethan definitely did sort of pressure iDubbbz, or like sort of held him to a regard where he was expected to respond when iDubbbz doesn't really need to air out his issues with like the slander and defamation of Ethan Klein. Ethan thinks he's owed unconditional perpetual defense from iDubbbz because 8 years ago he defended Ian for having an OnlyFans girlfriend. I agree with Sick. This is completely unnecessary. Ethan is not owed unconditional anything. Absolutely not. But the point that iDubbbz tries to make with this falls completely flat, because iDubbbz himself is just kind of like a hypocrite. He is just a huge hypocrite. Ethan constantly leverages his personal connections to get friends to do things they otherwise wouldn't. I mean, who's to say whether this is true or not? Because we don't actually know Ethan personally. This is just a criticism that even iDubbbz himself, like like just loosely tries to like present in his video. Without like a proper look into either of these people's lives, or like what Ethan actually does. There's no way to tell whether Ethan does or doesn't actually like use his leverages his personal connections, or his status, or his like presence as a YouTube creator, as like an iconic YouTube creator. There's like without knowing whether like what his personal life is like, we can't possibly make an argument like this. But for the most part, I mean, this could go either way, so I'm not entirely sure about point number 4. Ethan habitually abuses the button to escape accountability for his own behavior, despite hounding others for theirs. I feel like this is a good point. Ethan has an easy escape, escape to criticism, where and he does go hard on people for their criticisms. I mean, for some of their takes. When Ethan does have an edge over a situation like this, where he would have to, what's it called? Like in case Ethan makes a bad take, you can just retract it, whereas most people can't retract it in real time. So I wouldn't call this an abuse of the button, but it is definitely sort of I want to say cowardly, not owning up to a potentially wrong take. I can somewhat get behind this point. I just wouldn't word it in this way, but I see where Sick is coming from. Ethan is a baby and has his employees such as Olivia and Dan constantly checking to see if he should be live reacting to content emotionally. I can get behind this point as well. I believe I gave iDubbbz a W on this the other day. Because not the other day, but quite literally yesterday, because I do think that it is probably a very 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 rough environment to be in, working underneath Ethan Klein of all people, who is constantly picking fights with people, right? It is I wouldn't want to work under somebody like this. I wouldn't want to be under somebody like Ethan Klein in a situation like this, where you're probably constantly at risk of being shat on by because of the actions of another individual who just keeps being a very vindictive, rash individual, right? Keep in mind, I think that the content cop was absolutely trash, but there are some things that you can definitely criticize Ethan for that I don't think a lot of people are going to properly give criticism for. I think Sick did a pretty good job of laying these out. The only one that I don't really get behind one is number 4, just because we don't know the full extent of how Ethan Klein behaves on a day-to-day basis. That's the only thing that I couldn't possibly really get behind. But everything else here, I pretty much agree with. But coming from iDubbbz, the points kind of fall flat, because at the end of the day, iDubbbz is a hypocrite. iDubbbz is a hypocrite with not a lot of self-awareness.
What happened? There's more bad news?
I do have some more bad news for you.
Where's the Mossad point, though? Can you be more specific? Can you be more specific with the Mossad point?
Your old friend iDubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god. Me calling us baby killers and shit. And I was like, damn, bro, you're not even gonna say anything? What the hell? That's crazy, dude.
Well, I can agree that iDubbbz, I can agree. Okay, so with point number 1, I can 100% agree that Ian's old editor is absolutely not Ian's responsibility, right? But the thing is that there's a broader point that Ethan made that I don't feel was properly dug into in Ethan Ian's content cop, because Ian's content cop could have been a good content cop if all of the criticisms had actual substantial evidence to back up the claims, rather than nitpick stuff that has a wider and broader I want to say they're a lot more loaded than what he leads on in his video. In Ian's video, he basically claims that Ethan is an overreacting spurg that is incredibly rash and habitually tries to go after people because he loves talking shit. But the reality is that in a lot of the I want to say pieces of evidence that he uses to support this claim, he fails to mention. He neglects to mention that Ethan was going through a very rough time, where he was actually scared that people's attempt to defame and slander him has actually started invading his personal life. And there's always the additional context here, that this has been going on for so long that his life, his personal life, has probably been affected for quite a long time now, such as apparent FBI bomb threats, CPS being called, etc., some of which are probably less credible than others. Who knows? I can't say that I know for certain whether some of Ethan's concerns are valid or not, because I'm not living his life. But the one that we can focus on, and the one that we can give validity to, is the CPS stuff. So even though Froggy isn't Ian's responsibility, there is a reasonable concern that maybe you would want your friend to like, you know, say, hey, some of these assumptions of Ethan Klein are completely irrational, and we probably shouldn't be like, you know, alleging that Ethan Klein is a negligent individual that has led to like, you know, his animals' deaths in the past, or that keeps drugs around his household and whatnot, because those are things that people were attempting to allege, you know, during the whole CPS stuff. And Froggy Tonic just happened to be one of those individuals who tried to make an allegation like that, or at least, you know, repeat snark talking points. So even though it's not, you know, Ian's responsibility, you could kind of maybe understand where Ethan is coming from about like, you know, seeing one of your friends just letting shit like that fly by with people that he is well connected to, right? Because you could always like further argue that iDubbbz and Anissa, like, you know, that for example, iDubbbz and Anissa are friends with like Denims, Hassan, Sean, what was his name again? I forget. But some of these streamers have literally perpetuated some of these rumors and have even directly called for some sort of action to occur. Some being more violent than others. Not directly at Ethan, sometimes at other people, but you get what I mean. You get what I mean. There was the whole thing with like that Sean guy talking about murdering some guy, talking about like some guy getting stabbed. And then there was that whole thing with Denims. Like, she did it jokingly. So I'm not gonna like hold this, you know, over her head. You know, trying to like make a hit on somebody. But that's besides the point. While I can agree that, you know, Ian's old editor isn't Ian's responsibility, I can definitely understand why Ethan would feel, you know, sort of distraught at Ian not giving him at least a little bit of a defense, at least a little bit of pushback to some of these narratives being spun. Ethan held iDubbbz hostage. Okay.
Considering
I already get my thoughts on
sounds
this one.
like they endorse him, 100%.
Say what?
I said since they made this video, it seems like they endorse Froggy Tonic then.
Yeah, it seems like they agree
This
with
is their
him.
response to that.
It sounds like they think Hila's a baby killer.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not going to endorse it. I'm not going to retweet it or like it, but fair enough. Now, my former editor...
The tweet that he pointed out in question, by the way, this tweet, I think iDubbbz is perfectly fine to be agreeing with this tweet, because this tweet is actually not unhinged, right? I believe this tweet. Let me zoom in real quick. Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over a petty year-old I'm right, you're wrong obsession you can get over is the right strategy? Stop tormenting yourself, man. Listen to Hassan. Well, I think that Ethan doesn't know Hassan anything, especially not an ear for Hassan to be listened to. I do think that you know, Ethan is an incredibly petty and vindictive individual, right? So this tweet, I can even get behind this tweet for the most part. So I don't think iDubbbz is wrong to, you know, to like agree with this tweet and just say that he agrees with this tweet alone.
Endorse it. I'm not going to retweet it or like it.
Like what iDubbbz is saying here is just fair, in my opinion.
But fair enough. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Anyway, this guy's...
Okay, again, that's a false equivalency, which I brought up a lot yesterday. I don't think Ethan and Hila are out, like, at least not for the most part. Okay, they're not actively pushing. You know, they're not actively pushing like schizo conspiracy theories against, you know, creators. I believe that they've been particularly nasty to Hassan in some cases, making things that they're not 100% sure of. And you could also say that they're a little bit, you know, rash with their words sometimes and say really regrettable stuff, right? That isn't 100% true sometimes. But they're not fucking alleging that people are, like, for example, you know, allowing their kids to be infected with Giardia by allowing them to eat shit because you don't clean your house, right? They're not like, Ethan Klein isn't alleging that people are fucking like baby killers. They're not alleging that you're negligent and are allowing your pets to die due to your negligence. So I like iDubbbz being like, but it's okay if it happens to you because you do it to someone else, even though the severities are not the same.
was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit, and that's showing up right up on Anissa's and iDubbbz's feed.
For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not going to throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to.
Hold on. Crazy when the content cop dropped. When it was announced, I was 100% sure on the Nick Diorio train when it was going to be content cop iDubbbz and our self-depreciating boohooing. It kind of is like that. It's kind of both. I mean, I feel like I was right on the money with my tweet. I made a tweet basically predicting the most of the fucking content cop. I knew and like literally the day of too. I went live the next day when it was announced, the following 12 hours after the fact, and I was like, here's my predictions for the content cop. It's going to be on H3H3 because it's just incredibly obvious. Anybody could have predicted it. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm some fucking super intelligent individual for predicting this, right? It was incredibly obvious. It was like right on the nose. You should play the clip where he cries again. I will in a second. It was incredibly obvious to me when we saw Content Chop. Okay, it was incredibly fucking obvious when we saw Content Chop. Right, anybody could have seen it a mile away that it was going to be on Ethan Klein. It really wasn't that difficult to see. And I just knew that when he announced it that it was going to be about Ethan and his like friendship. Right? iDubbbz is going to make a content cop on H3H3, trying to hit the same notes as H3 Sasanuk. It's going to include their friendship issues, which it did, and ultimately fall flat, which it did, because iDubbbz will look like a pandering moron, which it does, who flakes on people, which it kind of does look like that, even though I empathize with iDubbbz and I understand some of his points. This will more than likely be a self-nuke, which it has been, because nobody's taking this guy seriously anymore, given the fact that he is a complete fucking hypocrite and doesn't actually stand on some of the principles that he laid out years ago, okay? Years ago. He had very strong standards at the time of his previous content cops. Granted, they weren't that impressive, right? He's not actually that much of an intellectual individual that argues his points and criticisms that strongly. It just so happens that his previous content cops were funny at the time. They were carried by the comedy. They were carried by the roasts. They were quick and punchy. Blah 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 blah. I gave that whole breakdown almost like 9 or 10 hours after this tweet was posted on a live. Right? I'm not gonna self-suck too much. But for the most part, a lot of this video, iDubbbz is kind of like. He's kind of taking shots at himself too for basically being like, oh my god, I suck because of this, I suck because of that, right? You could call me this because of that. So you could argue it's both. You could argue it's both. What's your name? Fill in. You could argue it's both. Also, I appreciate you being a first time chatter. You could argue that it's definitely an H3H3 nuke and and a cell phone.
Just disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too.
They never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby. You're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or.
This is a completely disingenuous fucking point that iDubbbz is using in bad faith. Now that I think about it. At the time, I didn't say that it was bad faith. I just thought that it was disingenuous. But now that I'm looking at it, he is being pretty bad faith because if iDubbbz wants to if iDubbbz wants to criticize somebody, right, per his own standards of being fair, then he should probably apply his own standards of not giving attention to something because it makes it worse. Because he went on a fucking 20-minute long rant in his podcast saying you just don't give attention to stuff like that. Don't make it worse, right? Per his standards, Ethan and Hila Klein would have been 100% in the right to not even disavow this. So they're being insanely hypocritical here. They're being insanely hypocritical here. Per Ian's standards and Anissa's standards, it's a million times better than to not say anything about this at all, to not respond this at all, than to acknowledge it, right? So this is just a completely disingenuous bad faith point that Ian is being hypocritical on.
Enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
Not an identical situation to you. Not an identical situation to you, right? It can't be identical situation to you because one, at the time, Ethan Klein was going through a lot of slander, a lot of defamation, and not only that, but CPS was being called on his house by who knows who. Nobody knows who to this day, right? We don't really know. We can only assume. I made big anyways with Shardy. Oh no, very rough. Anyways, what was I about to say? You made me lose my train of thought, Lumpy Willy. Also, hi, Lumpy Willy. Oh yeah. False equivalency. It's not identical. It's absolutely not identical because at this point in time, I don't believe Trisha Paytas was getting CPS called to her house. I don't think Trisha Paytas was getting FBI bomb threats or I was about to say that the snark thing, but Trisha has had snark for pretty much as long as Trisha has been around on the internet. But that's besides the point. What did Lumpy Willy do now? We more Gamma Jacks? I'll see if somebody else can make some more. Ethan wouldn't call Idubbbz without holding him hostage. Okay, let's see.
And I know you tried to de-escalate, but it's clear Ethan is interested in de-escalating.
De-escalate? I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like? He's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it, dude.
Did you call him up? Call him up right now.
What do you guys mean? Call him now? I haven't even seen the video. Why would I call him?
Because I had suggested that a minute ago.
No, but
he was saying that you wouldn't take his phone call.
I would call him. I just need to know what the fuck he's going to say in it.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims.
Again, I can agree with this. I can agree with this if it was just shit talk. I can agree with this if it was just shit talk because before this, Idubbbz said something about the whole situation that makes this point hypocritical, and I'll probably have to go watch it back. But essentially, oh yes, I remember. He said that he wasn't aware of it at the time, and then he goes on to basically admit that he that he did have a conversation about Ethan Klein about all of this. And not only that, but in his fucking podcast, a couple of days after the fact, he acknowledges it on his podcast. So he was perfectly aware of what was going on, right? Not only is he failing to mention that, which contradicts something he said previously, but he's also not acknowledging that this situation is kind of is kind of made worse by the fact, or at least put into another level of severity by the fact that again, a CPS was called to his house. And which on the internet when you get real life when the internet bleeds into your real life and you get some real life interference from stuff that happens on the internet, that's a strict no that everybody sort of practices online. That is a mortal sin of the internet. Is never get involved in somebody's real life. And he's just failing to understand that.
We have one disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly. After everything I've done to support you guys, I mean, people that watch the show know how.
How do you compare calling out an ex-employee, harassing someone with someone you're not involved with at all, calling out someone you're also fighting with? That's true. That is true. It's incomparable. But Idubbbz is being very selective. He's being very selective and very vague in the way that he presents these things, right? Because he's not giving the full picture. He's only giving you bits and pieces that make the argument seem sound to paint Ethan Klein as a hypocrite. And don't get me wrong, there are absolutely plenty of ways that you can paint Ethan Klein as a hypocrite. There are plenty of ways that you can argue that Ethan Klein is rash, petty, vindictive, a little bit overreactive sometimes. But it just doesn't work in Idubbbz's video because the issues that he's specifically highlighting have a bunch of backstory to it that he's just neglecting to mention that would absolutely make Idubbbz look bad. And it does make him look bad because the people that know what has been going what has been going on with Ethan Klein for the last 2 months, right, are going to look at this and they're going to be like, Idubbbz, you're completely just ignoring any of this fucking vital information that would make a defense, sort of an unconditional defense for Ethan, actually seem reasonable. Now again, I don't think that anybody is entitled to unconditional defense. Absolutely not. That is a very transactional mindset, right? I feel like that is unhealthy for friendships, which Ethan claims that they are, right? that is very unhealthy. But still, what iDubbbz is doing is basically saying, which he's been saying since his podcast. What iDubbbz is doing is basically saying, Ethan, you feel like I have to do this for you, but the reality is that you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking petty moron that kind of deserves everything that's coming to you, and you're not acknowledging some of the petty shit that's been coming my way. So I'm just not gonna do shit for you. Is essentially what he's saying. When the comparisons and the equivalencies that he's drawing are just not there. They're just not there at all.
Much like I've stood up for him during that whole time when like the entire internet was accusing Anissa of being like some succubus, and the amount that we went to bat for him, stuck our necks out for him.
Okay, this right here is something that I'm talking about. This right here is something that is something that I can get behind 100%. Ethan Klein is such a fucking petty transactional person, which I just don't fuck with. It's very disgusting. It's very disgusting behavior. It's absolutely disgusting behavior. This is completely unnecessary. You can just literally say, I feel hurt that my friend wasn't there to speak against the harassment campaign that is currently targeting me, and leave it at that. You don't have to hold something like this over somebody's head. It is incredibly disgusting. It is incredibly gross. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at all.
Promoted both of his fucking boxing events, like with our whole chest. I probably
see like holding that over somebody's head is completely fucking unnecessary.
Done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, we're
and I can agree with this. I can agree with this wholeheartedly.
Just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
And like you bring on people who are fucking denims and Frogan, who did a fucking anti-Semitic tier list, and you're platforming them and co-signing them?
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything.
I have to make it very clear. I don't like Ethan Klein. I don't think I've ever liked Ethan Klein, right? Unlike most people, I don't look at the past with like rose-tinted glasses and observe Ethan Klein as this fucking arbiter of YouTube, like a lot of people have since like 2015 up until like 2020 when he started doing podcasting and became like sort of soy. I don't look at Ethan with rose-tinted glasses. In my opinion, Ethan Klein has always been a very petty, a very vindictive, unfunny individual. I've never really liked Ethan, but there are some things there is a lot of shit that gets thrown Ethan's way that is completely unnecessary or undeserved, that is completely misrepresented, that I will absolutely go to bat for Ethan for. There's some things that I will absolutely be like, you know what, Ethan is 100% in the right here. He is entitled to have this perspective or to have this reaction. There are just some things that I will be like, okay, you know what, I don't care how much I dislike Ethan. Ethan is just right here.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Does that sound like a friend?
Like here I can somewhat agree with iDubbbz. Ethan Klein is just a very transactional person that is very petty and does hold stuff over people's heads, which is kind of coercive, I would say. Did iDubbbz phrase it in a very extreme way? Yeah. Is he wrong to have that sentiment? No, not really. Right? Not really. But again, the core issue here is that iDubbbz just completely neglects to say that at the time, okay, so imagine this. Imagine like one of your closest friends, right? Imagine one of your closest friends. Like one of your closest friends that you've been friends with for like 8 years. You've done a whole lot of shit for them, right? That friend all of a sudden becomes friends with a bunch of other people that constantly smear you, constantly talk shit on you, constantly slander you, and perpetuate slander against you, and stuff that is bleeding into your personal life and is even affecting your life negatively. Imagine if that friend just outright refuses or even ignores any qualms you may have, any concerns you may have, and they're like, nah, I'm not going to defend you. Because I don't care. I think that you deserve what's coming to you. Because that's essentially what they're doing, right? They don't have to. Fuck! I almost choked. They don't have to defend Ethan. They don't have to defend Ethan. But they should, but the last thing they should be doing is like basically saying that you deserve it, right? The last thing they have to say is like they should at least acknowledge a little bit. It is the bare minimum that they can do is just acknowledge the issues. It is just acknowledge the issues because they're neglecting to acknowledge the issues and are instead saying like, no, you're being like, you know, like very coercive and you kind of deserve it. You deserve everything that's coming your way because you cultivated this you know, this sphere. You've cultivated this dynamic. When it's almost impossible to say that Ethan Klein cultivated a dynamic where people are constantly like, you know, like, you know, threatening fucking FBI threats or bond threats at him and you know, calling child protective services to your home.
It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
Like I said yesterday, okay? The button is such an overused point. I don't care, right? I don't care about the button argument. I think Ethan is like I said, there is an argument to be made, which I wholeheartedly agree with, that Ethan is a very rash individual that speaks out of his ass sometimes, and he should probably learn not to do that because it is a character flaw. But at the same time, which I thought iDubbbz was pretty fair in mentioning in his content cop. If everybody had a button, everybody would use it. Everybody would use it because it's just better. It's just better to like be capable of actively correcting yourself in the moment instead of saying something completely unhinged and wrong.
Maybe he's doing it on Kick. Audio. I said the C word. I'm going to watch it live.
Should you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think, I feel like you're going to get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I got the button.
Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with...
I mean, look, if he says something he regrets, I think it is better, like, instead of letting it go through and accidentally fuck with something, it is better to retract it, in my opinion. So I can't hate on this too much. I actually can't hate on this too much. Like it is a character flaw, don't get me wrong. It is definitely something to criticize, but like who fucking cares at the end of the day? So long as he's making an active effort to like correct himself in the moment, I don't care.
Cutie Cinderella.
And which in my opinion, I can say that for the most part, he probably does make an active effort to like not let something, you know, very foul slip, which you could, you know, probably give a little bit of kudos to. Probably.
He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000. If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more, but you not thinking about what you're saying.
I agree.
Not,
I just agree with this.
Reflecting on your
I just agree with this. I just agree with this. I just 100% agree with this.
Behavior, not changing your behavior. That's not goblin mode. That's being a child.
Would you even need a physical button? I don't know. Would you even need a physical button? I don't know. I don't know how that technology works. I'm pretty sure that you could probably like, you know, have somebody code. You could probably have something code something for you to like, you know, probably like set a delay on a stream, right? While you're streaming, because this is a live setting, right? This is a live setting show. You could probably have somebody code something for you and then set like a really high delay for your stream so that it would like immediately redact like the last couple of seconds, you know, in real time. Right, I believe that you don't even need a button for it. You probably just need like, you know, proprietary software or something like that. I think the button is just fancy. He probably had it custom made by somebody. Somebody probably made like, you know, the program for him. That's the only way that I can understand this works, unless something like that exists, you know, already. And I'm just dumb and I don't know because I don't know how the industry functions.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan. The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child.
I can agree with this. But you know. A lot of iDubbbz's points just fall flat because iDubbbz should not be the one making these criticisms, given the fact that he is a hypocrite and he is neglecting a lot of information. Not to mention that he is selectively choosing things to show and things not to show, which we'll get into, which we might get into a little bit. But anyways, I think this is actually a fairly good post by Sick. I think this is a fairly good post by Sick. There's a lot of these things I can get behind. But there is a lot of extra stuff to like add on to give a little bit of reasonability on Ethan's behalf. But I think this is a decent tweet, and I need to bookmark this because I do think I will need this later on to have like a very short like something to refer to quickly for my research. Who is infantilizing him? Well, you could very much make a reasonable argument, at least in my opinion, that Ethan hires like that Ethan hires sycophants, right? An entourage of people to just keep Ethan in check and make sure that he's not like constantly emotionally breaking down, and sometimes even agree with his points to like make Ethan feel more comfortable in his environment, right? And this has always been like a pretty this has always been an argument that people have like thrown or a criticism that people have thrown Ethan's way, where in the past, if people like if somebody, for example, like Dan were to disagree with Ethan, Ethan would fight tooth and fucking nail against Dan, even though sometimes Ethan would be in the wrong, right? He's hiring people who disagree with him. Is that sycophants? But like the thing is that like I don't think Ethan Klein is exclusively hiring people that disagree with him. I don't think that's true. I think that Ethan Klein does have like an entourage of people that kind of like sort of enable his behavior. The main person that I see disagree with Ethan Klein all of the time is Dan. But again, Ethan Klein does fight with Dan on or at least he used to, on a fairly consistent basis. On a very on a very consistent basis for as long as I've been watching him, right? And the thing is that like Idubbbz does make a point. He does make a point that sometimes these people are there just like for emotional support, to be like, hey Ethan, are you good, bro? Like should we retract this? Should we like are you really sure you should be doing this? There is a point there to say that like if you really need that many people to keep you in check, you should probably do a little bit of self-reflecting. If you really need a lot of people to constantly tell you, hey, you're screwing up, hey, you're fucking over, like, you're fucking this person over, hey, like what you're saying there is incorrect and you should probably fact check yourself. If you really need to pay people to do that for you, right, to such a high degree, to constantly like watch your back, right, to like you should probably do a little bit of self-reflection. I think it's responsible of him to do so, given the fact that he probably acknowledges that character flaw. I think it's responsible of him to do so, but it kind of shows a little bit of immaturity, at least in my opinion. Dan has been much closer to Ethan's side lately. I think the CPS call and severity of snark got him to Team Ethan stronger. I agree. I can agree with that. Yes, I can agree with that. But I think there is a point here that Idubbbz made. I think there's a fair point that Idubbbz made here, but he's just not the one to say it, and he didn't argue it correctly. And even if he did, all he would be doing is just regurgitating the same arguments that fucking, people like Gokunaro, not that Gokunaro is anybody special, right? But people like, that have been criticizing Ethan for years have been saying, okay? It wouldn't be anything fucking new. It wouldn't be anything new. Or like, basically, everything that I said, like, a couple of days ago about this, this content cop, before it even came out, is true. It's just true. Idubbbz is not an intelligent individual. There was no way in hell he could have ever argued anything strong against Ethan Klein, and even if he did, he would have just been copying the same talking points from other individuals, which would have ultimately made the content cop fall incredibly flat, because it would have just been redundant, repetitive, and nobody would have cared. Besides like the vast amount of eyes that it got, because I believe that Idubbbz content cop got what, like almost 2 million views in a day, almost 2 million views in 24 hours. It hasn't even been 24 hours yet. Also, don't mind the recommended. I'm not signed in, and YouTube recommends you like fucking bullshit on completely like on completely new cookies all the fucking time. What's the yeah I remember now. 2.6. Wow, fucking hell. We're almost 3 million views. Almost 3 million views in 24 hours. Okay, but anyways, I do want to get into the Ethan Klein reaction because I want to see. I believe that there's two. There are like both sides need to be criticized fairly. Both sides need to be criticized fairly. Is my opinion. I believe. Hold on. Let's see. But not to say that Ethan Klein is a particularly intelligent individual. Neither Idubbbz or Ethan Klein are particularly intelligent. Okay. it's very easy to see. It's plain as day. It is plain as day to see, and you can even look at that by reflecting on the content that they used to make, right? But what iDubbbz and Ethan Klein have in common is that in the past they made videos that were pretty strong, but they didn't actually make really strong arguments. What they had is just criticisms that spoke for themselves, which is a really good rhetorical method to have. But what made the criticisms land and memorable was the comedy aspect that carried the videos that they made. Right? I wouldn't necessarily call them intelligent. They were just humorous. So the videos remain timeless because of the nostalgia factor. And the criticisms landed pretty well because people can get behind anything that's funny and entertaining. Generally speaking.
Disgusted, you guys. He just discovered empathy, man. It's hitting him hard here today.
Harassment group.
This is such a fucking gay point that people keep using against iDubbbz. iDubbbz just discovered empathy. No, it's not that iDubbbz just discovered empathy. It's that iDubbbz has always been this way. It's just that he finally just decided to not be an edgelord. You can credit this to the way that he presents himself in that video where he basically apologizes for his content comps. But the reality is that iDubbbz has just has always been a pretty pathetic individual that liked policing people. It's just that at some point in time, he basically decided that policing people should be less vitriolic and more fair, which is something that he lays out pretty plainly at the end of his content comp. But again, there's no way in hell that iDubbbz can ever be a fair individual if he's not willing to look at both sides of the, of the of the person that he's covering.
That anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one.
Also when you select easy targets, also when you select incredibly easy targets, it's easy to rally behind somebody when they're going after incredibly easy targets.
It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
Wait, who
says any fucking thing.
Hold on.
Yeah, that was a weird choice.
That's what made him think he needs to make this?
Well,
I also had the same reaction. This was fucking unhinged. This is fucking stupid.
Doing a lot more than that.
That's not what he should.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have showed a different part, but
too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad.
I mean, he's just right. Ethan Klein is just right. I don't understand why he chose this particular fucking clip, and then decided, oh, I need to put on the fucking police suit back on. Like Ethan is just right.
Bad enough that
the people that are snarking Ethan are fucking unhinged. They make insane schizo conspiracy theories, and then they rally behind these insane schizo conspiracy theories. They fucking treat them like gospel. They're like, oh, I hope that the worst thing happens to Ethan Klein so that he can finally learn his lesson. I hope that he divorces Hila Klein so that he can finally understand that not even his own wife can put up with his shit. These people make these insane fucking conjecture-based theories day after day after day, and they just fucking eat it up. They eat it up, and some YouTubers like fucking Denims also perpetuate some of these fucking schizo conspiracy theories and treat them as the most fucking intellectual takes ever. I mean, Ethan is just fucking right.
I have this group of people.
So I'm saying that I don't remember the context, but it doesn't seem that crazy. Saying that there's a mass campaign of people
It's an
online.
interesting clip to use. Was he scraping the barrel? More than likely. Look, it's hard. When watching this, watching this again, sort of after my yesterday's coverage, it just especially after watching all of it, rewatching it, it's obvious to see that he was fed talking points by people that weren't him. It's obvious to see that he was fed talking points by people that weren't him. To what extent, I don't know. But it's very obvious that he either got some of these talking points from Snark, from Noah Samson, from Hassan, from Denims, right? It's very obvious to me that he got some of these talking points from those people. He was probably collaborating with them saying, hey, what's a good criticism that I can make? I'm trying to make the introduction for this video. What exactly do you think is insane? Oh, well, he attacked our entire community. So maybe you could you can look at this particular part of his VOD where he was attacking the entire community, and you can probably include that as an outro, as your motivation. It's incredibly obvious looking back at it now.
Part of that, anybody that expresses any
I bet
sympathy
Anissa
for
is a
Israel
top 1%
gets
snark
absolutely
poster,
fucking,
probably.
harassed into oblivion, which is literally he's proving my point. I don't see why that would
Look,
upset you.
there are some parts of this fucking Philip, there are some parts of this fucking like, you know, of this Content Cop that are literally just like reiterations of like Noah Samson's incredibly bad faith genocide supporting video. Right? There are genuinely some parts like maybe here and here, if I recall correctly based on my analysis yesterday, where it literally is just like a direct fucking rip from you know, like a direct talking point from Snark, or a direct talking point from, you know, Noah Samson, or even Denims at some points.
You off, bro.
So when he did the trailer,
like you could definitely say that it is poor research, because if like iDubbbz even did like an ounce of fucking research, if he even looked into any of the fucking points that he was arguing even a little bit, he would probably be like, wow, if I argue this, I'd probably look really bad. If I argue this, I will probably eat shit, because it will seem incredibly one-sided, and I am neglecting a lot of crucial information that you know will make me seem as if I'm a complete fucking moron that is like, you know, neglecting to cover the other side of the story, which is the case. Okay, it is absolutely the case. That's exactly what occurred. So I'm being redundant there.
Well, everybody suspected, but I was like, there's no shot. That's just so stupid. Why would he do that?
I watched back that footage. You did go in on him a little bit. You call him spineless and said you're no friend of mine.
So what?
Well, I'm just saying, just to give the context.
He is spineless, and this just proves it. Like, what a fuck.
I agree. Ethan W.
Fucking coward. It's still not enough, man. I was rightfully upset. Like, what? He's a fucking peach in that situation, not standing up.
Okay, you have the right to be upset. Okay, Ethan, you have the right to be upset. You have the right to be upset. You don't have the right. You don't have the right to expect somebody to come to your defense, is what I'll say. Okay, Ethan Klein has all the right in the world to be upset. He does not have the right to like, you know, sort of like, you know, demand somebody come to his defense and like, you know, force them to stick their neck out for him.
Well, clearly he agrees with them, like, a lot.
Well, like, you know, like I've always maintained the position that friendship should not be transactional. You should not expect something of somebody just because you guys are friends or because you did something for them in the past. You should not expect anything from anybody at any point in time, right? And that is not what it means to be, like, in my opinion, a decent human being.
Oh my God, dude.
And I mean that very, very lightly, because, you know, different people will have different opinions of what it means to be a decent human being.
Here, let's go back.
That intro that justifies this Content Cop, me saying that I feel like people who don't think that Israeli civilians should be killed are being like ganged up on online. That's it? That's what made you throw this on? Okay.
That's pretty bad faith from Ethan Klein. I mean, I get the point that he's trying to make, but that's pretty bad faith, right? The issue is that snarkers are fucking unhinged and they come up with schizo conspiracy theories. So you have every right to, like, you know, basically say, yeah, fuck these guys, right? But saying like, you know, Israeli people, okay, don't invoke like, you know, anti-Semitism when making a criticism like that. It just makes you look like you can't, you know, like your argument can't stand on its own. That's pretty fucking stupid.
Pretty serious stuff there, dude. Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like, literally, my kids have cooler fucking...
Typically, I'd be like, yeah, typically I would say, if this was Ethan Klein in the past, I would say, Ethan Klein, you're in no position to like make a fun of somebody's appearance. But Ethan Klein, I can't lie, Ethan Klein has been looking pretty good lately. Ethan Klein has been looking pretty dapper, if I do say so myself. So, I do think that Ethan Klein mogs iDubbbz. So he takes a W here purely on the mog.
And tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. And people go, oh, Mr. No, listen. That's right. I'm going after his tattoos. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, and that one. Cringe, bro. I'm kidding, by the way.
Unnecessary, don't care.
Maybe they both.
Timothy McVeigh is the Oklahoma City bombing.
Right.
Don't care.
Maybe he lived in a cabin too.
About literally any of the
now.
introduction. Get to the actual analysis.
I think it's probably not, but I wouldn't say it's a 0% chance. You said,
yeah, Mr. Sid.
No,
I thought it was 0%. I thought it was 0%. I thought it was.
I want to see what he says about the Saber point. I really want to see.
And this was fun.
Feel like the second intro.
And then here he's doubling down on the song. How can he do that? How can he talk to a Jewish man and trivialize what people are saying makes them feel like it's a racial anti-Semitic trope?
And here he is co-signing it. He can't even be like, you know, I understand what you're saying, but I disagree. No, he's co-signing it. He's saying that this is not anti-Semitic and you're crazy for thinking a racial fucking tier list was inappropriate.
I agree with this. I agree with this because based on the way that they framed it, based on the way that these people said it on the panel, it was incredibly racist because they literally said, we're going to like put people on a tier list based on whether they're Arabic and whether they're allowed to say this word because they're Arabic or even close to Arabic or Arab coded, and people that aren't Arabic. And we'll just so happen to put people that aren't Arabic, right? Or Arab. People that aren't Arab and the bottom tier, which is loves Sabra, which just so happens to be very, 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 very synonymous with Jewish individuals. Okay, well, we'll just so happen to exclude anybody who can't say a particular word to be like due to their race or their alignment to a specific thing that is very synonymous to Jewish individuals. We'll just do that. Like, you can definitely argue that it was anti-Semitic, and given like the fucking amount of vitriol that these people have shown, and like the utter disdain that they showed towards Ethan there, right? You could 100% argue that was anti-Semitic. I am unwilling to say that it absolutely was anti-Semitic, given the fact that, again, there's not given the fact that we don't have any like definite evidence, and I am a pretty like big guy when it comes to definite evidence. But that's besides the point. You could reasonably interpret that as being somewhat offensive, at least in my opinion. So I do think that Ethan is in the right to make this point here.
Someone says, I can't believe Hassan agreed to this. That's the least surprising thing about this. Now, to me, I'm totally not surprised at all that any of these people are in it. What just surprised me is that iDubbbz is stooped to this level here. Okay, it's going on a bit now. We get it.
Well, again, there was already an intro to the video.
Yeah, how many? I'm woken up.
You know what really pissed me off? What really pissed me off is the inclusion of this guy. This guy should not have been included in this video at all. This guy who talks about fucking knife murder, right? When like this guy who goes on stream and says this guy should be murdered with a knife should not be included in a cooperative effort, like in a collaborative effort like this. Like this is fucking insane. You want to talk about violent and rash individuals, idols? You should probably look within your camp.
Gave me plenty of time.
We're 3.5 minutes in.
Yeah, come on, I'm up. He's up. It's not Easter yet.
It's not quite Easter, but he's up.
This is fun. Can I get a sody? Let's get some
What do you want? Choose your weapon. What do you want?
Oh my fucking god, Ethan Klein. Stick to the fucking content, you fucking asshole. Of course.
It's epic. Are you sure it's not gold?
Or gold, sorry, it's a gold tooth.
You think he has a gold tooth?
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I already said it on stream, so I can't hide.
By the way, all three of these people, as far as I understand it, are like straight up Hassan waiting room streamers. That like,
well, now they're in the room.
All right, have a good stream.
Room, finally.
Have a good bar session, Philip. Thank you for tuning in.
Woo! Give my regards to his mom, who's cooking chicken for him right now and cleaning his house. Well, hold on. Before we move on, I saw the pic of them all in there, and I was like, oh my god. But let's rejigger the title thumbnail.
Also, we've had.
Dude, come on. Please tell me that there's actually more here, and that you didn't just fucking like derail to such a fucking high degree. Come on, Ethan. Stick to the fucking content, you asshole.
Intact.
Let's just jump right into it.
Yeah, let's watch. I agree. Throw that up, love, and we'll...
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3, content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this, in 2016, I would have been...
He did a silly accent, I
mean,
guess.
that is exactly right, though.
Why
did you do it? It's not 2016.
This is the thinnest margin I've ever seen on a poll.
It's close, yeah, it's close. But
I mean, they're just right. Why the fuck are you going to like try to be crude and funny, right? Like I even pointed this out like myself. Why attempt to be crude and funny if like you said that you're denouncing that type of behavior? It just doesn't fucking work, especially not in 2025. This isn't 2016 anymore.
It's literally 50-50.
Well, you all are calling me ugly, so I'm not buying it. And frankly, I find that ableist.
Based?
No is inching out. Thank you to my lovely fans.
Why is he wearing a cowboy shirt?
I don't know. He just took it off. He's matching his aesthetic, his tattoo aesthetic.
No, like
oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's got to be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out...
Bro, the truth is, the moment I saw this man in a mullet, covered in fucking Chuck E. Cheese 25-cent tattoos, I got concerned for him. I was like, this bro. But when he cut his hair, I was like, okay, maybe everything's gonna be okay.
Maybe it was just a phase.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
But,
get to the
it's
fucking
not just a
content,
phase,
Ethan.
Mom.
Ethan, you
Now,
fucking
it's
annoying
not me
moron.
losing the plot.
Get to
It's
the
Ethan.
fucking
He's
point.
the one who fucking attacked first.
Yeah. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking.
Again, this is completely fun. This is so. What's the word that I'm looking for here? There's a particular fucking term. Is tone deaf the right word? Is tone deaf the right word? Yeah, I'm going to make a content cop on Ethan Klein because he pissed me off because he attacked me first. I feel like okay. Well, while I disagree with Ethan's entitlement of feeling like he needs to get defended by his friends, right? I don't think that you like I don't think if a friend is basically saying, hey, we don't see eye to eye anymore, we can't be friends, you should like fucking like I don't think your first instinct should be to like immediately fight back, right? That is incredibly toxic, disgusting behavior. If somebody has a fucking issue with you, right, just let them be vocal about it. And if you can have an amicable discussion about it, and if you can't, move the fuck on.
Years can't find a spine
you
to speak up.
so go fuck yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. You know what? Now that you mention it, Hanny, that is very true. It is very cool. It is very cool. It is very difficult to determine just how close of friends they were. I've been watching these people for quite a long time, right? I don't really like Ethan Klein that much. I definitely don't like Ethan Klein as much as I liked iDubbbz back in the day. But that's because iDubbbz was just like, you know, pure crude humor, which I fucking loved back then. But like, you know, them having like collaborative efforts here and there makes it feel, and this is something that I pointed out during my coverage yesterday too. For those of you who didn't watch the VOD, you can always go watch that. I'm leaving that one public, and I'll probably leave this one public too because it's going to be pivotal to the discourse. At least you know for me personally, right? I feel like both of these people treated this friendship as it being like transactional, because iDubbbz is complaining about Ethan Klein being transactional, but there's something he says around the 30-minute mark that completely discounts any issue he may have had or any good argument he may have had, because iDubbbz is just a complete fucking, you know, hypocrite that also views this friendship as transactional, right? He also views this friendship as transactional, and like, you know, he's just mad that it like, you know, that Ethan Klein is just finally, you know, calling in his favor, if that makes any sense. It's very difficult to determine if they were friends for the love of the friendship, or if they were friends because they, like, you know, there was mutual benefit to being friends. I'm not entirely sure. It seems like they are at best colleagues who have met each other. Yeah, I can understand that. But like, you know, at the same time, it's hard without looking into their personal lives. I don't think I can argue either way. Without understanding just how close these people were to each other, I don't think that I can argue either way. I don't think that I can say that they are extremely close friends. I don't think that I can argue that they were, like, you know, strictly transactional friends. But my like, intuitively, if I were to take just a fucking gamble, if I were to just take a shot in the fucking dark and, you know, and like, you know, and hope to hit you know, the broadside of a barn somewhere, I would have to say that they probably both viewed this as a transactional relationship, and they were probably both expecting something from each other at multiple times during their, you know, friendship. Is you know, how I can view this at, if I were to take a gamble. Okay, that's probably the best way that I can interpret this quote unquote friendship.
Agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story.
Are you gonna? Okay, hopefully,
Also,
he'll give a
hi,
little
Hanny.
context, so at least why we're upset about him. What he should give context to why we were upset and what his editor said about us, which was, what did the editor say about you? Something that you were like.
Don't remember. I blocked stuff like that off my memory.
Yeah, I mean, as horrible as you
Those
can
are
imagine.
screenshots.
In fact, yeah, maybe you guys can find what Mr. Froggy was saying about me, just to give context.
Is that a statement in this video? Because like, this is just as much about her too.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his...
Oh yeah, it was something about Shredder. He said something, what was it? Something like, just, I don't know. You can find the screenshots. I think it's
Galia
important.
has everything. You guys just ask Galia.
Yeah.
Podcast with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast.
Oh, they know who I am.
Oh,
Stop
okay,
it.
we're going back that far.
We know, they know who I am. Stop. Come on.
where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
No, that's 100 shavers. You trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would
Can
say
I just
that
interject already? Like, his introduction of you is already pretty funny.
He acts like he doesn't know me.
Yes, you're acting like you didn't make videos together
Like,
that
bro.
were like really big, and that you didn't come on this podcast that you're supposedly describing what it is.
That
What are
you've
you
been on
talking
a
about?
bunch of times.
I think they're being a little bit bad faith. I can understand where they're coming from, but I think they're being a little bit bad faith, given the fact that iDubbbz does acknowledge their long-term history, at least a little bit during the video, if memory serves correct.
Yeah.
So this guy H3 that you may know, what?
Well, like you could always attribute it. Yeah, attribute that. You could always attribute that to iDubbbz taking a different approach at writing a content cop video, right? You could always attribute that to that. I wouldn't be willing to say that iDubbbz is just completely like neglecting their long history together.
Oh yeah, he's saying, so Froggy Tonic, amongst other things, he was saying, I killed my dog.
Ethan might be exaggerating their closeness to get their audience's sympathy. It's possible. It's entirely possible. It is entirely possible. It is entirely possible. But I'm unwilling to accept that as I'm unwilling to accept that as a solid argument. It is entirely possible, don't get me wrong. I'm not willing to discount it entirely. But like again, without knowing anything about these people's personal lives, I just can't make a definite claim. I just can't know for certain what to conclude. Well, look, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I think Ethan Klein is petty enough to do something like that. I think he absolutely is petty enough to do something like that. But I'm not entirely sure if this is one of those cases. It's possible, but I'm not sure, and I'm unwilling to assume that wholeheartedly. Good afternoon, Chronic. It's afternoon for you. It's like evening. Good evening to you.
He died at 6, lifespan 13, by the way, which is funny detail. Then he says, so how can you question why I'm concerned about the kids? This guy was like doing the CPS thing when he can't even protect his own dogs.
Yeah.
Little homie even ingested pills left on the floor. Like, and again, I told that story. That's
iDubbbz treats the relationship similar to how how they treat the relationship with Denims, which is just wrong. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that. That's something that I pointed out myself. You can't compare your relationship with Denims to your relationship with Ethan Klein. It's absolutely just not there. Denims is a complete fucking moron, right? Who has said several horrible things. Right, which let's just exclude that. Let's just exclude that for a moment. We don't have to get into like the fucking virtue signaling aspect of things. Let's exclude the terrible things that Denims said. I'm not gonna be like that fucking cucked and say that this is absolutely important. But Denims has not been around iDubbbz or Anissa for nearly as long as Ethan Klein has been around around iDubbbz and Anissa. And iDubbbz has been with Ethan Klein for probably a lot longer than that too. Probably like almost double the time if I were to take a simple guess, just off the top of my head. It is absolutely insane to compare like these relationships as if they're somehow equivalent to each other when they're obviously not.
Guessed when he was a puppy.
Yeah, the reason this was so upsetting on so many levels is like Anissa and Ian were at our house a lot of times. They saw us with our kids
and our dogs.
So
So, but like, yeah, I mean, I'm like, dude, this is your editor, and you're not going to say anything. Like, I mean, I spoke up for you. It just feels like pretty. It just.
But
feels
mom,
pretty sad.
Ethan hit me.
Again, this is 100% a transactional way of thinking. You shouldn't be holding this over somebody's head. If somebody doesn't want to stick out there, stick their neck out for you, that's fine. You're not entitled to anybody's unbridled support, unconditional fucking love. You're not entitled to any of this. You're not entitled to anybody's absolute absolute support. I would understand more if somebody was fucking lying on your name and defaming you alongside these people. I would absolutely understand. And also, it's impossible. It's like Six said, it is a little bit unhinged. Maybe unhinged is a little bit too extreme, but it is immature to hold iDubbbz Ian responsible for the words of their editor. However, before we absolutely run with that, we also have to consider the fact that there is the overwhelming pressure. There is the overwhelming negativity, negative X factor here of CPS being called to their homes and somebody during this time like further alleging fucking absolute schizo theories against you, claiming that you're a negligent individual that led to your dog's death because of your negligence. There is an X factor here that like, you know, that warrants at least some type of, like, you know, concern as to why iDubbbz isn't saying anything to, like, you know, come to your defense, right? Like, Ethan Klein is definitely entitled to the concern, but the defense, I'm unwilling to say. I'm unwilling to say that you know, you should. I'm unwilling to say that they're entitled to a defense.
First, that's what iDubbbz sounds like.
Yeah, and by the way, it was just like one.
You were kind of asking for it, right? I feel like a mom.
I feel like pretty justified in being angry. Let's see if he.
Oh no, I said go fuck yourself.
And I wasn't alone in that either. A lot of people in the audience were like, you know.
You were justified to be angry. Yes, you were justified to be angry, but you like, I don't think you can justify, like, you know, your entitlement to somebody coming to your defense.
It's fucked up that he's not standing up for you. And I'm like, yeah, it is fucked up, you know?
Both of them.
Yeah, you can reasonably interpret that it is fucked up that they're not standing up for you, especially during a time when even your fucking, like, political enemies were standing up to you. But again, you're not entitled to somebody, like, sticking their neck out for you.
Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Okay, yesterday when I was watching this, I noticed that I noticed that that iDubbbz was being very selectively biased here. Right? He is being very selective here. He's like Hassan has been very vocal about something for quite a long time. So maybe you should, like, hear this guy out. When the reality is that you could make the same argument for Ethan Klein, right? Like he's cherry picking this. Like you know, he's like making it seem as if Ethan Klein was a fucking, like, absolute buffoon back in the day, which, don't get me wrong, he was. But if you want to give like, you know, props to like, you know, Hassan for being vocal about this issue back then you should absolutely also give the same props to Ethan Klein, instead of, like, you know, selectively choosing different like fucking, you know, cherry picked situations. Because as QQ, as Queen Bee pointed out to me, Ethan Klein was, in fact, you know, pretty vocal about this also around the same time frame, which is a point that I made at the time, and it's just true. It's just true.
What the fancy? Are you actually seriously gonna? This is okay. This is like some weird appeal to authority thing he's doing, where it's like Ethan talks about silly stuff, Hassan talks about serious stuff. Therefore, his opinion is more valid. It's like.
And what does iDubbbz talk about?
I mean, yeah, who are you to decide? Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. What is Content Cup usually about?
You're famous for fucking
about
making fun of Leafy is here and Tana, saying the N-word to in front of Tana.
Owned,
I'm just saying. I find this a weird appeal to authority, kind of pathetic. Okay,
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations
wait. Sorry. May 11, 2021. He's talking about Israel-Palestine. Sorry, what was Ethan Klein saying about Israel-Palestine at the time? The Israel government is making me sick. Even if Hamas is operating out of a civilian building, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. Wait, sorry, what is he saying? What is Hassan saying here? Hold on.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
Wow, and that shit is sickening and disgusting. Hold on. It is sickening and disgusting. It's making me sick. Yeah. It doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. Yeah. It's influence. It's inhumane. Netanyahu is a piece of shit warmonger and needs to go. Okay, exactly the same fucking, like, you know, notes. As a dual citizen, I love Israel and its Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force and violence. Okay, hitting the exact same notes. Okay, good fucking job. iDubbbz selectively choosing something and misrepresenting Ethan Klein. Great job, moron. Great fucking job.
What does that have to do with us?
This is such a pathetic argument. It really is. So he's saying my opinion as an Israeli Jewish man is worth far less.
Yeah,
than
I believe that was a point that I brought up yesterday too, Hanny. Is that that Hassan wasn't really vocal about this issue until it kind of became relevant to be vocal about it. Because keep in mind, okay, and I'm going to use a very funny example. The Israel-Palestine conflict, issue has always been a very like common concern for those that were politically savvy about geopolitical issues. It's always been a very common concern. It's not something that just recently started occurring. Okay, I mean, just look at this. Just look at this. Don't tell me this is age restricted. Fuck. I guess we'll do the the fucking PewDiePie reaction. Where is it? 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 Hold on. Fucking hell. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? All right, whatever, man. I don't fucking care. But even back then when fucking Filthy Frank made like Human Cake, which was fucking 8 years ago, back in 2016, right? Even back then, even Filthy Frank was making like jokes at Israel's expense back then. Okay. It's always been a fucking relevant topic to people that that were somewhat like connected to this. Well, not connected, but like we're at least aware of this issue. Okay. Is my entire point.
Because I've done silly content.
Did we ever disagree?
But it
with that?
became
Did we
more
ever,
it became more relevant recently.
No, of course not.
So what does that even have to do with us?
What you know about hair cake, bro?
always,
What you know about hair cake, bro? Everything, okay? I know everything about hair cake. I know everything about Filthy Frank and all of his fucking projects, okay? I know about World Star Money before it was even a fucking song. I know about like this fucking hold on. I know about is it this? No, it wasn't this. Or was it this? I knew about fucking all of Filthy Frank's shit before it was popular. I knew about all of his music before it was popular, okay? I know about this fucking OG before it was popular. I knew about all of this shit, dude. Yeah, it doesn't make you an expert to talk about it in 2021. I've been knowing about this shit since 2015, dude. Pink Omega, my fucking goat. I don't even think this is actually his channel. This is just a re-uploader, to be clear. But Pink Omega was the name of like the rapper. Fucking classic.
When you turn around, I lose vision. Got me running deep into superstition, and I can't believe my fucking eyes.
Anyways, I know about all this shit, bruh. I know about all this shit.
I don't believe that it makes my opinion less valid. You know what I mean? Like we're two people having a conversation. What's the point of doing a show together if it's like this guy? And by the way, this is Israel Palestine. This is like one of the most
Chloe Burbank, absolute banger, absolutely true. What was it? Chloe, what's it called? I like Tom. I like Tom a lot. Or is it Tom? I believe it's just wasn't yes. Tom was really good. By Anna Gold, back when Anna Gold was uploading, like back when this channel was uploading the music for them. This was literally one of the original channels that was uploading this fucking music, dude. Absolute fucking classic. Whoa, this pink guy should make music. Yeah, I agree with you, dude. Absolute fucking classic, dude.
Yo, the pitter patter gave a rather rinse lather feeling as opposed to shitty attitudes that made me bitter after laughter. I deeply regretted it. I take the D train to go to BK. I can't defeat rain.
Absolute fucking classic, dude.
As far as we go, and as far as we go, and how little we know, and how little we know.
Anyways, I discovered this a long fucking time ago when people were like fucking linking to his SoundCloud in some of his early videos back when Google Plus was still a thing, back in like fucking 2014, 2015. I remember there was like a very niche there was a very niche like fan base in Google Plus about about Filthy Frank and like some of his what was it what was it like he would make fun of weeaboos way back in the day, right? And everybody fucking rejoiced that he was making fun of weeaboos because weeaboos were fucking annoying, right? And he became like really popular in a very niche section of Google Plus when that was still a thing. And people would like link to his like music in SoundCloud before it was on Chloe Burbank, and that's how I discovered some of his early music. Absolute fucking goat, my goat. This is actually why Joji is one of my top artists of all times, one of my favorite artists of all times, because he quite literally did whatever the fuck he wanted, and he succeeded at doing whatever the fuck he wanted. Which is kind of what I want to do. If I could do that with my life, I absolutely would. Anyways, back to this.
Issues of all time. Like, you really just going to throw your hat in with Hassan for just a straight up appeal to authority? Just like, he's been serious about this longer, therefore he's right. He also fucking said that the Houthi kid isn't a terrorist, and like he literally says, I am a terrorist. This man, he thinks Nasrallah is based, the guy who says we will hunt down the Jews wherever it's better that the Jews all go to Israel so that we don't have to hunt them down worldwide. That's the guy he thinks is based.
What was the date on that last clip?
Let's see.
East Jerusalem.
May 11th.
2021.
The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
It's just eating the...
It's interesting.
George's old music and experimental beats are still top. Yeah, which is why he keeps reusing a lot of his a lot of his old music got leaked. And it would be wiped. And you probably can't find a lot of it anymore, if any of it, okay? But a lot of Joji's old music is recycled. A lot of Joji's old music is recycled. This is a good example. No caller ID. That's not what I was looking for. So this was like, I believe this might be wrong. This might be a fan version, but I'm not sure if it's an unreleased or fan version. By Joji, one of his fan. Okay, so basically, like this beat was made before Come Through, and somebody made a song, an unreleased version of it, a fan version, right? But he reused the beat. He released the beat. And it turned into this. But that's the only thing. I'm not gonna spend too much fucking time on that. I need to lock in and get all of my fucking information from this.
Here, take a look at this.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh my God, Dan, you sweet fucking...
I didn't find this guy, did.
May 15th. May 15th.
Mm.
What was that
4
date
days
from?
later?
The 11th?
It said May 11th. So this is the 15th. So this is a few days later. It's not the exact same day.
Wow.
But he luckily, because the year is 2025, has the advantage of foresight, of hindsight, actually. It's the other way. We're looking backwards.
Right.
So this is 4 days after he apparently says that I am just fooling around, and he's building up to this thing that...
I'm curious.
My thoughts on the Palestinian Israel.
I'm curious. I'm gonna go look into Ethan Klein's Twitter, and I'm going to see just how many Israel Palestine posts we can see from way back in the day that would completely just shit on this point that IDubbbz was trying to make, which was a shitty point to begin with, because Ethan Klein has been pretty vocal about this issue from time to time in the past for quite a couple years now. Give me 1 second. I'm looking at a different tab just in case dead babies show up for whatever reason, okay? And also because and also because I'm not logged in. Alright, whatever. Fuck this bullshit. Fuck it, I don't care. We'll just let him
Israeli
just go
government's making
through
me
with this.
sick. Even if Hamas is operating...
What kind of Zionist are you? How dare you say that about our dear leader?
4 days.
I'm taking your keep away, Ethan.
4 days after that date. Even if Hamas is operating as civilian buildings, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. Netanyahu is a piece of shit warmonger and needs to go. As a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force and violence. The ultra-right Jewish settlers are among the greatest provocateurs in the world. They are shameless and hateful, fueled by religious zeal and enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repossession of Palestinian land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop. Gazans deserve to live a life free of fear. By the way, I caught a memory of, I forget who was saying, I think it was Noah, that my use of the word Gazans.
No, it was Casey, Comrade Casey.
Oh, it was Casey. My use of the word of Gaza instead of Palestinians is Orientalist or something like that.
It's literally factual because there's, the West Bank.
It's just people that live in Gaza.
So Palestinians that live in Gaza are Gazans.
Gazans deserve to live a life free of fear. For all the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all of the power and is on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness for peace. That was 4 days after this clip.
I'm sure he would show it in this super well-researched content cop.
I mean, well, he's got the greatest minds. He's got Denims and Frogans by his side. So clearly, he's got the greatest political minds of our time. They're backing him up. Can you, Zach, please? You got to write those Frogan sound bites.
Hold on, I gotta show you guys this tweet. I gotta show you guys this tweet because there's so many fucking delusional people that are taking that are taking Ian's side because they just don't fucking know anything about Ian. They don't know anything about Ian Joma. They don't know anything about this fucking moron. They don't know how fucking retarded this guy is. I should probably not be using the word retarded a lot because I will get demonetized. Anyways, it's genuinely amazing how you can see Ian's journey into a better, kinder, more empathetic person to the extent to where he took what used to be a vehicle for hate watching and turned it into a message of disappointment and care about a lost friend with a hope for a better future. Is this guy a fucking idiot? Is this guy a fucking idiot? Because if you watch the fucking content cop at all, if you actually read between the lines and looked into anything that Ian was saying, Ian doesn't actually care about being friends with Ethan Klein. He mentions that in his content cop. Ian doesn't actually care about losing this guy as a friend. He doesn't care at all. He even justified his position for not coming to his defense under the fucking example that he doesn't care to be friends with this guy. This guy has always just been some internet relationship that they had. That's what he said in his fucking content cop. Ian being a kinder, more empathetic person is absolute fucking bullshit. He's not a kinder, more empathetic person. That's not what he is at all. I would argue that he's probably kinder because he doesn't want to be visceral, but empathetic, absolutely fucking not. He just picks and chooses what side he wants to appeal to. iDubbbz is one of the fakest people on the internet. And I'm not going to use the regurgitated talking points that everybody likes to use about Anissa has him by his balls and she completely changed iDubbbz's way of life and how he thinks and how he lives. I just don't think that's true. I don't believe that's true for a fucking second. What I think is that Ian has always been a very pathetic fucking individual, a very unintelligent individual that needs his hand to be held by people that he deems to be superior. Right? Because back then, the only reason why he made content cops was to take the moral high ground, was to take the high ground where people were you could have easy targets that were considered amoral at the time. Ian has never been a fucking special individual, okay? He's always been a moron. There is no fucking Ian's journey into a better, kinder, more empathetic person. It just so happens that things became less acceptable, so he just stopped doing them, and it became a part of his personality to try to attempt to fit into the standards of fucking today, okay? Ian has always been a pathetic fucking moron. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. People like this are completely fucking delusional and don't actually know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And the deserve and all that kind of stuff. They deserve to have PTSD and all that. Both of them, you got to ride those sound bites today.
Base?
Yeah.
I really need mood, mood.com.
.com.
I really need them to create a kind for the Jewish person, chill out Jew. It's not anti-Semitism, you're tripping. I'd love to smoke that one.
There's a weed for that?
I need it.
I'll hit that too.
Toppings out. The pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this.
Whose opinion?
Jesus fucking Christ! That just barely stuck with me. I don't think it's appropriate to make that that reference in 2021. I understand what he's trying to convey here. I understand what iDubbbz is trying to convey here. He's trying to conflate this with Ethan Klein making jokes at the expense of burn victims in Palestine. that is so bad faith. That is so fucking bad faith from iDubbbz. Jesus fucking Christ.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this.
Yeah, it is. I agree. It is a good analogy. It's a powerful image. I don't think that there is anything that you shouldn't make fun of, right? There are some things that I won't personally make fun of because I'll feel ashamed of myself if I do make fun of certain things. But there are a lot of things that I think shouldn't be off limits in terms of like making jokes at the expense of, if that makes any sense.
By whose opinion?
Based?
Who the fuck are you to make that call?
What you said also in May 2021.
Like,
damn.
Who are you to make that call, bro? I mean, if you're going to do an appeal to authority, let's do it right back to you. What is your experience? What ground do you have to stand on to make that judgment?
Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy, and that's fine. You know.
And what are you? Oh my God. Sorry, I'm gonna chill.
Yeah.
I'm gonna chill.
I mean, he's the silly walking around guy.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on. Sorry, what was this? Hold on, iDubbbz. You want to make that comment, but I believe I also commented on this yesterday. But today I'll like put more emphasis on it. He like iDubbbz wants to make like claims like these, but he was literally this guy. He was literally like the laughing stock back in the day.
I'm gay.
Yeah? Yeah?
I have crippling depression.
Yeah? Sorry, what's the next one?
I have osteoporosis.
Yeah? Alright, like, you can just see the soy. You can just see the soy in this guy. You can just see the soy, okay? This guy has never been this like brutal, unhinged, unempathetic individual. Right? It just so happens that it was more that it was more acceptable to be edgy and use edgy humor back then than it is now. Like Ian hasn't changed. That is my opinion. He's always been this like, this fucking loser. It's just that since we were all young back then, and most of us probably like really love this type of humor, that all of this was more palatable, and that we grew up enjoying it, and so we didn't really see iDubbbz for who he was. Man, those were good clips though. I agree. I'm funny, right? I'm funny.
Expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel.
His wife has a name and you know her, by the way. Sorry. That was
Why
my
do people do that? Hassan does that too. Ethan's wife.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Let me go back. I'm gonna hit that.
No, but they do that all the time.
Why are you worried about my wife?
And it makes me feel a certain way.
It should.
Like, we are...
Okay, I think this is something like, I saw this earlier. I do feel bad for Hila. But I believe there could be a much more amicable, much more reasonable, much simpler, much more like what's it called, non-schizo explanation to this, and it's that people probably don't want to lump you in with Ethan Klein because most people don't associate Hila Klein with Ethan Klein's bullshit. Right? That's just simply the case. They're probably doing it out of respect as to not lump you in or associate you with Ethan Klein, not because they don't respect you enough to call you by your name. That's probably why they're doing this. That's probably why they're doing that. I am more willing to believe that they're trying to just avoid talking about you directly to avoid lumping you in with Ethan Klein rather than to disrespect you by just avoiding saying your name.
Friends, Ian. We were.
Remember?
I know your name. I know Anissa's name. I don't call Anissa your wife. I don't say Ian's wife. You know? And if I need to apologize to Lena, I don't text AB either.
That's what I was thinking. I don't know if he did or not. But he...
Yeah, let me see.
But why did he...
I have a hunch that he didn't, Well,
I don't know.
I think he did.
He did.
When?
But you think he did or he
called
did?
it out?
When?
Let me ask.
Well, regardless, I think it's funny
It doesn't matter. Those are my feelings.
It doesn't...
Is it to associate with Ethan Klein? I think they just refer to Hila as Ethan's wife to like avoid direct name and association. That's how it feels like to me, at least. I'm willing to look at this a little bit more amicably because she on her own is not famous. That kind of, I feel like that kind of adds to like my point that because she's not famous and like people don't really like know of her unless they're directly viewing her alongside Ethan Klein, that a lot of people when they mention Ethan Klein's wife aren't going to immediately think of Hila Klein.
Let me see what he said about you.
Served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience.
Wait, hold on.
His wife's Israeli. She served
His wife.
to
That's
the
all he has
Israeli
to say
cause
about
and what's happening to them.
that girl.
His wife's Israeli.
That's all she's good for. She's Israeli and she did the IDF, so you know what that means about her. Human garbage.
His wife is Israeli. That's crazy. My first thought was like, why are you texting AB?
Okay, come on. That's a little bit bad faith, Ethan. That is a little bit bad faith. It's very obvious. Like it's very obvious what IDubs is doing here. What IDubs was doing here is that he's basically saying, I understand, given your cultural background and your identity, why you would feel conflicted and come and like feel like, you know, like you need to defend Israel. Okay, I understand why you would feel conflicted. Right? He's basically saying he understands where you're coming from. Right? And they're not trying to lump you in like that. But what you can absolutely criticize iDubbbz for during this segment as well, during this part, is that he kind of like takes one of Noah Samson's talking points, and he basically tries to associate Israel, right, the state of Israel, with being genocidal, and the people of Israel with being genocidal, which is just untrue, right? You can argue that the government and the IDF, has genocidal practices, which you would probably be correct to argue that. But to lump in the entire state and the entire culture is absolutely fucking unhinged.
Apologizing to him,
Yeah.
He did. I just asked her.
At the same time or after we called it out?
Same time. I just asked her.
Same exact text? Well, whatever. She didn't have to read it to me.
I don't know if it's the same.
It would have been nice if he told you guys ahead of time. It would have been nice if he just didn't even do it. Maybe it'd be nice if he was like, hey guys, I'm doing this. I'm going to buy you out.
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't have to participate. I hope he does offer that to her. Not that, and again, not that I care. I
feel bad for Froggy, Funky Frog Bait. A lot of frogs. Lena's opponent.
Oh, her opponent, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure he's been training too.
Or they have nothing to do with this.
Imagine doing a content cop on someone deeply connected to your own event. By the way, those first two creator clashes were basically like H3 fan meetups. Right? I mean, there's a lot of H3 fans.
I never also loved them.
Promoted it quite a bit. I think that's fair to say.
I don't know exactly, but there was.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. This is another Ethan Klein flaunting his ego and flaunting his his transactional friendship. Like, hey, a lot of the people that showed up to support you are actually my fans. So good luck without us is essentially what he's saying. He's holding it over their heads, which I don't agree with. In a situation like this, the last thing I do is be like, okay, good luck without me, pal. In a situation like this, you would just let the absence speak for itself rather than invoke it. If that makes any sense. If anybody understands what I mean by that. But to be clear, to add something else. I think it might be. I'm not sure how true it is, but I think it is reasonable to say. And I might be completely wrong on this, but I believe it is reasonable to say that Ethan Klein is in fact deeply interconnected with Creator Clash, and you could probably attribute a lot of the Creator Clash success with the association to Ethan and how often Ethan has promoted it in the past. But we'll see. Creator Clash 3 is probably going to flop. It's going to be an absolutely abysmal flop. Given Creator Clash 2, it's really hard to turn around such a fucking failure. With so many critical people, especially in a time like this, it's hard to see a turnaround, because we all know, as much as I hate to use this talking point, given the amount of fucking retards that use it, but we all know that when you try to appeal to a certain group of people that are very vocal about a certain conflicts, they're going to be the last ones that are going to actually buy any your product. The fucking right-wing idiots on Twitter, or rightoids on Twitter will be not to say that all right-wing people are idiots, to be clear. That's why I said rightoids. I'm talking about fucking delusional morons specifically with no brain cells, not the entirety of one political party. But to be clear, a lot of rightoid morons on Twitter will be like, when you pander to the left, when you pander to these woke people, right, to appeal to them because they're a very vocal demographic, don't be surprised when none of them actually buy your game because they don't actually care. I feel like in this situation, what iDubbbz is attempting to do is that he's trying to pander to Hassan's audience, not realizing that none of them actually care about iDubbbz and they won't go out of their way to support their fucking events. I feel like that's going to be a very real-time example of that.
Go ahead, you say it, Frogan.
Base?
No.
God,
can you pull
damn.
the one for saying that veterans deserve PTSD? Do we have that one?
I'll pull it.
Yeah, we gotta get that one. And any psychotic ones of Denims too, and everyone else who was in there.
You guys know how many times Ian and Anissa told us that we inspire them?
Sorry, Miratazapine.
I'm
I'm very relaxed. I'm very relaxed right now. I'm very relaxed right now, as you can tell by my voice and the way that I'm just not really, showing a lot of emotion. So I'm like not really watching my words that well. I really should though.
It's just kind of funny. We used to be inspiring. Now I'm just an Israeli that did the idea.
You're Ethan's wife.
Just your wife.
Yeah. We had so many private conversations. We hung out a lot more than any other creator, really. We were actually friends, and yeah, I feel like we stood with them. And to be honest, we stood with them at a time where it cost us.
Right, but it wasn't a question for us.
Of course, that was right. That wasn't a question.
Obviously caught in
and
this tricky
Hassan and his
situation
believers
where
will eat
he
Ian
is
alive when he steps out of line. Here's the thing. Here's the difference. I don't think Ian will ever step out of line. I think Ian is too cowardly. I believe, I 1000% believe that Ian is absolutely too much of a fucking coward to do what Ethan did. Okay? I believe that Ian is way too much of a coward to do what Ian did. And furthermore, this is compounded by the fact that a lot of people are actually willing to believe Ian's past, given the fact that the common sentiment about Ian is that he has grown to be a gentler and kinder person, right? A lot of people are getting behind that sentiment. So whenever something comes up from Ian's past, nobody's going to be like, "Oh my God, we should cancel this guy. We should fucking ruin this guy for saying the fucking N-word." No, people aren't going to do that. People aren't going to do that because they've already collectively agreed that he is changing from that past. So there's no reason to cancel him for it. And given that narrative, given that support, that unbridled support, right? Ian will absolutely never step out of line. Everything he does, everything he will ever say, and everything that he will continue to do from this point forward will be watched by Anissa and himself extremely closely, so that they don't do anything to piss anyone off. They're going to be walking a very fine line for the rest of their professional lives. That's what's going to happen here. They don't have the fucking balls to do what Ethan did and become more rash and vocal against some of the more extreme people, or some of the more extreme portions of the left-wing audience that watches them, or not even left-wing, right? Because this is not exclusive to left-wing people, to more of the sort of woke mind virus. As much as I hate using that term, to the more woke mind virus audience, okay? They're not gonna have the balls to do what Ethan is doing, okay? Not that Ethan is a particularly profound individual, to be clear, but at least you can give him that. At least you can give him the W that he is in fact pushing back against some of the more deranged individuals in this audience.
Extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously
Ethan's wife line is crazy when they used to be friends. It is crazy, but I can understand why they're doing it. It's probably because at least in my mind, I think that Ian respects Hila more than he respects Ethan, right? Because Ethan is the face of a lot of these criticisms that he's a lot of the snark that Ethan gets. Ethan is the main one plastered. And when it comes to all of this, he's the main one being vocal. I believe that he's just not using Hila's name out of respect, right? Even though it seems disrespectful, I believe that in his mind, he's I don't want to say Hila and lump him in with Ethan Klein. I'm just going to say Ethan's wife to avoid Hila getting getting any burn, as a byproduct of this. I believe that's probably his intentions here. It does seem wild, but I think that there's amicability behind it. Well, I wonder if they make more money from Anissa's left-wing gooner audience. It's hard to say. It is very difficult to say if that's the case or not. But hopefully, you may be right. But eventually, I feel like they will disagree on something they're passionate about. And when they do, Hassan and his people will use Ian's past as a battering ram to beat him down. I don't know. I do not know, because even here's the thing. even if there is something that they're passionate about, even if there is something that they're absolutely passionate about that they want to be like really vocal about, they probably won't they probably won't step out of line and speak about it, because even they themselves, even Ian, like even Ian like himself admits in this content cop that he just does not want to participate in, you know, an online discourse because he is like, you know, he didn't say this exactly, but this is my interpretation, right? He didn't say this exactly, but this is my interpretation. He is deathly afraid of receiving backlash from the public, so all he talks about is like vampire fucking, like, you know, fanfics on his podcast. That is something that he lays out pretty plainly in this video, is that even if he heavily disagrees with something, he's not going to be vocal about it because, or even if he's heavily passionate about something, he's not going to be vocal about it because he just doesn't want to participate in online discourse. So I don't think if he sticks to that, I don't think he'll ever, like, you know, passionately speak on something in the future.
The state of Israel. On the other hand,
I like the state of Israel.
Obviously.
That's a weird fucking. Yeah, I mean,
What a way to simplify.
This is a Hassan. This is not a Hassan. This is a Noah Samson talking point.
I mean, do I like that 80% of the Jews in Israel have literally nowhere else to live, that they don't get displaced? Yes, I guess I like that. You want to boil it down to that. But you're the historian who decides who knows what. So go on. I need to defer to your expertise.
and he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan.
Well, hold on.
Absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I already gave my thoughts on this earlier. Right. A lot of people on the internet, regardless of what audience it is, regardless of who they're attracted to, are not savvy on fucking anything. As much as I hate to say this, given the fact that I have my own like little niche fucking viewer base, right? But the reality is that a lot of people online, what they do when they watch any sort of commentary video, when they watch any political streamer, isn't to actually, like, you know, engage with the politics. It isn't actually to engage with their own information. It isn't actually to engage with their own form of education on politics. It is not for any of that. It is not because they are savvy. It is because they have affirmed their opinion through some form of propaganda, through some form of like media fucking device, through some form of rhetoric online. They have been spoon-fed an opinion that they are then using another individual who they can associate with, who they can appreciate, like Hassan, somebody that they idolize, to then continue to affirm their opinions and fucking spoon-feed them even more opinions to have. None of these people are fucking savvy on anything. There is not a single person who watches people like Ethan Klein, like fucking iDubbbz, like fucking, you know, Hassan, like Noah Samson, who are savvy on anything, you know, in regards to politics. They are there to affirm mostly uneducated opinions, okay? That is what they are there for. They believe that these people have some level of credibility, which is why they watch them, so that they can affirm their opinions through like, you know, through somebody that they believe is credible. That is what's going on here. This is absolutely fucking bullshit. I'm not going to just discount, you know, Hassan's audience exclusively and say that his audience is not politically savvy. This goes for the internet in general, right? This goes for the internet in general. This is not exclusive to one audience.
By political savvy, you mean just fucking basically echoing whatever Hassan tells them, but yeah.
Hassan is
beautiful far left echo chamber. Nothing can ever go wrong. Absolutely
they're
right.
very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like
this is something that they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan Klein say things that are just not accurate, he says, as he invokes talking points from Noah Samson, who happens to misrepresent a lot of information in his video to try to associate Ethan Klein with being a genocide supporter. You could say that Ethan Klein is very pro-Israel. And you probably wouldn't be wrong to say that, but to then like equate that to it being, you know, pro-genocide is very, very bad faith.
Propaganda, they're going to call it out.
From the river to the
Okay, here we go.
sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
That's literally an opinion. What do you mean? Dude, do you understand? Oh my God, he's so wading into the shit here. Do you know that statement is used by terrorist groups? It's literally used by terrorist groups. It doesn't always mean that, which is I was of course always saying that from the beginning, is that not everyone.
I think this is true. People who are like this is one of those times I'll just take an L and I'll be like I'll let you guys come to your opinion on this, because truthfully I don't know that much about about this discourse, right? I don't know that much about this discourse to like make a definite comment on it, and I think that getting politically invested in this would probably be a negative to me, because I'll just be fucking speaking out of my ass when it comes to this.
Who says that is like meaning that they want to annihilate Israel, but a lot of people do mean that, and it's a perfectly valid. I think
he's right. I just think he's right. A lot of people who are and I'm saying this strictly anecdotally to be clear, so you can discredit my opinion and throw it in the garbage if you want to, or you can take it as it is, right? You could do what you want with it. But a lot of people that I've met who talk about Israel, like, you know, like college students, people my age, right? A lot of people that I've even fucking talked to online and argued about this shit, you know, with the minimal information that I have, will typically agree that Israel should not exist, and that the Jewish people should have never been given a home state to live in. A lot of people will typically debate that, and they will agree with that you know, with that sentiment. They will absolutely say that wholeheartedly. Okay, they will absolutely say that wholeheartedly. So when some people say from the river to the sea, and when you ask them to expand on that and elaborate, they will absolutely say that you know, that Jewish people should not have a right to exist in Israel. Okay, that is a sentiment that people do have. So I think he's right. I think Ethan Klein is right to have the sentiment.
Valid reaction for someone who's Israeli to feel uncomfortable with that. Like, what is it you want to do to us?
Thank you, Castro.
You know what I mean?
I know you guys don't care about what Israelis think or feel, but for Israelis, what Ethan said, that's what it means for Israelis. So if your movement is for peace, maybe don't say that. But say something else.
He's so fucking, he has no idea what he's talking about. He says Ethan is spreading Israeli propaganda, and then he shows me stating an opinion about a phrase. Like, what are you claiming exactly?
It's like not accurate and it's just propaganda. They're going to call it out.
This is your example of not accurate propaganda? God, the bar is so low. The bar could not be lower. This is the dumbest. This is actually even dumber than some of these other people he cited. Like, I think he's making Noah Samson look like a scholar at this point.
Yeah, iDubbbz is so fucking uneducated. He should not have used any of these fucking points. Even somebody like me who's purposely ignorant of some of these issues because I just don't want to be fucking like involved in political discourse like this because it's just so fucking exhausting, and just because I can't keep up with a constant fluctuation of information. Even somebody like me will look into it just so that I can have a more thorough take. Even somebody like me will look into like some of the claims that that Noah Samson was making and some of the presentations that he was making, just so I can be like, is this guy being good faith or is he being bad faith? Is this guy being honest or is he being dishonest, right? iDubbbz didn't even fucking do the bare minimum of fucking research. He's not even giving like even the slightest bit of potential pushback or fairness to Ethan Klein, which I find completely fucking unhinged.
Holy shit.
From the river to the sea.
And by the way, meanwhile, this clip that we're watching is a Hamas official spokesperson saying we will do October 7th again and again and again and again, and we will never stop. Yeah. That's the clip we're watching. Official Hamas spokesperson. Do you want to fucking...
But again, I wouldn't, anything that I say in regards to this conflict should probably be discarded because I am not very like savvy when it comes to this. I'm not very savvy when it comes to any of this.
He is... I cannot believe he actually had the confidence to make...
No, his biggest problem is that he recommended Bad Empanada. That's true. That is true. It seems like it literally was a direct support of Bad Empanada, which is kind of, you know, insane. Like don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. There is a lot of criticism, right? I'm not saying I'm not I don't think that this should be like conflated with me, like, you know, saying that Israel is an innocent party. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying at all. There are just criticisms to be made. There is absolute fucking criticisms that you can give, and there are condemnations that you can give. But iDubbbz is just, you know, so iDubbbz is just so uneducated that he probably should be like one of the last people to be talking about it in general.
This video. Oh, man. Can you guys find that? I find that this video is always haunting, and the way that people continually...
And to be clear, because I see you in chat stuffs. And to be clear, because I see you in chat stuffs, you can absolutely disagree with me. You can absolutely fucking like shit on my opinion if you want to, because this isn't something that I'm like super educated on. What I'm educated on more specifically is you know, people's like, you know, long history with like internet drama and the discourse that they have with each other. I'm not educated on a lot of these, like, you know, geopolitical issues. So if you have like a, you know, an issue, well, not an issue that feels like too condescending to say. If you want to correct me on something, then, you know, feel free to go ahead. I don't mind.
Downplayed it. I think is interesting. This is yeah. You guys can find that and send it in Discord.
It essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that...
Wait, so is Ian going to explain that point, or why you're wrong?
No.
It feels like Noah Samson and Hassan wrote the script. I don't think that's true. I am unwilling to say that this fucking script was ghostwritten by somebody or written with somebody else, but I do feel like he definitely got some talking points from Noah Samson and from Hassan. Maybe even Denham's. A lot of what's being said in like, you know, iDubbbz Content Cop is very reminiscent of some of the arguments that Noah Samson. I pick my battles, but well, if you are particularly more educated on something than I am, feel free to correct me. Okay, I appreciate the correction. I'm not going to I'm not going to fight you tooth and nail to for a point that I might have incorrect. To be clear,
doing Israeli propaganda, and you just heard me sharing an opinion about the phrase "from the river to the sea." Crazy. That's crazy.
Has adopted over the years. They're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all.
Okay, this was literally fucking ripped straight from Noah Samson's video, and I feel and I say that as a theory given my cross reference to Noah Samson's video yesterday, right? I put literally both videos side by side, and I was like, he's doing the Noah Samson bit where he fucking tries to conflate Ethan Klein, showing his support for Israel for the not the actions that they're making, but just what it means to tour there, right? He's basically saying, I want to show you Israel the way I see it, right? I want to show you guys for the positives, right? He's not denying that Israel does have a violent government with a violent agenda. He's not denying that the IDF, as we see over here, where is it? He's not denying that the Israeli government and the IDF has a violent agenda. I don't think he's ever denied that, right? What Ethan Klein is doing here is he's basically saying that I want to show you guys that Israel is not, in its entirety, is not this violent, extremist, ethno state that people are claiming it to be, is what he's doing here. And what IDubbbz is doing is that he's ripping the Noah Samson talking point where Noah Samson is trying to conflate Ethan's, love for the good aspects of it with him supporting Israel's, genocidal actions, right? Which is incredibly dishonest and bad faith, right? Because Ethan Klein has directly acknowledged, and even described Israel and the IDF as genocidal, and IDubbbz just cherry picks and basically does, I don't know if this is the right word to use, atrocity propaganda to try to push the narrative that Ethan Klein is in support of Israel and their actions.
All these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, oh my god, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now
I'm talking about Israel proper.
What I want to do is
and you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that it's not has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza.
The points are already bad faith on their own. Look, for those of you who didn't watch my VOD yesterday, I go much more in depth. I'm more thorough about IDubbbz's Content Cop. The reason why I'm watching Ethan Klein's coverage and basically rewatching IDubbbz's Content Cop is because I feel like Ethan Klein deserves some criticisms too. Okay, I don't think that Ethan Klein is completely fucking innocent of any criticism. All right, it's just that IDubbbz is not the person to be doing it. I think that there are so many better people out there that can definitely offer Ethan Klein criticism where it's due rather than where it's not. And I maintain my position, and I will forever maintain the position that Ethan Klein is a very petty, very vindictive, very rash individual who does not know how to hold his punches and does not know how to pick his battles. But what I will do is that I will go bat for Ethan whenever there is misrepresentation involved, because so many people that are fucking dishonest, fucking bad faith liars will go after Ethan and will attempt to misrepresent him in ways that are just completely fucking unfair. But despite that, I still don't like Ethan. There are just some things that are just entertaining to dissect and pick apart.
Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be apartheid. It's completely based on my lived experience.
Oh. I have seen this. I have seen this, Abiyu. I probably won't show it on stream, right? But I have seen this. I saw the articles that you wrote. I appreciate you giving me stuff so that I can better inform myself. But I probably won't show it on stream, given that we will be stepping into a lot of geopolitics that that again I'm not savvy of. So it would be very stupid of me to do so. But yes, Ethan is incredibly sensitive. Ethan is incredibly fucking sensitive. But okay, I was saying yesterday, there are absolutely some criticisms that you can get, that you can throw Ethan Klein his way. There are absolutely some fair criticisms that you can throw Ethan Klein his way for being, a very sensitive, vindictive, petty individual, rash individual who takes shots at anything and everything. He goes goblin mode. He goes demon mode. You can absolutely criticize those things. But the way that iDubbbz goes about it in his fucking content cop is absolutely falls flat because he neglects to mention a lot of very important background to why Ethan has been acting irrationally the last couple of weeks. And it's due to the fact that the constant snark has finally reached a boiling point where it is affecting his real life, such as CPS calls to his home. So when iDubbbz goes on this fucking 1-hour tirade of Ethan Klein being very vindictive, very shallow, very entitled, and all of these other fucking claims that he wants to make, what is that one key factor that he is not bringing up? The fucking fact that CPS has been called to his home, and he's trying to equate that as and he's trying to play it off as, oh, Ethan shouldn't fucking care because he's been fucking cultivating this and brought this on himself, so he deserves it, right? That's one of the fucking core issues as to why all of these fucking arguments fall flat, because he's using examples that are recent and tied to the CPS stuff, right? Where he could have picked apart him being vindictive and petty from any other point in time. But even then, that would still make the content cop very dull and boring, because all he would be doing is regurgitating what everybody has been like saying about Ethan Klein, and all of the fucking all of the arguments that people have been all of the criticisms that people have been putting on Ethan Klein for the past fucking 5 years. There was no way that iDubbbz could have ever made a good content cop on Ethan, okay? Because everybody has already done it.
Of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video?
Is Abby spreading Hezbollah again? I don't know what Hezbollah means.
How I see it, because you don't see that when you listen to song. Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on. And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking. Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza?
I appreciate you showing me those because it does give me a brief amount of insight that is really helpful. Don't get me wrong. Ethan isn't a great person, but he is the right one in this situation. He is in the right at multiple parts of the situation, I'd say, but I wouldn't say that he's right in the entirety. I think that there are a couple of parts during the last couple of months, maybe the last year, where Ethan has kind of stepped out of line. I will say that much.
When I say how great multicultural it is,
we never defended how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th, not even once. We never co-signed what they did.
That's true. Is that not, they're just being they're just real. They're just real here.
The point he's making though.
They used the button. Classic. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink of water. I'm fucking thirsty. I drank a Red Bull, and that's everything that I fucking had to drink since the last hour. How long have I been streaming? 2 hours already. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's everything that I've had to drink for the last 2 hours. Probably very irresponsible of me. I'll be right back. Wait. Actually, for I go get my drink. I'm not gonna take that long. It's probably gonna be like a minute or two. All right, I'll be right back.
We fall again, we fall again. We fall again. We fall again.
Slow down. Got me running deep into superstition, and I can't believe my fucking eyes.
Invest in a mini fridge, okay? Invest in a mini fridge if you haven't. Back to this, I guess.
How I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style. Yeah, again, and this is what I'm saying. They're acting like Israel proper, which there's 2 million Palestinians.
I don't drink multiple energy drinks in a day, if not in a week. I've been trying to limit typically my limit on energy drinks is maybe 3 a week. I don't drink more than 3 a week. Recently I've been trying to tone that down to one a week. Into 1 a week. Because because 1 a week is incredibly is probably pushing it. Even I would say that even 2 a week is pushing it when it comes to energy drinks.
Palestinians living there in Israel with full rights. People just lie about the conditions there. They say that like Israel or Palestinians are second-class citizens in Israel, and or that like there's Jim Crow.
You go to universities. There are so many Muslim students, hospitals, Muslim doctors. It's like it's not what people portray
Judges,
as.
governments.
They are in the government.
But the point is not that Israel is righteous. The point is not that Israel isn't doing terrible things. And like I've always said, straight up, is that what they're doing in West Bank is apartheid, and what they're doing in Gaza is ethnic cleansing, right?
I need 21 a week.
These are terrible
Fuck
things.
no.
But what I do think is that people think that it's like Jim Crow inside of Israel proper when it's not. I live besides Palestinians my entire time there. Friends with them, worked with them. Like they're integrated in all levels. So like there's a difference. And to me, I was like, people have this wrong idea of what it's like. I would like to go there and show you guys that, like, you know, I don't think people understand that, like, you'll walk around like Dizengoff and you'll see like Arab families and Jewish families.
Vitamin B is what's it called? Vitamin B, which is extremely abundant in energy drinks, right? Because it's kind of necessary for the what's it called? Also, hey Kangaloo, thank you for tuning in. Vitamin B, which is extremely abundant in energy drinks, right? Like 300% vitamin B12. Let me check because I have the can right next to me. Let's see, how many vitamins does it have? Okay, so vitamin B12 is 80%, vitamin B6 250%. Vitamin B is incredibly bad for your face. It's incredibly bad for your skin. Yes, they are kind of essential, but in like, you know, in excess, it is bad for your skin. Okay, and I love having clear skin. I take whenever my skin is really clear, I take like a lot of pride in it because I look great. But otherwise, B12 is really bad for your skin. It can make your acne break out pretty bad. So I try not to drink too much of it because you will very much see it affect your skin.
Drinking coffee next to each other, and there's no problem. You'll hear mosques doing doing prayers from a loudspeaker next to fucking like a Tel Aviv street with tons of foot traffic. Like it is fucking interesting, and that's something that I've seen as uniquely from my lived experience there that I think is worth showing to people.
And we lived in Florentines, that's South Tel Aviv, and it's super close to Yafo. It's Tel Aviv, Yafo. Yafo is like more the Muslim side, even though it's both.
They're mixed. Yeah, it's not like that anymore.
But we would go there a lot. So you go to restaurants where there's Arab.
I empathize a lot with Ethan Klein here, but because I don't know if I'm wrong to say this because again I don't know too much, but I think it is wrong. I think it is wrong to associate the entire state of Israel with being like, you know, I think it is wrong to, like, you know, represent the entire state of Israel as being very anti, like being super racist, being very discriminatory, and I'm not sure how true, you know, those statements are, but I do see where Ethan Klein is coming from, where like sometimes it would be interesting to represent, you know, a country that gets a bad rap in a more favorable way to show people that, you know, within the state of Israel, there is amicability. There are parts of Israel that are very, you know, progressive, so to speak, rather than it being, you know, exclusively vitriolic towards Arab people. I understand Ethan's point, right? That's not Ian. That's not like not Ian. That's not Ethan Klein, like, you know, coming to the defense of Israel's action or the government's action. Or the IDF's actions. That's him saying that that in a couple of parts of Israel, right, there absolutely is places where there is coexistence, which I feel is incredibly good to show to people, right? Because it shows that people can in fact coexist and you know, without hatred towards each other.
People, and it's just, you don't even think about it twice. It's just normal.
Yeah, it's not. That's like no. It's not weird. Like, oh, here, it's not weird. They live together, you know. In the West Bank and in Gaza, it's a completely different story, which I say. But I think it's inspiring that you see that it's possible. It is possible for Arabs and Muslims and Jews to live together in harmony, and they do in Israel proper. They do. I mean, there's probably a lot of discontent for obvious reasons for how they're treating Gaza and West Bank and stuff. But like,
But when he's showing stuff like that,
You know, I don't really watch my vitamins, but I really should. I should really probably start taking my vitamin intake more seriously.
Unrelated.
like we are not defending what Israel did in Gaza since October 7th. Like the way they handled that has just been awful.
Yeah.
I don't even have words. You know, we've never once defended what happened there.
I mean, I've even
It
been
still
like,
is happening.
I've even been like, yeah, I mean, I think I've even called it a genocide, and I can definitely understand. I definitely think it might be. You know, it depends on. I don't even
Get along.
continually.
Get along in air quotes. It's yeah, I would say that's probably putting it in very childish terms. But you get what I mean, right? You get what I mean.
Yeah. One sec.
What is he doing? Did he press the button again? No way. I get back to
Headlines
it.
from Gaza, which has literally nothing to do with what I said. Racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired.
By the way,
Oh, here we go to the next classic.
the AB got cut off. There was some private information that was said that we didn't want to say. That's it. There was nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's gonna show the Gallant thing, which again,
Yeah.
it's like, bro, it's so played out. We literally, can I not like? It's weird how they don't let you like you say something and then you immediately be like, I was wrong. But that's not okay.
No.
It's always like you have to live with this moment where you said something right before you apologize and you're like, oh, okay, I understand I was wrong about that. But that's not good enough. They're going to parade this clip around forever. Like, it's so fucking dishonest.
A really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal.
You know, that's a really good point. That's a really good point, Ethan. You shouldn't have to live with one moment where you're wrong for the rest of your life. And I feel like that could be used for the button too. Like they dislike the video. They dislike the video. That's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny to me. They dislike the video. Look, I don't care how much I dislike somebody. I'm not gonna dislike somebody's video. I just won't engage with it. I just won't. I just won't press any button. This is so fucking stupid. This is exactly what I'm talking about. He's so petty as to like dislike a video. Come on, man. Let's be real here. Let's be so for real, man. Who cares? But anyways, I made the same point. They walked that clip back. They're misrepresenting Ethan Klein there by using something in the past without offering like the fuller context that they did walk back that statement because they realized they were wrong.
Leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people.
This bro literally just like cut out some headlines and he was like, see,
isn't the dislike button plugin just nonsense? Yes, it is. It is just nonsense. The dislike, I believe. I believe. What's up, J Togi? I believe that if I remember correctly, the way the plugin works is that it works off of extrapolating it, like the information. It works off of extrapolating like the data from other what's it called, people who have the plugin who are disliking the video, and then they make a calculate like an estimate or calculation based on how many people using the plugin are disliking the video. So the numbers could be very, very skewed. The numbers could be very skewed. I believe that's how it works. I might be completely wrong. It's either it only counts the fucking dislikes with other people using the plugin, which people who are using the plugin, in my opinion, are probably going to be more. You could always argue this, by the way. You could always argue that the people that are using the plugin use it so that they can see dislikes because they are people that are more likely to dislike a video, right? So it might be completely misrepresentative of actual data. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it works exactly, but yes, it's a lot of nonsense.
Ethan's wrong.
Yeah.
Like, that's your fucking level of research, bro. This is the actual conversation. You're entering the Israel-Palestine conversation with that level of context. That's crazy.
He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb.
Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits.
And everybody thinks this guy's awesome. Yeah, it's...
Worst content cop, by the way. Crazy how I called it. I mean, like I've been saying consistently, I don't think it's anything impressive that I called it. I don't think it's crazy. People like Ian, people like this are just fucking insanely predictable, okay? People like this are fucking insanely predictable. You can see what they're about to do from a mile away, right? People like Ian and people that I've covered in the past on my channel, they all have a tendency of just doing things that are, synonymous to what other people do. that same like a similar mindset, that same like similar vibes, politics, ethics, you know, whatever, right? They're all just incredibly predictable. Okay, they're all incredibly predictable. How many times have No, I don't. No, I don't. QQ. Goku now gotta eat the boot now. Like there are so many times in the past when I've like, you know, when I was watching or covering somebody on stream and I'm like, this person's gonna do this, because it's just so easy to fucking tell what it is that they do based on like how many times we've seen it happen in the past with other people. And they always do. They always do, because people are predictable as hell. I did nothing special, okay? I did absolutely nothing special. Anybody could have seen this coming from a mile fucking away. Everybody could have seen this coming from a mile away. And if they didn't, they're the delusional ones, not me. Like Goku Naro. Like Goku Naro. You know what? I might as well bring up that Goku Naro clip right now. I'm gonna bring it up right now. Give me one moment. I feel like it is necessary to bring this up right now. we gotta do this. We gotta do this.
I want to dispel. A big claim being made that I want to dispel. People who don't know what the fuck they're talking about are claiming
people
that
who don't know what the fuck they're talking about
going to be making a content cop on Ethan Klein.
Yeah? Yeah, pal? Yeah, pal? People that don't know what the fuck they're talking about? Hold on. Where was my tweet again? Hold on, give me 1 second. I have to rub it in. Because I was just right. I was just right to the fucking T. I was just like absolutely fucking right. People who are delusional, who don't know anything about what they're talking about. Items is going to make a content cop on H3H. He's trying to hit the same notes as H3's Hasan Nuke, which is true. He did. He tried to make like a 1 hour long video trying to like be super fucking like super fucking profound about the topics that he's talking about, and even hitting on some of H3's like, you know, poor coverage of bullshit, blah 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 blah. Who cares? Whatever. It's going to include the friendship issues, which happen to be a large portion of the video, and ultimately fall flat because items will look like a pandering moron who flakes on people, which is absolutely true. That was a huge takeaway from the video. This will more than likely be a self nuke, which is true because now a lot of people fucking hate iDubbbz because of it. Sorry, what was that, Gokunaro? What did you say?
Going to be making a content cop on Ethan Klein. Delusional.
Okay.
Not happening.
Okay.
If that happens, I will eat a shoe. I will physically eat a shoe. Okay. A big claim being made.
Can't wait to see him eat the shoe. Shill my account? I'm not gonna shill anything.
It's like they're all fucking dogpiling for the same dumb shit that you are now too. It's not like they're random people, dude. These people are saying disgusting freak shit.
This guy that's on the screen, can we show his recent tweets?
Remember when he was laughing at Israeli civilians running in fear?
I never know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like you know, it's just kind of like my reputation. You know, I never know what I'm talking about. When was this? The literally a couple hours after you know iDubbbz announced his content cop. To be clear. So this was literally 3 days, 3 days before he ever released the video.
Are you okay with that, Ian? Have you seen that? And are you okay with that? Some apparently, even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way. Okay, that's funny. He should include that.
Was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking. And I'll say it.
What type of shoe should he eat? I don't know shit about shoes, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But he is taking applications.
Down on it. And people,
no.
And it's all culminated, at least.
You guys know how I feel about them. I don't need to say it.
So is Ian going to say anything? Because so far he's doing like the Philly D where it's like, well, so people on the internet are saying this.
Well, no,
Ethan said that, and they're saying that. Let me know in the comments what you think.
He is saying, he's saying he agrees with them, but he's just showing out of context.
He's not
headlines.
really though. He's just doing like a YouTube essay.
Let's see.
My story. In Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned
bridges. I don't fucking care about any of these people. They're all a bunch of psychopaths.
Oh my god. There's so much to go through.
Once again, saying that I don't think that Israel should be annihilated, that I don't think that the border should be immediately lifted, that I don't think that would be a good solution. You know what I mean? Like, okay.
Burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hasan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
Get some help?
Wow.
Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. completely disregards how the internet has been harassing him nonstop and is even bleeding into his real life.
Like, are you actually serious right now?
Wow.
He's doing the get some help thing, which, by the way, he knows because I'm friends with him about like my struggles with mental health and what I've been through and how I've treated it and stuff. And like this whole
swallow a Barbie doll shoe. You know what? As much as I dislike some of Gokunaro's shallow fucking takes and some of his, you know, pretentious fucking behavior, I can't really get behind hating anybody or being too fucking vitriolic towards anybody. Okay, I'm a very forgiving person, I would say. I'm a very empathetic and forgiving person. I'm such an empath, guys. I'm such an empath, slay, or whatever it is that people say. But unironically, I think he should just swallow a Barbie shoe. He should just chew up he should just chew up a plastic Barbie shoe and just fucking and just swallow it. Yeah, if that I feel like that would be easier. I feel like that would be significantly easier and probably healthier, or more less impactful to his health, less detrimental to his health than than eating a whole shoe.
Help thing. Like, holy shit, talk about fucking like gaslighting or crazy making. This is really pathetic stuff.
He doesn't have many nice things to say.
Maybe you can find an edible shoe for the content. Yeah. I can't get behind people fucking choose sides all the time. And like I just, unless somebody's like absolutely fucking wretched, unless somebody's absolutely fucking unforgivable, I can't get behind, just bullshitting everybody every step of the way, or bullshitting somebody every step of the way. I think everybody's entitled to like a fair assessment and a fair shake, regardless of how dislikable or how irritating they are, regardless of who they are, right? Like for example, I've disliked Ethan Klein for as long as I've been aware of his existence, but I think despite my dislike of him, I am, like I've said before, time and time again, I am willing to go bat for the guy in times where he deserves a fair shake. Coconut is pretty reasonable when he reviews Ethan on stream. His audience wants him to go much harder on Ethan, but he doesn't. That's respectable. That's very respectable. Everybody deserves a fair shake. Everybody deserves a reasonable approach.
Is he gonna say it? What are they? Just leave us wondering.
Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace, and we can rekindle our friendship.
Really?
You ever since he broke up with Hassan, you started liking him again. It's because I feel like the thing about Ethan Klein that people have liked is like his petty nature, right? Because it's entertaining to watch. I never liked when he was petty back in the day, but his petty nature was really entertaining to watch. And when he was when he was with Hassan, that was a very dull period in Ethan's Ethan's career. Because he was believe it or not, I want to say that Hassan kind of kept him grounded. I really do think that Hassan kind of kept him grounded, and Ethan was just too busy, having discourse, having discourse with Hassan to really engage in any petty behavior. Because he had to be he probably had to be more reserved, given that there was two people's reputations on the line instead of just himself.
For Ethan, Ian, but I don't know if you're watching this.
The pandering from Ethan was pathetic, absolutely.
I just have a feeling that friendship's probably over for the foreseeable future. But I appreciate your optimism,
Leaving my friendship behind.
So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way.
Oh yeah, this whole thing started, didn't it, when they made some joke about how I said, isn't that the gay one? Because I was being silly. We talked about some court ruling.
Right, I don't even remember.
And whatever.
In the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this. It's stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism, and also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking
yeah. I mean, I thought it was insensitive.
Sometimes you gotta just throw something out there.
Oh yeah, do a burp. It's so edgy.
Oh, it's so edgy. I agree.
Yeah, he went woke, but he kept the burps.
The left needed some burps, that's for sure.
Ethan busted, by the way, is still going on. Still at 50-50.
Hold on. I need to take a look at this. Sorry, it's everybody's favorite hypocrite on Twitter. Safe to say the content cop backfired. 172,000 dislikes and counting. Quick note for the future: Glazer's puff piece meta is over. Don't dick ride Hassan unless you want to get trashed, tasted, or content copped in the dislike section on YouTube. I don't know how accurate this is, but I just don't think that it's accurate at all. I'm not entirely sure how accurate this measurement is. But if this is a true if this is a true representation of dislikes, who would have even where would these metrics even come from? Who provided these metrics? Because if it's from a plugin, I just refuse to believe that this is like a proper what's the word that I'm looking for here? I just don't know if this is a true number. I would like to know where the source is from. But if this is real, that's pretty bad. If that's real, that's pretty fucking bad. It has almost an 8% like rate. Isn't that very good? On paper, maybe. I assume the metrics are from the fake plugin, or just discuss. Why do you think it's real? It's Yeet. I agree. I agree, but there's I feel like I feel like there's always the potential that somebody leaked this. You know, one of like, you know, Ian's channel editors might have leaked this. Although this doesn't look like the YouTube, you know, this does not look like the YouTube like any YouTube interface I've ever seen. So this is more than likely fake. I am willing to make a leap in logic and say that this is more than likely fake. I am not willing to believe this tweet at face value.
50-50. I've been keeping an eye on that, and it's impressive. It's technically yes.
Let me give a little bit of fence sitting, okay, Queen Bee. Let me give a little bit of fence sitting, but yeah, it's unlikely real. It's unlikely to be real. It is more than likely fake.
It's winning, so you know it's 50.1 or something.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, but hey, nice dude. This $30 donation from John C. This video is terrible, but can we not lose sight of the fact that even these losers didn't want to hang out with Mike from PA?
That is the best.
It jumped out to me right away. It really did.
Dude, he assembled the ensemble of like the anti-Zionist super team, right? And Mike from PA is not here. It's fucking brilliant, dude. Couch puncher didn't make the cut.
What if they actually invited him and he couldn't make it? Would that crush your soul?
There's no shot he wouldn't clear his calendar. Are you crazy?
I don't know.
You don't think he would show up for this?
I don't know. I feel like he doesn't get around a lot.
You think he's afraid? He's agoraphobic or something? Might be.
Work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic.
Here we go.
I discovered him because he was in the circles online that
I'm very curious. I'm actually fuck. I wish I would have just fucking skipped to this part ahead of time. There's a lot of fucking fluff here that is completely unnecessary that I wasted too much time covering. I wish I could have just like fucking skipped to here. I want to see Ethan's response to some of like I want to say iDubbbz's more rational takes. Right. I want to see something like you know Ethan's response to some of iDubbbz's more rational takes. I think iDubbbz is completely entitled to the sentiment, and I think he is completely within the right to say that expecting a transactional relationship from iDubbbz is pretty unhinged.
And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know?
I agree with that. I do agree with this, right? Listen to Hassan, probably completely irrelevant. But what's it called? I think this is the third time that I'm mentioning this. Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over a petty year-old I'm right, you're wrong obsession you cannot get over is the right strategy? Ethan Klein is a very petty person. This is a fair criticism. This is a fair criticism. I can agree with this. Stop tormenting yourself, man. Listen to Hassan. Okay, Hassan has nothing to do with this. You don't have to be Hassan to like, you know, tell Ethan Klein that he shouldn't be fucking like vindictive and petty and all this bullshit, right? This is just a fair criticism. This is just a fair criticism.
Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition?
I'm really curious to see how Ethan Klein is going to react because one of Ethan Klein's biggest flaws is that he just doesn't fucking take the L when he has to. He just doesn't fucking do it. It's like he has no self-awareness sometimes.
Petty, you're old, I'm right, you're wrong obsession you cannot get over is the right strategy.
How many dislikes as the constant cop has? I don't know. And any number that you see online is more than likely inaccurate. Chronic. We'll just put it this way.
There's no contact. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Listen to Hassan. Like, that's patronizing as fuck.
Regardless of the content, like, see, this is what I'm talking about. Even if there isn't any content, the fucking, like, statement alone stands for itself because you are a very petty person that does get into, like, you know, competitions with people over petty fucking discourse. Okay?
I mean, what's the other stuff you say?
Like, I'm not going to endorse it. I'm not going to retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. What I saw is that Ethan's very much prone to anxiety and stress, and having loads of people on his head was a lot. He didn't leave room for self-questioning, instead going in instant defense. So
okay, here, bullshit. Don't try to fucking, like, you know, analyze somebody's psyche. You know, don't try to analyze somebody's psyche like that. if you're not particularly good at having a read on people, or if you're just not, or if you just haven't been around the person for long enough to like make a good determination.
This is him being reasonable, somewhat reasonable. The Froggy, we need like the album of just to show you how absolutely insanely unhinged this fucking psycho has been.
Yeah.
This Gally probably has the album of this guy.
Okay, come on, man. Let's be real. Let's be real here. I don't think I believe. Okay, like I said yesterday, and I even went through Froggy's account. Froggy does like has gotten a lot of impressions and has gotten a lot of interactions when Froggy has been vocal against Ethan Klein in a very unhinged fashion. Yes. But I am not willing to say that it is something that he's been doing fucking consistently, and that there's a whole album of him doing it. Maybe a handful of times, yes, but doing it over and over and over again, no. Has he maybe been critical of you in the past handful of times? Or maybe even consistently, probably. But unhinged, I think Ethan's probably being a little bit bad faith. Unhinged a couple of handful of times, yes, but probably not to the extent that he's making it seem here.
Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year.
So, I really want to show those tweets from that Froggy Tonic guy.
What is his name again?
Froggy Tonic.
I genuinely cannot keep track of all of them.
There's a lot of Froggies involved.
There's too many frogs in this story.
Froggy Tonic.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Why are there so many?
Amazing.
Froggy Fresh.
How hilarious.
And then Funky Frog Bait is Lena's opponent.
I mean, here, I just
and then
typed...
Frogan. There's just like frogs everywhere involved in the story.
I mean, I just typed Froggy Tonic Twitter, and it's saying, Ethan did not leave. Oh, shut up, you impotent bitch. I've got 3 kids. How are you going to accuse me of being impotent? That's factually the worst. I've got 3 kids, bro. And I got 9 male eggs lined up. I'm the king of shooting loads. You're browsing it chronically. You screenshot so many of our tweets. I'm going to get them off Reddit, obviously. And you download folders might as well be his Hassan tweet archive. Ethan has holes in his brain. He said, hold on. I'm dumbfounded. Where was it? That's so weird when I went to...
Which one are you looking for in particular?
I'll take any of them. I know there's a whole album of them out there, of this guy's unhinged takes.
Twitter's a rat hole.
I mean, he's right. They're like, Froggy does have a lot of unhinged takes about Ethan Klein, but I wouldn't say that there's like, like so much to like, claim that it is something that he does is like, so commonly. If you were to go to like Froggy's fucking Twitter right now, you could probably find a couple of examples, but to say like they're consistent across the board, that he's like doing it every day, I don't think it's true. Like don't get me wrong, I think that Froggy Tonic is a complete fucking moron, but I'm at least willing to be a little bit reasonable.
Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the...
Hila Klein, how do you think...
Why is Ethan so bothered by what Froggy says anyhow? Interesting you might mention that, because Idub says the same thing in his video. The reason why Ethan is so bothered is because of the CPS situation. Around the same time, when people were calling, CPS to Ethan Klein's house, Froggy Tonic threw his hat in the ring and tried to basically use a Snark talking point, a talking point that came from Snark, to be clear, to basically attempt to allege that Ethan Klein, due to his negligence, led to his dog's early death, which around the time is a completely insensitive and deranged thing to, sort of pseudo allege against somebody, given the fact that they're currently being, investigated by CPS due to Snark schizo theories about Ethan Klein being negligent with his children. Are there some really crazy tweets from Froggy? Yes, there are. But the thing is that while there are some very crazy tweets from Froggy Tonic, I agree with Sick that Froggy isn't Ian's responsibility for the most part, right? For the most part, there are some caveats there, such as the CPS thing, which I already expanded on. But also, right? Also, to say that he does it, that he is a career Ethan Klein snarker, I think is a little bit bad faith and untrue. Right? He might have a couple of moments where he's just fucking vitriolically talking shit, yes, but to say that he does it, so often that there's a fucking full catalog is probably not true. You could probably find maybe 4 or 5, 10 examples, but to say that he's been doing it for fucking years, right? To imply that he's been doing it so fucking much, to the extent of somebody like Bad Empanada, or to the extent of somebody like Noah Samson, is probably incorrect. Or to the extent of some snarkers on YouTube is probably incorrect.
morally above us when you're just judging people based on where they're from. Okay, first of all, Yoav Gallant is not a good guy. Palestinians don't learn to hate Jews at 2 years old, and you know all of that, you C-word.
No. Froggy was 100% fueling the fire. I will probably say that conclusively. I will probably say that Froggy was, fueling the fire around the time. I think in some cases Froggy is just being mean because he feels like, maybe ideologically betrayed, especially given all of the political rhetoric and people choosing sides and whatnot. But in that particular case with the whole alleging that he was negligent of his dog, was fueling the fire.
Don't recall you. Again, the Gallant thing is so stupid.
C-word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with.
Just learned 2 years before Ethan's dog's death, some of the H3 fans voiced concern for this chronic vomiting. It's talking about kidney failure, got shunned by fans. Ethan declined the advice, stayed course, kept giving him cheese. Now his dog's dead. And of course, the point of this was saying that he understands why people are worried about my kids, that they think my kids are in danger. Clearly
he's laying it out here pretty plainly.
Missing some context there.
So this was after CPS was called, probably, right?
I don't remember. I think it was leading up to it, actually, which makes it not any better.
It was. I believe it was. I believe it was around the same time. I believe it was around the same time. Hold on. I think we can get a good time frame of when this was.
We need to talk about
March 11th, 2025. So this would have been a week ago. This would have been a week. No, he made the video. He made the video at this point, but that's not actually when it happened. That's not actually when it occurred.
Listen.
March 8th. So it would have been literally 5 days before. It would have been literally 5 days before, which lines up with a Giardia schizo theories on Snark, because the Giardia schizo theories have been were going on for about 2 weeks before this occurred. The Giardia schizo theories, would have been happening around 2 weeks before this occurred. Wait, no, this is a highlight. So this is still not the definite date. On the ground research, cross analyzing. 2 years ago. Fuck. Where? It must have been a month ago. My war against Snark. March 7th. So yeah, it would have been 4 days. It would have been 4 days before he addresses the CPS stuff, which would have been around the same time. So Ethan is right. It was leading up to the CPS visit or the CPS call.
This is after. CPS
this is after. Well, that makes it just unhinged as fuck.
No, it's not. It's not after. It is not after. At least as far as we know, it's not after. Who knows when it occurred in real life? When it occurred in real life, it could have been before this. Who knows? But it is not after it was made public information. It was after the whole Giardia discourse on the Snark subreddit, though.
Here is why we're concerned, you guys.
Bro, you're missing some serious context.
Yeah.
If it's going to be like, I got CPS to my house, and your friend is saying that's
Here's
justified.
why.
Adam's lost his mind siding with Frogan and Denims. Absolutely true. I agree.
Mean-spirited? Is that really what we're going to do?
And he's also saying he pretty much agreed with some of his tweets, just not all of them. Because in one...
Is there an implication? I believe it. I believe it is... I believe it is fair to say that it is an implication given the amount of talk about negligence at the time during this time span.
He calls me the C word. That was too far for me.
Yeah, no, I don't care if he calls you a fucking...
I couldn't even care less. Call me the C word every day.
What I don't like is when people call her like a Zionist baby-killing genocider.
Yeah, or when they're trying to justify why they called CPS to our house.
That's
true.
As bad as it gets.
That's a trillion times worse than calling me the C word.
Yeah, I think that's as bad as it gets, is justifying why it was okay to call CPS.
I'm opening a Pokemon pack right now on
and a bunch of other shit,
Pokemon
I'm sure.
TCG Pocket. Hopefully I get something good.
Oh, that was very kind of you to just, yada yada, all the crazy shit. See, this would be where the benefit of preparing would be good, because I know that, but I can still put that together.
Yeah, we
but
can still do that.
I remember it was just incredibly unhinged, disgusting shit. By the way, just to go back to a point I was making.
I got nothing.
iDubbbz accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda by saying that from the river to the sea is uncomfortable for Israelis and explaining why. This is the clip we were watching at the time. Israel is a country that... Well, let me read this caption for you. Israel is a country that has no place on our land. We must remove that country because it constitutes a security, military, and political catastrophe. To the Arab and Islamic nation, it must be finished. We are not ashamed to say this with full force. We must teach Israel a lesson. We must do it again and again. The Al-Aqsa flood is just the first, and there will be a second, a third, a fourth.
Do make good content.
The Al-Aqsa flood is
I agree.
what they call the October 7th.
I agree that impulsive folks do make good content, but unfortunately, I don't typically like to cover people that are very, very impulsive, unless they like deserve it one way or another. I think that it's a little bit. I wouldn't be able to give you my exact reasons as to why I think it's wrong. It just doesn't feel right to me. So I typically won't cover impulsive people. Like some lolcows, some niche lolcows, I'll probably never poke my nose into, given that I don't know. It just feels weird to me. I think everybody.
We have the determination.
I think everybody deserves a level of respect, so long as they haven't done anything completely fucking unhinged or reckless or dangerous.
Capabilities to fight.
What are your first impressions of the content cop? Okay, my first impressions. Well, Rat Gaming. My first impressions. I'll show it to you again. My first impressions were before the content cop was ever released. My first impressions were before the content cop ever fucking released. These were my first impressions, and I was absolutely right before the content cop ever released 3 days ahead of time. These were my first impressions. Sorry, let's go back to this. Let me go back. You guys were saying how you guys forgot how insane this clip is. Okay, I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna focus on this so I can see.
We are not ashamed to say this with full force. We must teach Israel a lesson. We must do it again and again. The Al-Aqsa flood is just the first, and there will be a second, a third, a fourth. The Al-Aqsa flood is what they call the October 7th attack. Because we have the determination, the resolve, and the capabilities to fight. Will we have a price to pay? Yes, and we are ready to pay it. By the way, that price being all the fucking civilians that are dying there. They knew the price, and they were, again, as he says...
Okay. Jesus fucking Christ, Ethan. Jesus Christ, Ethan. By the way, the price being all the civilians there. That he probably doesn't mean it as in like he's saying that everybody deserves to fucking die. But Jesus fucking Christ, he probably means it as in like that was the repercussions that that the IDF was willing to go for. But God fucking damn, dude. Holy shit.
Part of their war plan. We are called a nation of martyrs, and we are proud to sacrifice martyrs. I mean, listen to this guy. He's saying he wants to fight. This is an official.
All right, come on, Ethan. You can't let one person speak on behalf of every fucking civilian. You hate it when people do it to you. You can't let one fucking unhinged individual let speak on behalf of every. Oh my God, Ethan, you fucking moron.
We did not want to harm civilians.
Okay.
There were complications on the ground. He's saying, and there was a party in the area with civilian populations. He's going, dude, what did you expect? Our fighters came across a party with a bunch of young kids dancing, and they had to rape and murder them. It was a complication.
I mean, that's just a lie.
It was a large area of 40 kilometers. The occupation must end in the Gaza Strip. No, I'm talking about all Palestinian lands. Once again, that's funny because it's exactly related to what he accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda about. My point is when Israelis hear from the ocean to the sea, they hear all of Israel. And guess what? That's what the guy from Hamas is saying on the screen of the clip you showed.
I don't understand. If a movement is for peace between two people, and one people is telling you they're not comfortable with the statement, shouldn't we change the statement to something that both people can get behind?
No, because they'll say,
peace?
Right. Well, people will say that Israel's the aggressor, so they shouldn't have to adjust anything.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's like watered down American version of what's happening there.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This motherfucker can be so petty sometimes, and he doesn't fucking understand what he's saying. He doesn't understand. Did iDubbbz use a lot of clips out of context like here? iDubbbz did use a couple of things out of context, yes. Every now and then. I made an entire VOD on it, Rat Gaming, yesterday. Typically I keep my VODs members only, but I'll keep both of these public for the sake of there being clear and concise coverage.
Does this mean the annihilation of Israel? Yes, of course. The existence of Israel is illogical. The existence of Israel is what causes all the pain, blood, and tears.
Just the existence.
It is Israel, not us. We are the victims of the occupation period. Therefore, nobody should blame us for the things we do. October 7th, October 10th, October 1 million. Everything we do is justified.
It is justified.
Cool.
That is the words of an official Hamas spokesperson after October 7th. And that was on the screen as he was accusing me of spreading Israeli propaganda. Fascinating stuff here by iDubbbz. What a fucking insightful video this is.
Ooh.
At some point.
Okay, look. Ethan Klein, you're a complete fucking moron for letting one person, like, you know, for letting one person represent the entirety of, you know, of the sentiment of civilians in one region, right? Because I believe that not everybody wants there to be, like, you know, unbridled fucking bloodshed, right? But at the same time, iDubbbz should, you know, pick and choose properly what he uses to represent some of his talking points, because this doesn't really look good for iDubbbz. Let me see. I need to make clear. I need to make really sure.
Unhinged, disgusting shit. By the way, just to go back to a point I was making, iDubbbz accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda by saying that from the river to the sea.
Okay, so he's just superimposing this onto iDubbbz, out of like it's basically off of a loose point. Okay, you know what? I can see what he's saying by when some people say from the river to the sea, they definitely mean the destruction of Israel. But to superimpose that onto iDubbbz is fucking deranged and bad faith. He's basically pulling an iDubbbz on iDubbbz. This was completely unnecessary, Ethan. This was completely unnecessary.
Does this mean the annihilation of Israel? Yes, of course. The existence of Israel is illogical.
Did he? Did I just miss it? Did I just not scroll back far enough? Hold on.
Kids are in danger. Clearly missing some context there.
So this was after CPS was called, probably, right?
Am I just misremembering?
I think it was leading up to it, actually, which makes it not.
We're concerned, you guys.
Bro, you're missing some serious context.
Yeah.
If it's going to be like, I
got
CPS to my house, and your friend is saying that's
Here's
justified.
why. Yeah.
And you're saying, oh, it was mean-spirited? Is that really what we're going to do?
And he's also saying he pretty much agreed with some of his tweets, just not all of them. Because in one of them, he calls me the C word. That was too far for me.
Yeah, no, I don't care if he calls you a fucking...
I couldn't even care less. Call me the C word every day.
What I don't like is when people call her like a Zionist baby killing.
I'm such a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
I forgot the keys. I forgot the keys to go frame by frame. Fuck it. We'll just go by seconds.
Yeah, I think that's as bad as it gets, is justifying why it was okay to call CPS on us. Yada yada. So put that Israel and explaining why. Propaganda. This is the clip we were watching.
I don't know if I'm having a complete fucking brain fart, but I'm going to assume that this is in reference to that exact point that I was talking about earlier, when iDubbbz was saying that when iDubbbz was saying from the river to the sea. You know what? I'm not even gonna try to recollect. I think I just completely missed it. I'm just having like a brain fart. Full clip maybe. I'm just not gonna fucking dwell on it too much, because I think I'm just having a complete brain fart. If it comes to me, I'll address it. But I think I know exactly what you're referring to, and I just can't put my fucking, like, you know, my hand on it. I can't just grasp it just yet. I know exactly what you're saying. I believe I even said that when iDubbbz. I believe I even said that when Ethan Klein says that when people say from the river to the sea, sometimes they do absolutely mean like the destruction of Israel, or for Israel to have never existed, right? Because some people, you know, anecdotally, right? I even said anecdotally, some people will absolutely get behind the idea that Israel should probably be destroyed. I think I know what you're referring to, but I just can't quite, like, fucking, you know, put my finger on it. I can't quite put my finger on it. So I think some of Ethan's commentary here was insane, but I think to, like, you know, also criticize iDubbbz for not understanding that some people do in fact. Okay, yeah, I think I did make that same criticism. I think some people, you know, I think iDubbbz failing to understand that some people absolutely do mean it to be. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, QQ, my goats.
The state of Israel is.
Yeah. You're right.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, you know, adopted over the years.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, so iDubbbz is just being a fucking moron. Like, yeah, Ethan may have said a couple of unhinged things, but yeah, iDubbbz is being a fucking moron, and he's basically pretending that Ethan Klein is being unreasonable here when you can in fact make the determination that some people absolutely do mean from the river to the sea does mean like the complete and utter destruction of Israel. Okay. Yeah. It was just like I must have like, you know, gotten to that point like probably an hour ago. I must have touched on that point maybe over an hour ago. So yes, you're right, Queen. You're right, Queen Bee. You're absolutely right. You're correct. Yeah, I must have touched on this like over an hour ago, unironically. Yeah, you're right. Ethan is just right. Was he a little bit maybe fucking unhinged in what he said about you know about like you know, like using him to represent the entirety of like, you know, of you know, the entirety of one group of people? Yeah, but is he right? Is he right in saying that when some people mean, from the river to the sea, they're being incredibly, what's the word? They're being, also equally as vindictive towards the other side, and claiming that they also want that entire state to be destroyed along with its people. Is Ethan right to say that? Also, yes. Okay, yeah, I touched on that. I touched on that a while ago. Thank you for bringing that up again. Thank you for letting that tie back full circle. Damn, I can't believe that fucking completely slipped my brain.
We'll say that.
I was literally arguing the same thing right here. Where is it? It was around here, from here. I just can't quite recall. Yeah, it was around here. Anyways,
Israel's the aggressor, so they shouldn't have to adjust anything.
Yeah, but that's watered down American.
Oh yes, you're right. You're right. Fuck, I accidentally bumped into my mic. That's probably gonna sound really terrible for you guys. Yeah, it was when Steph's arrived. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I believe that was a little over an hour ago. Caffeine withdrawal. I am feeling the caffeine withdrawal. Typically when I get caffeine withdrawal, my eyes get really heavy and I feel really sleepy and tired, and my stomach starts feeling really heavy. So yes, I am currently getting caffeine withdrawal, but I will not be drinking another energy drink. That would probably be really bad.
Nation of Israel? Yes, of course. The existence of Israel is illogical. The existence of Israel is what causes all the pain, blood, and tears.
Just the existence.
It is Israel, not us. We are the
Okay,
victims.
so yeah, I believe I was just absolutely right when I said that there are certain people that 100% believe this. I just didn't think that I would see an example of a fucking Hamas spokesperson. I'd like to prove the same argument that I was making an hour ago.
Occupation
Very
period.
Interesting.
Therefore, nobody should blame us for the things we do.
I'm
October
not
7th,
gonna
October
drink
10th,
more
October
energy
1
drinks.
million. Everything we do is justified.
It is justified.
Okay. Cool. So some regrettable words by Ethan Klein, but I think he's just right in pointing out how some people will absolutely say something like this wholeheartedly.
Telling of this horrible shit. Oh, this is the best. Idubs, Hassan, Gene, I guess that's Denims, Frogan, Frog, Sean DeBlack, Mike from PA. God, look how happy they are.
What are we looking at?
This is them having a fun party where they're all hugging and loving, and then Mike from PA is sitting by himself, punching couches, man. Fuck, I actually feel bad for him. Can you zoom in on the poor little girl?
She looks so sad.
I know, I feel so bad. Maybe we've been...
Mike from PA is completely fucking unhinged, doesn't deserve to be included in anything. I hope the guy is lonely forever. Sean DeBlack, I fucking hate this guy. He's just such an unlikable, violent person. Considering he's called for the fucking knife murder of an individual. Frogan is unironically more tolerable than fucking Denims and Hassan. I probably couldn't argue why, but somehow I hate Frogan the least out of all these people. And ironically enough, I hate Denims more. I hate Denims more out of everybody here. But I hate Mike from PA more than all of these people. Well, yeah, than all of these people combined.
Think about Mike from PA all wrong.
Maybe.
I got to love that he's taking the fattest L today.
Maybe he was just busy.
Maybe. He's got to show receipts then. I need to see receipts of that. I need an alibi.
I mean, it's on the other side of the country, to be fair.
Come on.
And I'm sure he's got a lot going on.
Come on. Yeah, you're right. He's a busy guy.
IDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from?
Oh, wow. Here we go. He did his research, guys. By the way, this information, what information? You haven't even shown anything I've said other than the Gallant thing, which we immediately walked back and corrected, and me expressing my opinion.
I agree. IDubbbz just made a fucking failed content cop in the first 10 minutes of his video, the first 8 minutes of this video. and then when he actually made some reasonable points about his friendship with Ethan, and then it was just completely hypocritical 30 fucking minutes in, I was like, okay, garbage all the way through.
That about from the river to the sea, that's your proof of me being an Israeli propagandist?
Oh my. Ethan just won here unironically.
Come on, dude, what are you doing? He has no idea what he's talking about. He is so fucking ignorant on this topic. The fact that he felt comfortable making this video is so arrogant. Holy shit.
QQ, I will have forever dodged a bullet, okay? I will have forever dodged a bullet, QQ, okay? QQ is gonna know exactly what I mean by that, but I will have forever dodged a bullet. And you know exactly what I mean.
Shit, dude.
Obviously a problem. If Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter, looking for something...
Why is he showing me scrolling Hitler? I forget the context of this.
Huh?
But I think it was making fun of you.
There was context to
Was
this.
what?
Well, it looks like it was an Ethan Klein video.
Yeah, no, it was.
No, but there was
Well, I don't watch
context
those.
to this.
I think I was making fun of.
I don't watch
Probably
those.
just to
Oh, you know
show-
what? I was showing anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
There was a thread on Twitter. Dude, that's crazy to use this one out of context. I was talking about how crazy anti-Semitism is, and there was this thread on Twitter where it was just full of Hitler doing Nazi salutes, and I was like, man, this is terrifying.
Was that
think?
Fuck, I'm gonna need to do a lot of research. Thank God I already did the research for most of the stuff that iDubbbz covered in his video. Thank God that I'm well informed on like 90% of the fucking bullshit that was going on, that is going on between both of these individuals. Thank fucking God. But I'm gonna need to do additional research on some of these things that were taken out of context, so that I can either be like, yeah, iDubbbz was in the right to like use this clip the way that it was, or to say that no, he basically pulled a Noah Samson and cut something out of context. But Jesus fucking Christ, I need to do a lot more research.
No, he's saying that I'm scrolling Twitter for my info, and he's showing me scrolling an anti-Semitic post with Hitler salutes. Gal, you can find it. I'll show you guys just how twisted this is.
Okay.
Well, here, I mean, just
back it up. Let me listen to what he said.
Yeah, let's watch
horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very
Mossad, obviously.
obviously a
Mossad,
problem if
obviously.
Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through...
Where do you think Hassan gets his information from?
Let's just
I
finish
mean,
this
really,
sentence
I know.
and
Sorry.
a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter, looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up.
I'm looking. What is that? Okay, so he's saying I'm looking through Twitter.
You're seeking out things to upset you, which when you were still on Twitter.
But Ethan hasn't been on Twitter in so long.
Yeah, you. How long has it been?
It's been very long. I can tell you, I live with him.
I don't think. I mean, it's been a long time since you've been off of it,
And
but I
him
don't think it
too.
was that long that Ethan fully got off of Twitter.
Well, I'm telling you,
Well,
he is not getting his news on Twitter. This is
Right.
full on like hallucination.
Well, no, it's been like 2 years probably.
No shot.
Well,
It was
October
not that
7th was in 23, right? I guess no. It'd be probably maybe a year.
Probably a year, yeah.
Yeah, maybe a year.
I'm gonna check the lore
What
website.
year is it?
HDLore.com.
Oh shit, he's probably doing live updates right now. Oh, thank you so much. I got a timestamp to this exact moment.
There you go.
So, oh yeah, there was a bro. There was so the top Arabic streamer on Twitch was doing straight up Holocaust denial, and and I was showing one of his tweets, and I'm like, dude, what is going on? Like, I'm sorry, but if like,
Wait, that thread was his
yes,
thread?
yeah, you'll see. Here, I'll play it. Calling his opponents Jews. Let me go back. You guys get the whole context here.
You know, not just Israel's. And he says, God.
Okay, I guess I don't have to fucking go source it myself. Ethan is just doing it for us. Thank fucking God. What a relief.
See how
What a relief.
I said I love
You know how long it takes to like find direct one-to-one, sources of things sometimes? Thank fucking
that
God.
person who worries them, and this one is happy and says they deserve it. God.
Sorry, I'm
sure he means Zionists.
Oh, fuck me. There's
You
too much to
fuck it
watch
up.
here. No, I'll just.
Calling his opponents Jews as an insult and saying he loves Hitler.
Come, you pick, I will.
He's saying in English on Twitch, "You Jewish pig," as an insult. Like, I'm sorry, that's the biggest Arabic streamer. That's not fucking okay. Is that okay? Is this me forcing myself to get worked up? I don't think so. I think that's pretty inappropriate. Like, does it matter? Like, if there was like, let's say, a Chinese dude on Twitch and he was dropped.
You know what? Now that you mentioned it, I'm kind of like upset at myself that I didn't go harder. That I didn't go fucking harder at that point that iDubbbz brought up. I'm kind of mad that I didn't go harder at that point. I like called it out and I said that like, Ethan is within his right to like be upset at some of this stuff, but like I didn't realize just how badly iDubbbz misrepresented it. It's one of those things that is like sort of kind of like, not that bad, but he still misrepresented it pretty like, egregiously, right? It's not the worst thing that you can misrepresent because you could probably reasonably assume that Ethan Klein is kind of obsessed with like looking at things that upset him. But at the same time, calling out like, poor behavior is not that unhinged. I'm kind of mad that I didn't go a lot harder at the time.
Saying that calling people the N-word, would that be okay? I mean, I don't know if that's I'm just saying, like, we all know using these slurs is not a good thing. But apparently he's doing this where it's like, I'm crazy for being offended about anti-Semitism. And it's like, isn't that fucking nice for you to say?
I'm still not even really connecting it to the point that Ian was trying to make.
Yeah, I don't think his point is very clear so far.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's trying to say.
He's saying that you're seeking it out, but you're reacting to this content. He's saying it's your fault for getting upset over it, which to me, I know,
QQ.
Kind of victim blaming.
Yeah.
I know QQ. I know it's not a prepared video, but still, I like to think that I catch things like really easily as they're coming at me.
Well, here, let me.
You
just.
I'm just like, you know, it's just my pride. It's just my pride, you know.
Trash. You trash.
You're trash. How am I wrong for being upset about this? You scum. You can actually kind of hear him. I know this because it's from the original VOD, but this
Sounds
is
like
the best
shit we should all
do.
agree on. Like, that's just not okay, period. That's it. Move on.
How is this? How am I wrong about this?
Stop getting worked up, you Jew.
That's true.
It's so easy for someone.
That
who's
is
like
true. That is true, Stephs. It is also just the way that his show is formatted. And I don't remember who. Hold on. I think Queeman made this point, and I think this point was actually really strong. Part of like Ethan's content model. Part of Ethan's content model, and I've said this before too, in a completely different way, and for a completely different point. But part of Ethan's content model is to interact with some of this, you know, benign shit, as you said, with his audience, because it feeds that parasociality. It feeds that, like, you know, that like, you know, aspect of you know like his members and his subscribers, you know, like being there with him. And it definitely like, you know, incentivizes these people to support Ethan Klein more, and it feeds into his business. He makes money from it, so it helps, so it works, right? There is an incentive to do this besides just Ethan being obsessed with looking at negative things, right? I think that was a really strong point, and I think it's absolutely fair.
Not the target of this insane hate that we've seen like percolating all over the internet to tell me you need to. You're getting worked up, buddy. You're getting worked up over nothing.
People in the chat are saying things like, "Dude, go just watch the video, please."
Is that what I'm doing?
This is what the process is going to be like. If you're interested in watching his video, you should just go ahead and pop on over to his channel and watch yourself.
What do they want me to do?
To stop pausing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I'm making that clear. Listen, we have a lot of viewers right now. Some of them might be new. So for those who aren't familiar with how the show works, Ethan is going to pause a lot.
Well, guys, let me be clear. This is not Twitch where I'm stealing people's content and.
Okay, but people complaining that he's pausing a lot. It's such a fucking cope. It is such a fucking cope. There, like when it comes to it, like you can't just let everything float you by and pretend like there's just some parts that, you know, parts of Idubbbz videos that are unproblematic. Idubbbz is a complete fucking moron. If there's something that needs to be actively corrected in the moment, then fucking pause all you want to provide the context. Right? Because you know, if you don't, you're gonna just let somebody like fucking Idubbbz misrepresent you and smear you for an hour. You know, of course you should just be like, you know, this guy should, like, you know, take all the opportunity in the world to like pause and provide additional context.
Playing it for my audience, which by the way, I read that Hassan did a chair react to this video. He left the room and let it play. That is not what I do here. I actually believe in fair use and copyright protection and all the parameters.
Live Hassan reaction.
I don't steal people's content. I transform it into my own work, which is what I'm doing now, and that's why I'm pausing it so much.
I'm not taking a pause.
Unlike Jeremy.
Legitimately, if you want to watch it unpaused, go watch on his channel.
Yeah, that's your option. And that's a great option. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Or do both. Go watch that.
Or watch it first and then come back and see Ethan's reaction.
Yeah, but that's why what I'm doing isn't theft. It's not meant to replace the original.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, this is such cope. You don't have to like fucking invoke fair use here to, like, you know, defend your fucking pausing. Like I understand why you're pausing. You don't need to, like, you know, fucking defend it by making like the fair use argument. Just obviously you're not fucking stealing content, dude. The more important part of you pausing a lot is that you're going to, like, you're refuting the point fairly. You're refuting the point fairly every now and then. You're refuting the point strongly, and you're providing context for stuff that was taken out of context, right? You don't need to just say fair use. You can just say that you're providing additional information, which is incredibly important for, like, the discourse at hand.
Watch a streamer that wants to pee in the potty.
Unfortunately, I wish a lot of people on Twitch would learn from that, Hassan included.
You pause so much. Yes, I know, we do. That's
Why do you care
over here on the H3 show? Baby. Pause king.
But this is what, I mean, you guys are here to watch me watch a video. What do you mean?
Maybe I'm gonna pee in my trash can.
Maybe I'm gonna go pee in my fucking trash can. I actually do need to pee.
I do need to pee too.
Hold on, let me finish this.
My God.
Finding what survived. By the way.
You literally got
sorry, I'm
one word.
That was
one word, bro.
Right, I'll work on it. I'm working on it. Maybe they have a point. Maybe they have a point. Okay. This is the best we could do. We need to disable the. It needs to be like, once you play it, you can't press it for 20 seconds.
That would be.
Oh, that would be good.
Sick.
That'd be kind of.
If somebody can make a Chrome extension for us, a custom Chrome extension that prevents Ethan from pausing as much, that'd be very helpful. Reach out to me.
Finding what survived.
I love the best.
This is his edit, by the way, the Hitler cat. Yeah.
Let me see that Hitler cat.
Yeah. From the original VOD, but this is the best we could do in finding what survived.
I love the best.
Pause it.
Are you?
Stop.
I got you.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Based?
Is it wrong to still think it's cute?
It is cute.
Like I feel like
You know what? I think this guy's based as fuck.
a bad person.
Wait, hold on. I can't
I
say
look
that.
at that. I'm like, that's still a cute cat.
We can all agree to
Cat didn't do anything. They weren't looking like
Man,
Hitler.
my cat went to use the litter box, but just pissed outside of it. The Jews came in here in the middle of the night.
Welcome back.
burglarized
Welcome
my
back,
cat's bladder,
Kalu or
and changed
Vetla.
the trajectory of its pee to my
Kalu or
floor.
Vetla.
This might also be photoshopped, but it also might not be.
Damn you, Jews!
But just like we don't blame Israelis for
What
being
the
born
fuck? Jesus.
somewhere, we don't blame
Or anyone for that matter. We
Or
don't choose
anyone.
that. That's
we don't
true.
choose where we're born.
Absolutely.
We don't.
Or how we look, you know. I
blame Mike.
I didn't
from
choose to
PA
be blessed
for
with
looking-
his unbelievable hair.
I'm gonna stop you, Dan. Mike from PA, I do blame for looking like a troll, a cave troll.
Well, yeah.
You know what? Mike from PA looks like he drags a club on the ground when he walks.
Excuse me while I punch this cow.
Hey, Mike from PA did not participate in this video. He should not be catching strays.
That's true.
Oh, Mike's always catching strays.
No, not today. Not today.
He's my chair.
He looks like
He's my punching chair.
All right, whatever. Don't care about the fucking the useless comedy. Get to the fucking point. God fucking damn it, Firefox.
Others, actually. And this one? And I thought that was
True.
so admirable.
They're
Right.
investigating you, homie.
Anywho, censored. Let's see. Oh, it's Heil Hitler's actually. And this one? Oh, it's Hitler again. All right. So
It's killing me that some are censored.
Short stream equals 2 in 3 hours. I kind of want to get through most of this. I kind of really want to get through most of this because it's going to be really important to like it's going to be really important to a video that I'm going to write in regards to Ethan's content cop. So I'm going to try to finish this. I was expecting it to be quicker, but fucking hell, Ethan is filling this shit with a lot of fluff that isn't really necessary.
get
Yeah,
the
it's like a
idea at the sort of community he's fostering.
I lost.
Here. It's a lot of Hitlers, man. Wow. Not this one. Oh, this one was actually really nice. It shows IDF girls dancing and doing TikToks and stuff. Again, these are mandatory conscriptions. They're all like 18, 19 years old. Now here they roll the pictures from October 7th of civilians being murdered.
Yeah.
People being taken hostage after they were raped.
Yep, pretty twisted.
Rocket attacks in Tel Aviv. Paragliders who mass murdered concert goers. That kind of stuff. Not, just some light viewership. I mean, I could go all day. It's kind of actually pretty impressive.
This is pretty insane,
People are
right?
putting his face
Do you not
on,
think this is
on
interesting,
Hitler,
Ian?
which is epic and awesome.
What we did.
I'm so glad that Ethan brought this up. Like this just further proves, and this is an argument that I've had even without like my knowledge on this. This just further proves that Ethan, that like iDubbbz just doesn't fucking know what he's talking about. That iDubbbz just isn't keyed in to like why Ethan Klein feels like so perturbed by these issues, because there is a lot of like conflicts at hand that he's just refusing to acknowledge. And like iDubbbz definitely should be the last person to have any sort of opinion on this issue, or any sort of opinion on Ethan Klein if he himself is not putting himself in the position that Ethan Klein is currently in right now. Like yesterday, I tried to compare it to like not understanding like identity conflicts, not understanding like how Ethan's identity makes this a much more personal issue, which it is for Ethan, right? And this just further goes to show that Ian just has no fucking clue. He just has no fucking clue. He's just like blindly looking at things, and he's like going like, "Oh, isn't this pretty bad, guys? Isn't this like super fucking disgusting? Isn't this super childish?" And then Ethan's like, Ethan has every right to absolutely be upset at some of this fucking foul behavior, right? Especially like a matter of fact, it's incredibly hypocritical. It's incredibly hypocritical now that you look at it. Who iDubbbz, somebody who's making a content cop on Ethan Klein, right? Somebody who's making an a content cop on somebody's foul behavior. Who are you to criticize somebody else for criticizing foul behavior? It is incredibly fucking hypocritical and tone deaf. You're a fucking complete moron. I pretty much concluded this at the end of the video yesterday. But iDubbbz should never make another content cop ever again. He should just fucking retire, and he should have never brought it up in the first place, because he has no right making these videos, given how fucking hypocritical, how uninformed, how just like unrooted he is when it comes to any of this. He says he wants to be impartial and give fair, and balanced criticism, and then he fills the entire exit of the video with the most backhanded fucking compliments from some of Ethan's biggest fucking perpetuators of some slander and defamation that has been on the internet, like Noah Samson. Jesus fucking Christ, you disgusting fucking creature.
Finish what he was going to say about it, which again I was still unsure what.
I have nothing to cover today. Me a few hours ago. So true, QQ, so true. So true.
Now we're gonna drive it home.
All right.
We're gonna drive the point home now.
Through Twitter looking for
I'm
Ethan
gonna go all the
to
way
get
back.
this information
Here we go,
from.
guys.
You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with.
I'm scrolling this guy's feed, who's got banned for being anti-Semitic, and he's accusing me of.
You don't know what he's accusing because you keep pausing out with the chat. I gotta hear the rest of the sentence. I gotta hear.
Fair enough.
By scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information, and that would be horrible.
He's speculating. He doesn't know that. He doesn't fucking know that. He doesn't know that. Fuck you, iDubbbz.
Shouldn't be doing that. They should.
I don't send Ethan shit about this.
Yeah,
Let me make that perfectly clear. I really don't.
I on that one.
No,
By the way,
this
first of
is all
so,
Ethan.
so nice of you to worry about the welfare of my employees, Ian.
Yeah, shut up, Ian.
That's so
Fuck off with
fucking.
that.
That's so. You clearly are
Really
not
cares
being
for
performative
Lena.
at all right
I
now.
Sent her one text after the video was posted. You care so much.
You have no idea how the inner workings of my company works, you dipshit. Mind your own fucking business. You're just making shit up.
What are you afraid of, Ian?
His other content cops were not this bad and dumb.
I don't remember what my take. I don't remember what my take was on this. You know, in this particular. Hold on. I need to like go back 5 seconds because I'm about to get into exactly what he's saying right now. I forgot what my particular take was, or my particular take. That's redundant. I forgot what my take was. In this part of the fucking stream, but I think that I like, mainly because I forgot. I think I like Ethan saying that that iDubbbz is being incredibly speculative here. I think I like that more than whatever I said yesterday because I completely forgot what I said. I think I like what he's saying more. I think that iDubbbz is being incredibly speculative here, and he has no way of knowing, you know, the workings of, like, you know, his employees.
Business. You're just making shit up.
What are you afraid of, Ian?
His other content cops were not this bad and dumb.
No, they actually were. From what I remember, I mean, it has been like 10 years.
But like his
I
targets
think
were
he used
easy.
to be
They're
like
one
well researched, right?
Well, his targets were like
Oh.
one-dimensional. Like it's so easy.
But that's what I'm saying. It was like about Tana. It wasn't about politics.
Anyways, what he was saying here about hold on. I gotta go back.
Dipshit. Mind your own fucking business. You're just making shit up.
What are you afraid of, Ian?
His other content cops were not this bad and dumb.
Yes, they were. 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 Yes, they fucking were. iDubbbz has never been an intelligent, well-argumenting individual, okay? He's never been good at argumenting his points. The reason his previous content cops worked was because they were simple, straight to the point, punchy, and the criticism spoke for themselves, and the targets were all easy targets to land hits on, okay? iDubbbz was never an intelligent individual. And I like, you know, back in the day, they were probably the most comedic shit ever. They were probably hilarious, and everybody loved them because of the edginess, right? But he's never been. Like iDubbbz has never been a super insightful, intelligent individual. Sorry to break it to you, Ethan.
No, they actually were. From what I remember, I mean, it has been like 10 years.
But like his
I
targets
think
were
he used
easy.
to be
They're
like
like
well researched, right?
Well, his targets were like one-dimensional. Like it's so easy.
But that's what I'm saying. It was like about Tana. It wasn't about politics.
Leafy, yeah. You're like, I'm
You're
gonna
out of your depth.
I'm gonna make a content cop about the most contentious political conflict in history, in modern history.
And it's like the shittiest version of it. Like there's a million other video essays explaining the situation way better than this.
Completely agree. It's just a way, yeah. So far, anyway.
Ethan, I got some good news on a bad day.
Okay.
Hawk got pizza.
I don't care. Get to the fucking content.
My entire existence, brother.
That would be horrible. Looking for something to upset himself
Spend all
with.
day
He
looking for something funny so that we don't have to talk about this.
Well, ironically, for the past week or two, it's been pretty like.
It's been pretty chill.
Pretty chill.
Yeah. We had a chill episode today. We had, you know,
I came
people are
into work.
missing
I
out
thought
on
we were
some
gonna have a
good
ton of
goofs. We had some
fun.
good goofs.
I thought we were gonna have fun.
We're gonna talk about Lord of the Rings. You know, Livy watched the first half of the first movie, so
I still like Love's.
AB watched some of Wicked too. We were gonna hear about that.
We literally opened up with the Gatsby.
Right?
I know.
Those are classic feelings.
What a way to ruin the fun,
and
Ian.
now I'm responding, and the narrative is that I'm obsessed. It's like, give me a break, dude. I loved your parallel universe where the content cop was on kickboxing.
Yeah, that was my cope.
I thought that was a great idea. I was like, that makes sense. He could promote his event.
Yeah, right.
He could talk about other people
That
that are
would have
doing
been good.
Yeah.
But he's like, no, I'm going to solve the Israel-Palestine conflict on iDubbbz TV.
Oh, somebody in the chat said that.
Nothing about it too.
Sorry.
I was about to say he's jumping way too ahead. None of this, barely. Maybe like 10% of it was very, very faintly. Maybe 10% of, like, you know, this content cop was very, very faintly on the, you know, on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Okay, so he should probably not be, like, you know, saying that too early.
Go ahead.
Mine is less important because it's about Domino's, but Domino's has stuffed crust now.
Do they?
Yeah, and
I don't care.
Canadian bacon?
I don't care.
Pizza Hut.
Zane, you guy. It's so kind of you.
Oh my fucking god, Ethan Klein, you're fucking driving me insane.
They shouldn't be
sending you things that upset you.
They literally don't.
Well, some people do that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Ethan Klein managed to maintain his audience even though they're left wing. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever noticed. Chronic Sonic. Let's do a quick derail because you know I have leftover pizza on my table. I ate some before I started streaming. It's cheese and jalapeno pizza, and I got marinara sauce on the side so that I can treat them like cheese sticks. But anyways, since it's Lent, I can't eat red meat. I can't eat meat. Right? I'm not a religious practitioner, to be clear. But I do what's the word? I do it out of respect. I do it out of respect for my family. I do it out of respect for my family because they would get on my ass for eating meat during Lent. So I don't. Out of respect. But anyways, look. A quick derail because this is incredibly fucking tiring. This is incredibly fucking tiring, and I am so fucking sleepy right now. I'm not gonna go to sleep today at all. I'm not gonna take any naps. I'm going to work all day, writing my video, unless I just so happen to get extremely more tired after the stream. But let me show you this. Ethan Klein has always been pretty progressive, okay? Ethan Klein has always been pretty progressive. It's just that people, 2016, remember this. 2016 happened to be a huge... I like to call 2016 like the timeline shift. Everybody does, right? Some people say it's because of Harambe. I like to call it the timeline shift because this is when fucking, Tumblr broke containment and all of these fucking insane Tumblr woke, mind virus talking points leaked onto Twitter and then infected the rest of the world. And now we live in this godforsaken timeline. But keep this in mind. Ethan Klein has always been pretty like left-leaning, pretty progressive, whatever fucking like title you wanna mention. In this video, he shits on Joey Salads for being racist and invoking like racial hatred over like Trump's presidency by faking a prank in the hood, which will only lead to like people making insane unhinged assumptions of black people, to be clear. But
So
this was all the way back in 2016.
You dude out there, you remember the fucking guy who was like, Ethan, this one's real. That had like 500 points. I hope you're watching, and I hope you remember this, okay? Because I nearly had a fucking full...
Anyways, this is in relation to, like, this video being faked by Joey Salads.
Feast your fucking eyes on this fucking beautiful thing, dude! Is that Joey Salads standing in front of the same car with all these black hooligans? So what we have here is somebody oversaw this social experiment going down and filmed the whole thing. The same black actors that destroyed the car are standing with Joey right behind the camera as he does his introduction. What does that mean? If I have to spell it out? I guess that means that it's fake.
What's up, guys? Joey Salads here.
Anyways, this is just to show that it's fake. I'm going to show you where he goes over the comments.
This planet that we live in. Another example of how many blacks in the hood can't let others have an opinion. It's sad that in the US you can't even voice your opinion without some black guy breaking your car. That is sad. I wonder if my car is being broken by a black guy right now for just expressing my opinion that this video is fake. That's not actually even an opinion, really. That's just straight up fact. Oh, so my car should be fine then. Black people behave like animals. Just monkeys, nothing more. Wow, I can tell this guy's really intelligent by what he's written. Almost a thesis on here. Blacks with their average low IQ are easy to manipulate. Democrats only see blacks as voting resources. Mexicans are smarter than blacks.
Whoa, N-word. I forgot that the N-word's in this video.
I'm judging from his comment, he's a very intelligent white man who's very hard to manipulate. This guy is well above manipulation, unlike those minorities. For example, Joey Salads.
But obviously, this is I don't have to like handhold you through through this whole video, but this obviously this is a satirical commentary, right? This is a satirical commentary on people attempting to manipulate narratives, right? To control narratives, as Steps points out in the comments, right? this is a satirical commentary on how there is like, you know, right-wing attempts to make, you know, extreme narratives of you know, marginalized groups, right? I said marginalized groups ironically. I should have just said black people. But anyways,
fake guys. And Joey Salads,
listen
you
to
are
this.
pretty much the worst person in America right now, as far as I'm concerned. You are pretty much going to start a civil war in this country. And let me tell you what, dude. When it goes down, okay, when the race wars inevitably happen, and it's all your fault, Joey, just remember, all lives matter. Except for fucking salad matters, dude. Because I will munch your ass. I'm going to toss your ass up in my favorite dressing, ranch. You remember, I love ranch. I'm going to toss it up, and I'm going to munch your fucking salad ass. Watch your back, Joey, because I'm going to munch your salad asshole. This is fucking H3. Sign that, this bitch.
But anyways, yeah, Ethan Klein has always been pretty, you know, pretty anti whatever the fuck, you know, you get my point. Ethan Klein has always been pretty like, you know, left-wing individual, right? This is not news. It's just that people never really caught on to it. People always thought that Ethan Klein was hashtag our guy. He never was, right? And I use hashtag our guy unironically because some fucking some like right-oids, specifically right-wing morons, not everybody in the right-wing party specifically, will be like, Ethan Klein used to be so based and cool. Yeah, if you didn't know anything about Ethan Klein has always been a pretty progressive individual. This is nothing new.
Just make it clear that I do not.
No.
I go out of my way not to. I feel like you got enough things pissing you off all the time. I like to send things that make you laugh.
This isn't one of them.
Right.
This is a solo journey. This is on the Ethan Klein channel. Your point makes no sense. I did this on my personal channel.
Right.
I didn't include the crew at all.
When Ethan does this,
I literally have never seen that video.
Dan didn't even know.
I didn't even watch that one.
Thanks,
I
by
wasn't
the way.
joking earlier. I usually watch them.
It's the content.
It has thousands of upvotes. I'm not fucking caring about who posted it. Clearly, people find it interesting.
In the first place. If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention.
Oh, I made a point yesterday. Or I attempted to make a point, but then again, I didn't really know that much about the account. But I attempted to make a point essentially saying that iDubbbz is trying to use this account as a fucking scapegoat for, you know, trying to cause certain issues and certain rifts between Ethan Klein and Hassan and a couple of other of his friends, right? Complete fucking schizo theory that he just fucking pulls out of his ass out of nowhere. And I was even saying, I guarantee you, if you were looking to this guy's account, you would probably have a hard time making that, like, you know, making this argument conclusive, like giving credibility to this argument that iDubbbz is saying. And apparently people dig into that account and they found out stuff about him. And guess what? There is nothing to suggest this fucking schizo theory that this guy is actively working to start fucking issues between you know, Ethan Klein and all of these other individuals.
Is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped.
This doesn't absolve you of being a shitty friend, dude.
Oh yeah, and then he uses the fucking Reddit comment as a fucking source to support his fucking theory. Great job, moron.
It doesn't matter who this person is or why they're posting. Apparently they're a Destiny fan, which is the most incriminating thing.
Right. I don't know why my mind didn't go there. I thought it was going to be something.
If Destiny was my roommate, I get him late all the time.
His point is actually that, dude, if you see a post on Reddit with thousands of upvotes, you have an obligation to do a deep dive on the person who posted it before you talk about it.
Well, to be fair, I do usually do that when I'm like, see a post that I think is kind of sussy.
Steps, the quartering rated you on DLive. I didn't know you were a streamer. That's really interesting. That's so funny. It's a small world, isn't it? It's always a small world. It is a fucking small world on the internet. Everybody knows everybody. That's really cool. Like I've met people in the past that somehow knew fucking Tipster, that somehow knew Destiny, and that somehow knew all of these individuals. And I'm like, you knew fucking you knew this and that person? What? I'm like, what? Wait, you're telling me that this fucking person that was groomed by this fucking pedophile is now dating this person that is fucking trying to break a story to me? What? It's such a small fucking world.
No. Right. You know, I look at the account and see where they're like posting or whatever.
And what I was going to say is that he's showing a comment from Snark.
You've heard mixed analysis on whether this is actually the Destiny Icarus. Can you send me stuff in relation to that, QQ? If you can find something on that. I'm probably not going to use it for my video, but I'll probably look into it so that I can, you know, have a better grasp of the situation.
Right.
He said that iDubbbz is on H3 Snark. Let that sink in.
Sick.
And
I don't even know what the live is.
About our crew members.
points this out is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit.
Bro, you are actually on H3 Snark. That is so embarrassing.
Yeah.
So apparently the most reputable place that's never lied about me is his source for this is a comment on Snark?
A top 1% commenter.
My mind is bending.
Power user.
Oh, it's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me. I remember DLive now. I remember DLive. I remember DLive. It was supposed to be a Twitch competitor back in the day, if I recall. And he was he had like I believe he had a contract, or he was given a contract or something like that. I forget. But I faintly recall that.
So embarrassing.
Listen to the person who obsessively
crypto scam. No.
Okay, I don't know if this is real, but there is a super chat from somebody named Icarus saying, "I'm Icarus drowned. I'm literally just a liberal and a Jew." Okay.
Busted. We found out he's Jewish. Well, I would.
Well, I think they're more concerned about lifelong Destiny fan because this is like the.
But
this is where it all ties back.
If that was true, show the evidence of that. Not
back when Mixer was still trying to operate. Yeah, I do faintly recall this.
And again, nothing even fucking matters. But go on.
Out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is what.
That's it.
Do you know that that's it?
I mean, he's moved on. One comment on Snark.
Okay. Right.
Has proven that Destiny fans are hijacking my brain to be offended by anti-Semitism.
Then Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Not the same shit. False equivalency. Fuck you, iDubbbz, for making this point.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going.
Wait,
what? People should find that funny. You can't be serious, bro. You can't be serious, bro. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, bro.
Ethan and Hila are doing.
By the way, I call this on a terrorist supporter because he literally is. Like, he literally is a terrorist supporter. Provably.
He just got 5 gifted from Mudahar, by the way.
What's up, player?
Ordinary gamer.
I saw he made a comment. I missed it.
I put in the chat.
Mega Awesome Nerd, one of our mods, says Snark literally said I was a liar for saying I saw racist shit.
I wish Mudahar would give me 5
in
gifted.
2 seconds were the top.
I wish Mudahar would give me 5 gifted. Okay.
Comments like Avery is Ethan's token black.
There you go. Stop seeking out stuff that will annoy you.
This man made a content cop where his primary evidence is one comment on Snark. Wow.
The same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
That is it not given any more context? Is he just like popping?
No, that's it.
So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and.
That's it. That's it. That's the own.
Oh my god, what is this edit? The video is so bad.
That's the own, guys. So far, his evidence is me saying I think the Refuting is offensive and explaining why, or explaining why Israelis are uncomfortable with it. I think I was even more delicate with the way I said it. One comment from Snark.
I'm able to everybody, Meritazapine. I don't care.
You scrolled a Twitter thread that had a bunch of Hitlers, which again, even after you, I didn't really understand.
Name a single group of common people that I haven't fucking been completely hateful against, Meritazapine. Name a single group of people that I haven't completely fucking despised. The ball is in your court, pal. Networking and sucking up kind of helps.
Understand your explanation. I don't really get the point that he was trying to make.
Oh, him? No, me neither.
I think like I said, I think he's saying is you seeking it out, but it's your fault for seeing that.
That's what he's saying.
From what I understand,
it's such a weird point.
And
That I
also
guess
for
it's just
sending
like
your employees to send you stuff like that, which we don't, and you guys don't. So he's wrong and wrong.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's saying. I don't see any other way to interpret it.
Respond to the 2 podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us.
Never seen me Asian hate. Never seen me Asian hate. Remember when I was doing like fucking? Remember when I was doing the driving tier list or like like driving review? You remember that? I definitely made a couple of like poor taste jokes then. Native Americans. I don't think I've ever said anything negative about Native Americans. You're right. The Jays. I've made jokes at their expense too. I'm an equal opportunity hater. Okay.
Cowards.
Check.
Yep.
Looks like that dart hit a bullseye. Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she killed.
What the fuck does European mean? You know what, Steps? You're right. Asia has like 48 countries. You gotta be specific here. Who the fuck are you referring to? You could be talking about like so many different fucking people.
kids that she went on like she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit, and that's showing up right up on us nieces and IDub's feed. My good. Do you not see why that would upset me? Is that a mystery, my friend? Good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck?
Well, you actually just described that you do see his tweets, and some you agree, and a couple you disagree.
Right, he actually.
The C word. So
that's a good point, Hila.
Huh? I think I explained that she was
she was interacting with Foggy Fresh
with it at some point. But
what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Chronic? I didn't love it when Abba and Preach were fucking hating on Indians. I was pretty vocal about them being like, you know, pretty openly fucking racist, okay? But like it's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate that they don't help their case.
Even better,
well, like you can like fuck. There are some things that just sound really fucking negative. Okay, there's just some very horrible things that people will say. But then when you fucking take a really close look, you're like, God fucking damn. I wish these people put in a little bit more fucking effort in, like, you know, helping themselves so that they won't give so much ammunition, you know, for fucking hatred. All right, to be fucking clear.
Literally just said that he's seen these tweets.
Yeah, he just said so himself. So.
And that he even agreed with some of them, but he didn't like them to not stir the pot or whatever. So. So it is.
He said
it is your feed.
It
sounds like it's your feed.
It is. Yeah. Well, so the reason what I saw was Anissa interacting with Denims in chat, talking about how I was wrong and yada yada. And I'm like, well, that's fucked up considering. And by the way, let's not address what it is that was said about me, right? Clearly, that's not as bad as me calling you spineless, right?
Call us spineless cowards.
I was on Free Hong Kong. Why are you asking me these fucking questions? Why are you asking me these questions? I don't know anything about that. Well, that's a lie. Actually, I back in high school, I wrote a report on the extent of Hong Kong's independence. And anyways, what was I about to say? I think Hong Kong should be an independent state. IMO, anyway, in my opinion.
This guy's was.
It's very unfortunate they're kind of like, you know, that they have to, like, you know, go back to China. When do they have to go back to China? I forget. In like 10 years? Was it when exactly did they have to, like, you know, give up their sovereignty again? I need to look that up again real quick. Not so independent anymore. True. Hold on. When does Hong Kong back to China? Hold on. So in 2047. In 2047, they can extend it for 50 more years. Apparently, there will be negotiations after 2047 to extend it for 50 more years. Is what a cursory Google search is telling me, but I might be wrong.
Saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit, and that's showing up right up on us nieces and IDub's feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the?
Yeah, I don't remember much of it because this was during COVID. But like one of my like finals, one of my final projects for one of the courses that I was taking, I was supposed to write like a research paper that was supposed to be peer reviewed, but that never happened because COVID. About the extent of Hong Kong's independency, which I did finish, but ultimately it didn't fucking matter because COVID happened. It was like, how many pages long was it? It was a very fuck. I think it was maybe 20 pages long. I forget.
Fuck is happening
around there.
You know,
I don't have it anymore. After I sent it to my fucking professor. After I sent it to my professor, it went like, you know, spring break happened and then it was COVID.
You literally showed it
because you said it.
You literally just told us a minute ago.
You're on video.
I know what's on your feed, and I mean clearly, right, based on this video alone.
Use the For You tab. For all you know,
This is your own. You don't know what's on my feed. Let's not address the fact that my friend called Hila a genocide murdering baby killer.
Wait, your friend did?
His friend.
Oh, his friend. Okay.
Let's not address that. Let's address this by saying
you don't know that, Chronic. I could be 22. I could be 24. You don't know that, pal.
You don't know what's on my feed.
For all you know, I could even be 21. I may have skipped a grade, which I was definitely capable of doing back in the day. I'll tell you that much.
Are we really okay? We're really taking this on.
What are my thoughts on the Gamers Rise Up movement? I think all gamers should probably never mind.
I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not going to throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment.
Okay, that's how you want to describe being a virulently fucking anti-Semitic and hateful as a weird moment.
He still made no mention that CPS was called on our children, and that guy was
celebrating it, justifying it. Is that a weird moment? You know?
Look, all I'll say is that I ain't too fond of gamers. Okay, I ain't too fond of those whatever.
What are we doing, guys?
Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away.
Oh, you're really gonna hit me with that face? You really gonna hit me with that?
Busted, the busting percent is climbing, dude.
Okay,
Bust Nation is winning.
You know what?
I take it. Say he's not gonna throw Ethan Klein away, and he's making a content cop.
Yeah, while he's doing it.
We're up to 53%, Bust Nation. Just want to say thank you all for your support. I think we can easily get that up to 60% by the end of the episode. Is Ethan busted? Yes or no? Get your vote to.
I am not busted. No, I am not busted.
What the fuck is this fucking coverage, Ethan? You're driving me insane. Get to something fucking more important. Oh my god.
Imagine any of them actually agreeing with me, Ian. We didn't include that category. How close-minded can you be? The whole world. He speaks for the whole world. Nobody agrees with me.
Water. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
I can't get over this humanistic approach as he's dogpiling on me for being offended by anti-Semitism. Fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly. Because I am following someone on Twitter.
Yes, and you're not saying a word when your friends are going through something that we haven't really seen on YouTube before. Getting CPS called on you. I mean, we've seen swatting, we've seen all that shit. CPS, I think, is kind of a new one.
It's not
kind of a big deal.
It's not because you are following someone on Twitter, bro. It's because this is someone that you guys are friends with, somebody that I saw you guys interacting with his tweets at the same time he was tweeting that stuff. I saw Anissa in Denim's chat yucking it up with her while this was happening. This isn't just one fucking, this isn't just because you follow Froggy, I don't know, with one of the frogs.
One of the frogs.
You know, like.
Okay, you know what? At the time, I gave Idubs a W for saying that, you know, his following shouldn't be policed, and that Ethan Klein was probably being a little bit too vindictive, right? Although I removed his W like 30 minutes later because he said something incredibly hypocritical. If what he's saying is true, then that puts it even more like then I'm like straight up willing to give Idubs an L if what he's saying is true, if it is true. Right, I don't think that it is 100% true, given the fact that Ethan Klein might be like talking too favorably of himself in this situation, right? But if it is true, then Idubs is a complete fucking snake in the grass.
Like what a stupid retelling of what it is.
Anissa was in the DMs of Millhouse, who he's like the most unhinged.
Yeah, there's so much that he's missing.
Yeah,
she was in the. Yeah.
You're charging your phone in your SUV, Astro John, Dude, that must fucking suck. I remember having to go with no fucking power for about a month last year because of hurricanes. Very, 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 very unfortunate times.
Millhouse, who was giddy with excitement as he watched Israelis scream in terror.
He did say it was.
He said a full response will be on Friday. Aw, dude, more content.
The people called CPS on you though.
Well, that's a hard. I mean, you know what? That's again.
Well,
thank you to him.
You credited us on with that earlier.
Yeah, no,
big Millhouse too.
Big and brave take from Millhouse there on that one.
You know,
it is.
We take those. We take those.
Take the dubs where I get them.
We take the dubs.
Me and Millhouse.
I saw his tweets about all Israelis. I don't know if.
Right. No, I understand.
Let's see here. Oh, here we go. This is a helpful guide. Froggy Tonic. This is
okay.
This is the commie LARPer who who hates Israelis. Okay.
Okay.
This is Froggy Fresh, who got dropped from Creator Clash after having a dispute.
Give a frog a break. A frog a break.
With Anissa and Idubs.
Over Sam Hyde, right?
Over Sam Hyde, yep.
He was his coach or something? And
yep.
They kicked him out for that?
Yep.
Right.
Which is like, dude, I don't know. Frogan. Yeah, mine does that too. My phone corrects her to Frogman.
Mine does that too. It's so annoying.
It's like, and then we have Funky Frog Bait, bless her soul. This is Lena's opponent.
And should not be
sorry.
And should not be listed here, by the way.
Right.
Was she,
well, I understand. We're clarifying the frog thing, but it's just like
sorry, they are a friend of the show.
Nobody.
These are enemies. No, so I don't think Froggy Fresh is an enemy.
I don't think we have any interaction.
No, not at all. Actually, I saw him leave a really nice comment.
Yeah, actually, I don't think he's an enemy at all.
So this and we have it's just it's an array of frogs.
Yeah.
It's just a whole array of frogs.
It's a spectrum.
Got it.
They turned the friggin' frogs gay.
Yeah. But not this one. We're over this one.
Fuck, dude, it is about to be hurricane season again, isn't it? Fuck.
mobilized such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harass. He includes the cough like it's some criticism of me. I noticed he did that before too.
Well, you were coughing a lot this episode. This was at, like,
well, let's see if he could have cut that. He cut it in.
Oh no, you're right. He
cut it in.
That's interesting.
Like, is that a criticism of me, buddy? That I have fucking like medical conditions?
Someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane Why would you cut that in? Harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy. Add Ian to the list. I mean, actually.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually...
Okay. Awesome, bro.
What?
You're awesome, dude. You saw through the gaslighting. You're the best, dude. I wish I was as mature and developed as you are. I still need to discover empathy. I'm working up to it. This guy knows how to see through gaslighting. Heroic. I'm fucking crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got was...
You know, what's funny is that, and I didn't say this yesterday, but I was definitely thinking it. A lot of this video is iDubbbz just fucking gaslighting Ethan. A lot of this video literally is just fucking gaslighting Ethan, which is incredibly ironic. Like trying to fucking... But what I did say is that attempting to like fucking compare your like the fucking level of criticism that you're getting to the harassment in real life, like, you know, effects that Ethan is getting is so fucking tone deaf and disgusting.
People gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
Yeah, they're calling me a Zionist baby killer genocider. So if you think that you're equally being victimized, then I hate to break it to you, but you are the whitest loser of fucking all time. Like, yeah, your old fans were upset that you apologized for being offensive. Your friends, they're calling Hila a baby killer. Okay?
Can you hide? I want to read that whole comment that he's typing up.
Really
hide Ethan? Or there you go.
Your friends are calling Ethan a baby killer. They're supporting, you know, the the eradication of Israel. They are also incredibly, you know, supportive of unhinged individuals. They also are supporting of the perpetuation of schizo-conspiracy theories, which affect Ethan Klein's real life. And the list can go on and on and on about negative behaviors. Your friends also wish for the murder of certain individuals from time to time, and they set out bounties. Keep in mind, one of these bounties was a joke on people for their deaths. So, you know, take that as you will.
This one?
Yeah, because
it looks like he wrote it, though.
This is the example of gaslighting that he's giving.
That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology.
It's really funny to see you continue to perpetuate stereotypes of woodland squirrels. He wrote it. It's funny.
And I don't know, the gaslighting working is the best part, absolutely.
Being silly.
To its extreme.
I probably done and stood by. He failed to show an example, though.
Do you think that one he just made up for comedic purposes?
He recorded someone typing it. So.
Right, obviously. So what is the gaslighting that he experienced?
That people, right, it's not really gaslighting. People were disagreeing with him. People weren't like, gaslighting would be if people were like,
Gaslighting is what iDubbbz is currently doing to Ethan Klein in this video. You know, trying to present something to be the case even though it never was. You know, as genuine criticisms to Ethan Klein, when the criticisms just don't work because Ethan Klein is way too aware of the things that he's said in the past to let these criticisms actually work on him, because they are disingenuous criticisms with cherry-picked pieces of information that are completely incorrect in the presentation, okay? They are completely incorrect when the further context is given. Gaslighting would be what is being attempted in this video. What Ethan Klein is referring to in terms of gaslighting for iDubbbz is the constant criticisms of iDubbbz not having to walk back his past and not having to turn into this sensitive, morally grandstanding soy boy, because it's not necessary. It was never necessary. It is not gaslighting. They are fair criticisms. iDubbbz is just a fucking moron.
Like,
in his particular situation, I can't think of an angle that, like, the gaslighting.
It would be like, I don't even know. Yeah, it's hard to think of it. But he doesn't know what gaslighting is, and he doesn't know what parasocial is either.
Very true.
I use them more than anybody. I've stood by them. Yeah. Yep. And all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because...
Okay, well, fuck you. Suck my...
What an asshole. What an asshole. This is like one of the only things that I'll actually like, you know, let iDubbbz feel entitled to. This is one of the only things that I'll let iDubbbz feel entitled to. I think that it is wrong to, you know, hold stuff over people's heads like this. I think that it's bad. I think that it is bad to like pull something out from, you know, the drawer that you have on somebody, right? Who you're supposed to be friends with and be like, hey, look at this. Hey, look at this. Remember when I did this for you? Remember when you did this to me? Remember when you were like, remember when you did this? And I'm going to like fucking like present it to you in your face, and I'm going to tell you how bad of a person you are for doing this, or how good of a person I was for doing this, and how you owe me, and look at this, look at how fucking retarded you are. Mind my language, but Jesus Christ, I will give iDubbbz a W here. He is entitled to this.
You know what I mean? Is this all just because your butt hurt that I called you spineless, dude? Like, let's be real here.
I think so.
Like, bro, actually,
yeah.
Come on.
Isn't it funny how that gets to men? Like,
it really got to him. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I can agree with this. I mean, you're partially wrong, Ethan. I think iDubbbz is entitled to feel that way, right? But I will agree that iDubbbz is spineless.
It makes the relationship feel very transactional.
Oh, the relationship was fucking done by then, buddy. I never brought it up before, and I never would. I was just like, damn. It really sucks that you're being such a terrible friend, you know?
Okay, you know what? That puts it into different perspectives. But actually, you know what? It's kind of a moot point, anyways, because Ethan, like, you know, he like 15 minutes after this, he basically admits that the relationship was in fact transactional, and he basically admits that he viewed the relationship as a transactional relationship, right? Like I forget exactly what he says, but that's in the previous spot. That's in the previous, like, you know, coverage, right? That's in the previous spot. I forget exactly what he says, but he basically defends his position by saying that he's entitled to like not come to your defense, or not come to his defense, given how he doesn't actually value their friendship, and given that he doesn't actually value his friendship, that none of these things actually matter in the first place. Something along those lines. He said something else though that you know that really stuck out to me, which invalidated everything he said. But you know, this puts into perspective everything. If the friendship was done by then, and he was only like, you know, invoking these things for the sake of pointing out like, hey man, I feel really betrayed because of, you know, this and that, then technically it wasn't a transactional friendship because Ethan Klein was, you know, long done by then.
After I've been a good friend. Seems fair.
Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too. There you go. We're not friends, bro. That's what I said before I even talked about it. So I'm no
Okay, never mind. He was being pretty transactional. Disregard. Never mind. I take it back. Yeah, if this is the timeline that he's using, he was basically saying, hey, I did this for you. Hey, I was there for you. I supported you a lot. And then he said at the end, if this is how they want to behave, then we're no friends of each other, which is a pretty transactional behavior, I would say.
I have nothing. I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically
Lumpy
just
Willie.
said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that.
I empathize with that, yet I'm friends with all the people doing it. And I'm tweeting with them. Me and Anissa are tweeting with them. We're in their Discord. We're talking to Millhouse in the DMs. I fucking know all this, bro. Your statement was hollow. It was pathetically performative. You were lying, okay? And I knew that. That's why I didn't even respond to him, okay? Like, seriously, bro. Here's Millhouse, by the way, who Anissa, by the way, and yes, I know her name. I do know her name. It's Anissa. Imagine I was just like iDubbbz's wife. No, she's Anissa. She's a human being with agency.
And people in chat started calling him Anissa's husband.
That's pretty good, to be fair. So here's Millhouse, who Anissa was in the DMs with, yucking it up. Let's see what he had to say.
But surprisingly, a lot of outlets are being honest about what this was. The best thing to come out of this, honestly, is just watching all of these Israelis panicking at the airport, running for their lives, being afraid. I'm not gonna lie, you guys don't have to stand by what I'm saying. What I'm about to say, folks, only represents me. The interns have nothing to do with this.
This dude has interns? Jesus Christ.
I just think.
Yeah, maybe.
Enough rockets were fired at Israel. Not enough drones, okay? I live in Lebanon. The horrors we've seen here and the horrors I've been watching on my phone for the past 6 or 7 months of what Israelis are doing to Palestinians. At this point, I feel no sympathy for these people, for this country. Obviously, no one wants to see innocent people dying or get hurt.
Kind of sounds like you do, actually.
To an extent, yeah. But I question how many innocent people exist in Israel the more and more I hear these fuckers talk and I see their posts on social media and the fact that the majority of the Israeli population doesn't believe that the IDF is using sufficient force against the Palestinians and Gaza.
This is the guy that they're aligning with. And I'm supposed to be like, oh, iDubbbz, he cares about me. He's so empathetic.
Somehow we're the bad guys. I would never say something like this.
I never have. You know what I mean? Never have. Is this related, love? I've seen this tweet. It's pretty
So
disturbing.
I confused this tweet. I thought it was him.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what he's getting to here. This is like some drama that I am not too keyed into. I don't know exactly what like the relationship between between this guy, Ethan Klein, and Ian is here.
I just wanted to clarify. I was saying there was a terrible tweet. It's not him.
Oh,
it's somebody else. But this person seems to be like in the orbit. I don't know.
They are, but I'm not going to bring it up just because I don't know how connected they are.
Okay.
Gaza, these people are fucking devils, and seeing them run for their lives in fear gives me some kind of joy that is hard to describe. It tastes
satisfaction,
it tastes so nice.
Ethan, how dare you be upset at this guy for describing Israel? He explicitly carved that out.
I understand. Yeah, I can see how this could be extremely offensive to Ethan, and I can also see how iDubbbz is just basically discarding any right for Ethan Klein to be upset. Yeah, I think that's very shitty of iDubbbz to do.
All Israelis are devils, and they're all guilty. Ethan, you need to chill out. Me, iDubbbz, white dude from fucking California that's never lived anywhere else. Let me lecture you about how you should feel about this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I'm woke, by the way.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, Ethan is just right.
It's so good, you know what I'm saying? Let's watch these fuckers. Fucking cowards. Go back.
Go back to your country.
Oh, this is so fucking disgusting. Yeah, this is actually so fucking disgusting. Let's watch as all of these people get fucking terrorized. Let's watch as all of these fucking innocent civilians get fucking terrorized.
Okay.
Go back to New Jersey, motherfucker.
Hey guys, guess what? 80% of the people in Israel were born there. They have nowhere else to. Or no, sorry, 80% have no citizenship elsewhere. They can't move.
How many times do we need to say it?
They don't. This is just like what?
My
how
grandparents are from Libya and Turkey.
They were kicked out by violent force, bro. They were removed violently, forcefully. They had nowhere else to go but Israel. And now you dipshits, are gonna come here and say go back home. Unreal. And I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Imagine that. According to Hassan, the white dude who has no lived experience outside of America. Awesome, bro. Good job coming in on this.
Go back to Boston.
Is this real? Oh,
she's cheering.
Music to my ears. Oh,
this is so fucking disgusting, dude. This is so fucking disgusting.
One more time.
It's pretty demented stuff.
Oh.
Even if you,
fucking reveling in it. Fucking disgusting bullshit, dude.
They go do raves next to concentration camps. We can't get rid of you fast enough.
Wow.
I know a lot of people,
What a
especially in the
twisted way
US,
to look at it, because those communities that live right next to the border are the peace people. They are the people that do the most.
That's something they'll never understand too. Yeah.
God.
Yeah, and Arabs living abroad have to hide their support for the resistance, or around that. Be like, no, we don't want anything to happen to Israel. We want the hostages to be safe. We want the hostages to be safe. You know what I mean? Listen, we want our Palestinian brothers and sisters to be safer. I love just the freedom of being able to say. This
guy not only impugns himself, but every Arab. He's like, all Arabs wish they could say that they want all of Israelis to die, but I have the freedom to say what they want.
Not being honest with us.
It's like, sorry, bro. Are you sure about that?
Israel. I wish they got hit with more bombs, with more drones. Fuck that country. I hope it gets nuked. I love being able to say that.
You hope it gets nuked. That'll be great for the Palestinians. So yeah, you know what? I'm so sorry, Ian. You're right. Fuck me, man.
Gross fucking stuff.
Right.
Gross fucking stuff.
You're so right.
Gross fucking stuff.
Why would I get upset about a clip like that when I see Anissa in this guy's DMs? When I see Anissa in Froggy Tonic's Twitter feed replying to him, okay? When I see Anissa in Denim's chat, yucking it up with her, talking about me, by the way, with Denim's publicly in the chat, okay? It's not because you were following him. It's because, and by the way, I was right. You're
okay. I understand fully. Yeah. I understand Ethan's position a lot better now. Okay, so I can revoke Ian's concern. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Ian is Ian is cucked both metaphorically and literally. He literally has to defend, what I would consider very traitorous, this traitorous behavior on Anissa's behalf. Like he has to take the brunt of the fucking bullshit because of Anissa's because Anissa's willing to respect more people over Ethan Klein when they've been there together for a really long time, right? The brunt of the support that has been given to Ian and Anissa has been from Ethan Klein, right? I believe that this is measurable, but what they're doing is that instead they're giving all of the fucking dick suck to these fucking unhinged individuals. I understand the contempt now. Again, like I'm still very much against like the transactional bullshit. I don't think that that iDubbbz is, I don't think that Ethan Klein is entitled to iDubbbz defense, but I can very much see how this could be like a huge fucking, stab in the back. I can very much see that. Did I see JoJo's art you sent in Jen? Let me see. The full response is going to be incredibly fucking and incredibly fucking fun. I agree. I don't see it. I don't see it. Sorry, bruh. Karl dropped? No way. Dude, I was hoping to get done with this and then fucking like go work on my stuff. Now we have to fucking Karl Jobst to go over? You're bullshitting me.
Hello, you.
Fuck. Okay, we're derailing. We're derailing. We're gonna be first on the fucking money.
On the first.
We're derailing. I pretty much got everything that I needed from this, anyways. Yes.
1st of April, I lost my lawsuit against Billy Mitchell, and the judge has ordered.
Okay. The fucking harvest is bountiful today. The harvest is fucking bountiful today. You're almost done? Dude, I need to get into this right now. I've been waiting for this for so long. This is much more interesting to me. I'll give a brief introduction to the story just in case I turn this into a segment. But Karl Jobst got sued by Billy Mitchell, and throughout the entirety of the news breaking for these lawsuits in the last 3 years, one of the main things that persisted in Karl Jobst's coverage of himself and Billy Mitchell is the fact that one of the main arguments, or the main arguments that were going to be used in court, were going to be cheating allegations, because apparently that was going to be crucial to the story. That was going to be crucial. So a lot of people didn't actually know what the lawsuit was about, but they were all led to believe that the lawsuit was going to be about cheating allegations, right? So that led to a lot of people maybe donating to his legal fund, not knowing what the lawsuit was actually about. The reality at hand, though, was that Karl Jobst was actually being sued for defamation because of allegations or allegations that could be reasonably interpreted as Karl Jobst making the claim that Billy Mitchell led to somebody's suicide. Nobody knew about this up until the day of release, up until the day of the verdict. And then when the verdict came out, it turns out that Karl Jobst, upon going to court, was filled with hubris, was incredibly egotistical, and didn't even actually properly defend any of his arguments, or didn't even properly defend against the claim that he was being sued for defamation for alleging that Billy Mitchell was suing for alleging that Billy Mitchell was led to a guy's death. So we're just gonna fucking immediately just hop out of this into this. I pretty much got everything that I wanted from this anyways, and I am now revitalized. I now have more energy to cover this.
Me to pay $350,000 in damages, plus interest. It goes without saying this is not the result I wanted or expected, and it's honestly quite shocking. Personally, I disagree with the judge's decision, and so I'm currently exploring any potential avenues for appeal. An appeal may stay the judgment on application until the appeal has concluded, which might result in several outcomes.
Is this Minecraft gameplay? Why? This guy's so lazy.
The original judgment. The
Wait, actually, I can't
may
talk.
be lowered if the court finds it excessive, or the judgment may be overturned completely if the court finds errors of law have been made. This entire process can take up to a year or longer, so as it stands, this remains an ongoing battle, and it's not a battle I hope to give up easily.
What? He's pursuing an appeal? No fucking way. There's no way he's this delusional.
This has been very upsetting, but truthfully, losing a court case isn't the end of the world.
Is it the same footage as he announced a lawsuit? Can you link me the video?
To Billy Mitchell. It sucks. It's not what I wanted. I know it's not what many others.
Can't they increase the fine under an appeal? I believe that's true. I believe that's true, yes.
wanted, but life will go on. Unfortunately for
footage.
me, something else has happened that has been far more upsetting and far more difficult to deal with. Many people are upset and angry with me as they believe I have misled them and lied to them about the nature of the lawsuit. Some even go as far as saying that I
speedrunning Minecraft
intentionally
right now.
lied to the public to scam people out of their money through my GoFundMe.
Okay, I will say that you may have intentionally lied to your audience. I can believe that, but I am unwilling to believe that you intentionally lied to your audience for the sole purpose of scamming your audience. Right? That is a bit of an egregious statement to make. I do think that you lied to your audience.
Mostly, people are upset because they believed the trial was about me accusing Billy Mitchell of cheating, but it turned out to be something else. The backlash has been pretty brutal, and it's not something I'd like to happen again, so I think it's very important for me.
Hold on. Let's see. I'm being sued.
Hello, you absolute legends. Well, they are back at it again. The biggest con men in video game history have filed even more.
No.
Hello, you absolute legends. As many of you know, last year and funded a huge amount of money. Those guys are absolutely insane, and I will always be in their debt for the help they have provided me. $180,000 is so much money, and I can't even begin to imagine what it would be like for someone who didn't.
No.
Hello, you absolute legends. The Billy Mitchell vs. Twin Galaxies legal battle is the gift that just keeps on giving. And
no, okay.
Me to be as honest and transparent as I possibly can. I'm going to go through the entire timeline as it happened so that you have as much information as possible. At certain points, I'm going to have to combat things that people have said about me that aren't true. But that doesn't mean I didn't also make mistakes and that there also aren't valid criticisms. I hope to address criticisms that I think are wrong and those that I think are right.
I have no fucking hopes for this video. I have no hopes for this video at all.
And I apologize about the generic Minecraft footage, but I just don't do well on camera. So this will have to do. On the 26th of May, 2021, I released a video titled, The Biggest Comment in Video Game History Strike Again. In that video, I discussed 2 new lawsuits that have been filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. At the end of the video, I outlined all of the various lawsuits Billy Mitchell had filed against others.
I am being sued. Video titles, I'm being sued. Hold on, dude. I literally typed, I am being sued. Who uses I'm? Who uses what the fuck is what is the term for words that are combined together? Fuck, who cares? Who uses those in a fucking formal title? Who does that? I'm being sued and cancelled.
Hello, you absolute legends. The madman finally did it. On the 13th of September 2020, because it's almost entirely made up of lies and false narratives, but they have started to make insane claims about my family.
It is, dude, it is. Hold on. Wait.
Not what many others wanted, but life will go on. Unfortunately for me, something else has happened that has been far more upsetting and far more difficult to deal with. Many people are upset and angry with me as they believe I have misled them and lied to them about...
Great stuff. Amazing fucking stuff. Amazing stuff.
The nature of the lawsuit. Some even go as far as saying that I intentionally lied to the public to scam people out of their money through my GoFundMe. Mostly, people are upset because they believed that filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. At the end of the video, I outlined all of the various lawsuits Billy Mitchell had filed against others. And when I came around to Billy's lawsuit against the YouTuber Apollo Legend, I said these words. He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with...
Okay, Clover. Look, you know what? I have wheel in my title for this stream. Well, have you taken into consideration? Have you taken into consideration the fact that this was an informal title? for an impromptu stream that I wasn't even going to do until I was like, fuck it, why not?
Mitchell. He was forced to remove all of his videos about Mitchell's cheating and paid him a large sum of money. This left him deeply in debt, which required him to find extra work. But with his ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. Not that Billy Mitchell would ever care though. In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought. The lawsuit against Apollo was just as frivolous as the rest, and Apollo definitely would have won in court, but again, he was extremely ill and couldn't handle the ongoing stress. This was inaccurate because the settlement terms did not involve Apollo legend paying Billy any money. Even though this claim did turn out to be false, I believed it to be true at the time. I had been personally told.
Come on. There's no fucking way you're opening up with this. One of the biggest fucking arguments in the fucking lawsuit was not to republicate these fucking claims. And what I wouldn't republish. But anyways, that's exactly what he's doing. And one of the biggest contentions is that there was a large sum of money involved. That was a large contention, yes, but that wasn't the main fucking issue. The main issue is that you allege that some dude took his fucking life because of the pressure built up by Billy Mitchell. What are you saying? And I believed it to be true, even though you were told you were wrong, because there was no fucking, like, you know, sum of money being exchanged. Are you an idiot?
Oh, there was a cash settlement.
Dude.
Others said they were told as well, and this was also stated by multiple Reddit users, with one of them even claiming to have spoken with Apollo directly. Obviously, a Reddit post isn't usually very credible, but this person made these comments and was talking about the settlement before the settlement was even public, which implied to me that they knew what they were talking about and it was trustworthy.
No. So you're admitting that you weren't doing proper research and that you were just fucking like speaking out of your ass. By the way, this wasn't the court case. It is mentioned in the court case that in the transcripts and the court documents that he took a Reddit comment as evidence. What a complete fucking moron.
And the idea that Apollo legend may have paid Billy Mitchell a large sum of money was already out in the public. In a 2020 Easyscape video, he said this.
Like I mentioned at the start of the video, there's a good chance that...
Is he just deflecting? Is he just deflecting by saying that there was that this idea was already out in the public, so there's no reason why you should be responsible for defaming a guy? What?
Apollo had to pay Billy.
Does this guy have enough does this guy have like no standards for information and presentation of information? Because even somebody as amateur as me refuses to make, like, you know, claims that can be reasonably interpreted as true if I don't have 100% definite evidence. You're telling me that you're willing to make a fucking claim off of something that is just purely fucking speculation? Is this guy a fucking moron?
A large amount of money in the settlement, and rumors online suggest it to be anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 if this is what happened.
The important distinction, however, is that Easyscape did not claim this as a fact, but rather that it was just a good possibility. And I will need to point out that despite Easyscape thanking me in the description of this video, which people have then used to falsely claim that I went after Apollo Legend in some way, I had absolutely no input on anything he said regarding Apollo Legend, and I had no idea what he was going to say prior to the video's release. I had only simply provided him with some legal documents and information regarding the Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell lawsuits. And Easyscape proactively reached out to me and allowed me to post his statement confirming this was the case. With all of the corroborating evidence I had, I believed at that time that Apollo Legend did pay Billy Mitchell money in the settlement. And this was not something that I merely fabricated or constructed myself. In Apollo Legend's goodbye video, which I won't replay here out of respect, he confirmed that he had health issues and that he had unpaid debts which he did not want to pass on to his estate. And he asked people to donate to his GoFundMe because of this. As a fellow YouTuber, I also know how much money Apollo was making on his Billy videos, which was money that he would also stop making due to having to remove these videos from.
He's basically just doubling down and saying, I reasonably believe this to be the case. Okay, then why didn't you fucking argue this in court? Unless I'm just completely misremembering. And he did argue this in court. I think I might be misremembering. I think this is actually an argument that he made. But even then, it was incredibly weak because that still doesn't justify you publishing false information.
His channel. And of course, you don't need to be sued to realize that being sued is an extremely stressful thing. And especially now after being sued myself, I can only say that
he had no direct link to Billy Mitchell. Said it anyways.
You cannot imagine the stress this puts on you until it happens. Apollo himself even admitted this in a Discord message, and I can only assume that the other things he's referring to included his health issues. To be clear though, I never said Billy caused Apollo's suicide, nor have I ever believed that. No one is responsible for Apollo's decision.
Yes, I know you never said it, but people could reasonably assume. And it was definitely, and that's definitely true given the evidence provided. Because in court, the evidence that they used is comments in his YouTube video, right? And reaction from other people outside, and the fact that Billy Mitchell was, removed from a lot of like appearances apparently, right? That is like business opportunities were like, messed up. That was used as evidence to suggest that a reasonable person could, interpret reasonably that Billy Mitchell, led to a guy's suicide per the point in your video.
other than Apollo. If you read my words carefully, I simply laid out a sequence of events that happened one after another. I said there was a lawsuit, Apollo said.
If you read my if you hear my words carefully, I simply laid out a sequence of events that led up to Apollo's suicide. The way that the video was framed, the way that you fucking introduced like the screenshots, the lack of clarity in your words. Hold on. Nicandra sent me this a while ago, and I have to like show it to you guys again. I'm gonna dig through me and Nicandra's DMs. Hold on, look. This is very important because he's being so fucking deceptive and dishonest right here. This is extremely important. He's being so deceptive and dishonest here. Give me one moment. Where is this? Here.
He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with Mitchell. He was forced to remove all of his videos about Mitchell's cheating and paid him a large sum of money.
Incorrect.
This left him deeply in debt.
This left him deeply in debt. Incorrect.
Which required him to find extra work.
We don't know if that's true.
Issues, this was all too much of a burden.
And with his ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden.
And he ultimately took his own life.
So to be clear, you could reasonably interpret there that due to the exchange of money and due to like the compounding issues that Billy Mitchell like indirectly led to this guy killing himself.
Not that Billy Mitchell would ever care though.
And then listen to what he says, which I think he excludes from his video. He actually doesn't even include. He excludes from his video. Where were we? Fuck. Right here when he plays the first clip. He's being so fucking dishonest already.
He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with Mitchell.
Yeah.
He was forced to remove all of his videos about Mitchell's cheating and paid him a large sum of money. This left him deeply in debt, which required him to find extra work. But with his ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. Not that Billy Mitchell would ever care though. In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought.
It isn't
the
this.
lawsuit against Apollo was just as frivolous as the rest, and Apollo definitely would have.
And in fact, hold on. You know what? We're just gonna use this. Listen to what he says.
Too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. Not that Billy Mitchell would ever
care, though. Okay, the implications are building up here.
In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the.
In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought he died earlier, right? When Billy Mitchell thought he died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought. All of this in combination, if you aren't too well versed on this, on any of this, will lead you to assume that Billy Mitchell, that Billy Mitchell will express joy at the thought of Apollo Legend killing himself, given the circumstances that Karl Jobst laid out, right? What he actually means by earlier, though, which he fails to properly enunciate here, is that when Billy Mitchell in the past, before Apollo's suicide, there were news going around that Apollo Legend had died, and then he tries to imply that Billy Mitchell, was glad that that Apollo Legend died. Years before his actual suicide takes place. He doesn't clarify that, though. He doesn't clarify that here, which is a huge misframing, and can reasonably lead somebody to assume that Billy Mitchell was was rooting for this guy's death, and was even happy that it occurred, right? You can reasonably gather that. It's incredible how just ignorant Karl Jobst is being here of the poor framing that he presented. And the implications.
And of course, you don't need to be sued to realize that being sued is an extremely stressful thing. And especially now, after being sued myself, I can only say that you cannot imagine the stress this puts on you until it happens. Apollo himself even admits.
He was just appealing to his fans. I don't think he cares about anything else. He can't be this dumb. That's probably the case. Why does he sound like a villager? I don't know. The narrative is clear. Why are you so mad, dude? You need a chill pill. You've been an honest mistake. Lumpy Willie, you always make the most funny. You always make the most funny one guy attempts. They may work on other people, buddy, but they won't work on me.
This
comedy gold. Lumpy Willie's a funny guy.
In a Discord message.
Shout out to my goat, Lumpy Willie.
The other things he's referring to included his health issues. To be clear, though, I never said Billy caused Apollo's suicide.
Benji, don't fall for Lumpy Willie's bait. He's just joking.
Nor have I ever believed that. No one is responsible for Apollo's decision other than Apollo. If you read my words carefully, I simply laid out a sequence of events that happened one after another. I said there was a lawsuit, Apollo settled, he was in debt, though I was incorrect about the cause of the debt, he needed extra work, and he had ongoing health issues. Then I said this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. I deliberately used words like and but to connect these events. I didn't use words like because or as a result of. I was also very careful to mention Apollo's pre-existing health.
What? There's no way he's coping this hard. There's no way he's coping this hard about how he, like, you know, led people to believe that Billy Mitchell led to somebody's, like, life being taken. I was very careful in the use of my words. Clearly fucking not. Clearly fucking not, because even like, you know, even Moist Critical was like, wow, dude, what a fucking villain.
In fact, when Billy Mitchell thought
Look.
Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought. The lawsuit against Apollo
Wait,
was
I didn't
just
get a chance
as
to finish
frivolous
reading
as
that.
was just as. In fact, when Billy Mitchell.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Jesus Christ, Billy. The fucking super villain of retro Donkey Kong gaming. It has to be a really sad existence. This man did one thing in his life, and he will never let you forget it, even though no one cares. He has built his entire persona in life around the idea that he is the best Donkey Kong player. That's worse than those people that peaked in high school because they played quarterback.
Mitchell thought Apollo died earlier, he expressed joy at the thought. The lawsuit against Apollo was just as frivolous as the rest, and Apollo definitely would have won in
But
court,
anyways.
But
anyways, he's like, this guy is fucking coping about like using, like, carefully using words. Clearly not. Clearly not. Clearly not. Even Mudahar came out and said, to be clear, even Mudahar came out and said that Karl Jobst says things that are a little bit too rash, a little bit too reckless sometimes, a little bit too hot to include.
Health issues as a major factor. When I said this was all too much, I was clearly referring to multiple things together. The debt, the extra work.
I was clearly referring to multiple things together. No, you fucking weren't. What a
And
cope.
his health issues, all simply as existing, not as causative factors. I never stated that Mitchell's lawsuit caused or could have caused Apollo's death. Any connection someone might draw between the lawsuit and Apollo's passing goes beyond what I actually said. I was extremely careful, though obviously not careful enough, not to make that claim. Because
I was extremely careful. Yeah, okay, pal. No, you're just straight up fucking, you're just capping.
I know the difference between describing a sequence of events and assigning blame for a tragedy.
I know the difference between describing a sequence of events and assigning blame for a tragedy. I can I'll give Billy Mitchell I mean Billy Mitchell. I'll give Karl Jobst the benefit of the doubt and say that he wasn't applying blame, right? That he wasn't applying blame for this, you know, for this guy's death, but it is incredibly unclear in the video. It is incredibly unclear in the video. Matter of fact, let me make a cursory Google search. Let me make a Google search real quick. Did Billy Mitchell lead to Apollo's death? Apollo killing himself. Hold on. I need to see. I need to see if there's any like, you know. I need to see if there's any. Let me look at something before fucking 2025. I need to see if there's any speculation on the internet as a result of this video. Looking it up on a different tab. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Time. Oh. Oh, not past here. That's still fucking custom range. Before 2025. Let's see. Let's look at this Twitter thread together real quick, just to see what the interpretation of people were. I'm diving into it fresh. Give me one moment. Okay. Dead air. I know. I'm sorry. I was researching. Sorry. Using my mind. Okay, don't care. And Karl, expect me. This dude is so full of himself, looking forward to another failed lawsuit and the ridicule that accompanies it. Okay, that didn't age well. The fact he made a clapback video about his lawsuit on YouTube is ridiculous. He wants everything to be a circus because he's a damn clown. Any conversations about the death of Apollo? Karl Jobst was wrong for the claims that there was a cash payment following Billy's defamation 4 years ago. Lawsuit against Apollo being settled. What he claims is that the settlement involved no money at all, and in fact, Apollo did not even have to pay any attorney's fees. Presumably, judging from Apollo's comment on YouTube, this means the settlement only meant he had to hand over ownership of his videos about Billy's case to Billy and delete them from his channel. Everything else stated in the video is basically immaterial to the content of Karl Jobst's video. A settlement to $1 million lawsuit that did not include any payment or even legal fees seems to me like it would be highly exceptional. Maybe someone with legal expertise can chime in here. Of course, it should be noted that this cannot be corroborated anymore by other party. The terms of these settlements are not usually publicly revealed. At the end of the video, he all but explicitly states he's going to sue Karl Jobst. I was going to ignore Karl Jobst forever, but this cannot be ignored. I'm going to respond the way everybody anticipates for me to respond. And Karl, expect me. The first line is a bit puzzling, seeing as how Karl already mentions that he already received concerns notice from an attorney in Australia, so clearly he hasn't been ignoring him. I think the real question here is Billy stating the truth when he claims that there was no cash involved in the settlement that Apollo at all? And if so, what was it that made Karl believe there was a cash settlement to the point where they left Apollo in debt? Interesting. So people were speculating about Karl Jobst lying even way back when. Very curious. Update. Karl Jobst removed the allegation from his video. A reliable third party confirmed the legitimacy of his allegations directly to him. I am currently unaware of any official retraction. However, either way, that simply will not do. Jobst fabricates a baseless story with fictitious events to pin a suicide on me, but he seemingly thinks that a simple removal reconciles his conduct. Absolutely not. The damages have been done. Over 600,000 people saw that video before he removed the claims. He pins a suicide on me in front of hundreds of thousands of people, makes thousands of dollars in an ad sponsor revenue, and drives a GoFundMe to $50,000 with the emotions that he drew from those claims. In exchange, I received tons of hate on social media calling me a murderer, saying that I killed Apollo legend and that I have blood on my hands. No thank you, Karl. I checked the video again, and indeed, a small portion of the video has been cut. It's at 16:45. It cuts out at the part where he claims that there was a cash settlement that left Apollo in debt and shows a chat log of Billy believing that he had died, although it had not happened yet at the time, and being happy about it. Note that YouTube videos can normally not be uploaded. Only things like muting audio and cutting parts are possible, and he cannot update the video to make a statement. As of this moment, the video description does not show any edits, and there isn't a comment by Karl explaining the exchange yet. But I guess we'll get an update from him soon. In any case, at the time it seems like Karl found himself in a pickle. Either money did change hands and Billy is bluffing, so in that case nothing will happen, or it did not and Karl is going to have to lawyer up. How true these people were. How real they were. The fact that Apollo committed suicide because of the lawsuit is not said explicitly, but a good lawyer can make it look like it was implied maybe. Yeah, I think we should just leave Billy alone. The way we are playing this game is he's having endless fun. This person was so fucking right. 4 years ago. I don't think whether or not money changed hands will be a big factor if Billy sues Karl. Unless Australian defamation laws are very biased in favor of the plaintiff, Billy definitely wouldn't have a case in the U.S. Being wrong about a public figure isn't defamatory. It takes a lot more than that. Can you explain what it means by settlement and $1 million lawsuit? Are they saying it's weird to settle for nothing? It's not unusual to sue for some crazy amounts and then end up settling for nothing. If you're in litigation and you find out the other person is insolvent, it would not be abnormal to settle for nothing. I actually didn't know that, QQ. Thank you for bringing that up. I actually didn't really that's something that didn't come to me, in the moment. Interesting. I was gonna ignore Karl forever. Is that why you sent him a lawsuit to threaten him, Billy? I'm about the only one who wouldn't really wish this gets wretched scum sucker and click, so here's a transcript for those who want to know what he says without watching the video. Interesting. Three things from someone who's been researching the Billy case extensively. There are sources confirming there was a significant cash settlement paid by Apollo. At present, I'm not going to publicly identify who the sources are. I'm not asking you to trust my word. I'm stating the basis for the claim for those who are curious. Clearly, you know nothing because this is untrue. Billy is an experienced, unflinching liar. Don't believe his word for a nanosecond, even though he was being very truthful. And don't be hypnotized by him waving a stack of papers around. Recall his massive flop of an evidence packet in September 2019, the one that would prove his innocence, TM. And in the title, in the end, it was full of garbage. If that paper Billy is holding in his hands proved his innocence, he would show us. The video clip Billy includes from Karl's video starting at 0:56 contains none of what Billy ascribes it to be. The clip is fair, relying on the facts. Billy is one spinning his own narrative when he claims defamatory, while ironically defaming Karl. So people were genuinely believing that what Karl said is just. There were sources claiming this is really the crux of the matter. Frankly, it's unheard of a lawsuit. So people were pretty contentious back then about this issue. It appears. Hold on. I can't really find anything about Apollo Legend being, like his death being killed on Google. It seems like nobody. It seems like nobody has really like made. I can't find like any publications on it. But oh, interesting. Interesting. I saw an article, but it's incredibly old and it's unrelated to this. I just thought it was interesting. Anyways, back to this. Back to this.
I did, however, get one statement of fact wrong, and trust me, I learned that lesson immediately. Ever since this very video back in 2021, and because of the resulting lawsuit, I've always endeavored to be much more careful about what I say. And if
I see what you're saying, QQ. Now there would be no point for Karl Jobst to like argue that there would be no point for Karl Jobst to argue that Apollo would have to like pay Billy Mitchell a large sum of money, considering the fact that he was already broke and probably wouldn't have been like forced to pay out any like fees. I understand. So it was it was a bad faith analysis of the situation entirely, regardless of the claims that other people were making. This is the only story he can actually comment on legally.
Say something factual, I always try to ensure that I have ample concrete evidence to support it. On the 4th of June 2021, I was contacted by Keemstar, who on a call advised me that Billy was very unhappy with the comment I made regarding the settlement, and that it was false. In response to this, I removed that section and advised Keemstar to tell Billy that I had removed it and that I would make a retraction if Apollo's brother or Billy provides evidence that the claim was false. I then sent Apollo's brother an email explaining the situation and asked if he could confirm if my statement was incorrect.
This was in the suit. This was in the lawsuit.
Several hours after I removed the statement from my video, Billy posted to his channel a response video. In it, he stated that my claim was wrong and that I was accusing him of murder.
May 26th, Jobst released a video, downright loaded with false, defamatory statements. The most heinous accusation related to Apollo's passing. In the video, Jobst outright states that I drove Apollo to suicide. In his words, he may as well have just said murder.
Several days later, I received a concerns notice from Billy's lawyer. This is a legal document that you must send to someone before you sue them for defamation. It's the first step in the process. It needs to outline the words of which they complain, what they imply, and why they are false. I didn't take this seriously when I received it, because it wasn't the first concerns notice that Billy had ever sent me.
Yeah, no fucking shit,
earlier,
moron.
Billy had sent
no fucking shit, you didn't take it seriously, you absolute fucking idiot. At least you're admitting it.
Me a concerns notice after I called him a cheater in a video about Guinness World Records. This was just after they reinstated his fake world records. The concerns notice was ridiculous, as obviously Billy—
Why are you still talking about fake world records? What is wrong with you? Stop fucking bringing shit up that is irrelevant to like what you were being sued for. Are you retarded? Fuck, I need to stop saying that word.
He is a proven cheater and everyone knows this. And it falsely claimed that I implied he was a criminal because I suggested that he may have paid Guinness to reinstate his scores. Even though paying Guinness to adjudicate world records is literally their business model. And during this time, Billy was suing multiple entities for telling the truth that he is a cheater. So there was no reason for me to believe that his second concerns notice regarding Apollo Legend was any more trustworthy. And I assumed it was completely bogus and an attempt to silence me, just like all—
Stop! He's digging his own grave. He's pursuing a fucking appeal, and he's saying this on video. Motherfucker, do you not know how many people are going to be currently downloading this video? Do you not know how many copies there's going to be for people to use as evidence against you? You fucking idiot. Dude.
For his other actions. A couple of days after I received Billy's concerns notice regarding Apollo Legend, I re-edited my video to add back in my claims regarding the settlement. Again, I believed them to be true, and my efforts to avoid—
Lumpy Willie, where are you? Lumpy Willie, are you still watching? Archive this shit right now, dude. Archive this shit right now. We're probably gonna need it later. This motherfucker's going to get a lot of fucking pushback for his delusions right now, and there's definitely we're gonna need a fucking archive. We're going to need a fucking archive. Hold on. Lumpy Willie, archive this now. Joe's claiming his initial tweet that he allowed Mitchell to explain why he was suing him, but this guy painted him as a total fraud and habitual liar. Yeah, he did do that, and everybody on fucking Reddit ran with that too at the time.
legal action by taking them down had failed. In the pinned comment of Billy's response video, he even said that removing the words or making a retraction would make no difference. Several days after I reinstated my claim, I received an email reply from Apollo Legend's brother. He confirmed that originally, Billy had tried to get money from Apollo, but this greatly upset Apollo because he simply had no money to give. And ultimately, they adjusted the settlement, and in the final version, there was no money transferred. As soon as I received this email, I removed my claim from my video, and it has been gone ever since. After I removed the claim from my video, we responded to Billy's lawyers advising them that the segment was removed and that I would be issuing a retraction. Billy said this was not sufficient, and in the response from Billy's lawyer, they stated that proceedings were necessary. Despite this, I still planned on releasing a retraction, and in my video, The Greatest Feat in Video Game History, I included this segment at the end.
Which isn't enough, which wasn't enough. You didn't act fast enough. You did not act fast enough because you didn't fucking value. You did not take these fucking concerns seriously, which you really should have. You're like when you're facing with litigation, you should your first step in the course of action should not be to fucking be filled with hubris. Your first course of action should be okay, I'll remove the fucking segment of the video before I get confirmation just to be safe, and then I'll get confirmation on the off chance that I'm wrong. And if I get confirmation or not, then I'll decide whether it gets put back in the video or not. And then if it ends and then if it ends up I'm wrong, I will immediately fucking offer a retraction, right? But if you had just listened to Billy for even a second and just made a retraction video the following day, you would have been completely fine.
Now, before I finish the video, I would like to take this opportunity to correct something that I said in a previous video. Back in May, I talked about the new lawsuit.
You waited
filed
like
by
6
Todd
months
Rogers
to
and Billy
retract?
Mitchell. In that video, I made
No
the claim that
fucking way. I didn't know that. I don't know the timeline too well. What I think happened is similar to what patent trolls do. It sounds like he just sued everyone he could, then focused on people who had money. Just guessing. Probably. But if he did focus exclusively on Karl in this particular case for money, then he definitely chose the right target because god fucking damn.
Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged. He didn't provide any evidence to back up this claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had. However, I did investigate further as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made in that video was almost certainly incorrect.
Way to not include the dates now that you mention it. Benji. Wait for this guy not to include the dates.
I sincerely apologize for providing false information, and no matter what kind of relationship I have with Mitchell, I do not believe that it is ever justified to lie or mislead. Mitchell also claimed that I was accusing him of murder. This is certainly not the case. I do have my opinion regarding the impact of the settlement on Apollo's decision, but ultimately, it was no one's responsibility but his own. The only reason I mentioned it in that video was because I felt like it was important to let you know what happened, as I know many of you enjoyed his videos. My standard of evidence has changed dramatically since I made this original claim, so of course, now I disagree with my statement that I had very good evidence. But I was just trying to say that I didn't just make this up out of nowhere, and I didn't consider Billy's legal threat against me as him trying to get in contact with me, which is why I said that he didn't. After I released my retraction, my lawyers contacted Billy's lawyer to let them know, though we never heard back. I've heard a lot of people say that I never made a retraction, or never attempted to correct the record, or was trying to hide my retraction, and that if only I had just made a retraction, this entire thing would have been avoided. But that's just not the case.
There's no way, right? There's no way. There's no way. Yeah, I mean, can you really consider that end of the video like a proper retraction? No, like surely you must know how fucking stupid it is to like wait that long to make a retraction, and then the retraction not be its actual own video. It's just, you know, it was at the end of the video, where most people would have never fucking seen it.
I wanted the retraction to get as many views as possible. I even said as much to my lawyers at the time.
This is cope. That is cope. That is cope.
Ultimately,
the retraction, the standalone retraction on its own, would have gotten a significant amount of views, whereas most people will not watch throughout the end of a video to get to the retraction. That is pure fucking cope. This is delusional. This is just him fucking making an excuse. There is no way that anybody will believe this in their right minds.
It did. My retraction got far more views than the original video, but it was clear from Billy even before I made the retraction.
And it did, yes. But can you show us your watch time percentage? Can you show us the analytics on the video? Can you show us your fucking, like, you know, like your graph, your fucking, like, you know, retention graph, so that we can see if it spiked towards the end of the video from that era, from that date, so that we can see and determine for ourselves how many people actually viewed the retraction?
that it wasn't going to affect his actions in any way. Then,
yeah, exactly, Nick Andrews. Notice how he didn't fucking show the watch time graph. Exactly.
2021, Billy filed his lawsuit against me. Those are the events that led up to the lawsuit. But if the lawsuit was apparently just about my claim about the Apollo Legend settlement, then why did many people believe that it was about allegations of cheating? There are multiple reasons, and yes, I am one of them, but it wasn't just my YouTube audience who thought that. It was even news outlets. In fact, they were playing segments on national news about how Billy was suing me for cheating.
A bitter war of Donkey Kong has exploded, with controversy over a high score making it all the way to a Queensland courtroom.
All he had to do was make a standalone video that absolutely would have gotten millions of views, because everybody at the time would have been excited to see, you know, Karl Jobst take a humble L. It would have gotten millions of views. Absolutely. I was wrong about Billy Mitchell. I said something that was incorrect. A quick 5-minute video, billions of views, right? I'm being hyperbolic. That's all he had to do. Everybody would have watched it. Everybody would have known. And it wouldn't have to be buried behind this fucking, like, you know, 30-minute video. All he had to do was that, and it would have saved him so much fucking money. He's just fucking coping.
An American video game champion is suing a Brisbane YouTuber over cheating claims.
And they didn't think that because I told them or because they watch my videos. They ran that story.
I want every YouTuber to fear defamation. You know what? QQ, me too, pal.
Because of the arguments that
I have been like for the longest time, ever since like even with the first YouTubers that I ever met on YouTube. And I think back when I would like, you know, when Chud would call me up on his streams, right? When I would call into Chuds, I would always say, I would say that more people should be afraid of like getting information wrong, because not only could you like put somebody at risk, but you could put yourself at risk. I have always operated under the standards that every YouTuber should fear the ramifications that they may face for misrepresenting somebody. I absolutely agree.
Were being made during the lawsuit and the nature of the pleadings. In Australian defamation, you must look at the entire publication. If I publish a video, Billy doesn't get to just extract a single paragraph and ignore everything else. In the video where I made those claims about the Apollo settlement, I also claimed that Billy was exposed for cheating. I claimed that he was banned for cheating. I said that he abuses the legal system to force people to acknowledge his video game scores. And I said that he expressed joy at the thought of Apollo Legend's death, because he did. I mean, I even showed in that same video text messages where Billy said he would try his hardest not to smile and giggle if Apollo Legend was actually—
No way you're doing this fucking— no way you're including this in your fucking response, dude. No way you're trying to double down. He's trying to do like a pseudo double down, if that makes any sense. He's trying to be like, well, you see, I didn't say that this guy directly led to this guy's killing himself, but what I will show you is that Billy Mitchell is still a bad guy, right? And so you should still not really respect this guy. You know what I mean? Like this is so fucking— this is such a backhanded response. This is such an insulting fucking response. He is going to lose in court again. This video will be the reason he loses in court again. In a year, I'm going to pull this stream up if I remember, if I'm even around. In a year, I'm going to pull this stream up, and I'm going to be like, I was right again award. I was right again award, and I'm going to like keep doing this whole bit with my fucking iDubbbz tweet. I'm going to be doing this whole bit. I'm going to keep doing this whole bit. Yes. Anyways, this video is going to be the reason he loses in court again.
Dead. So as part of Australian defamation law, there is a concept known as contextual truth, and this was one of my defenses. My defense states that because I made those other claims that both hurt Billy's reputation and were true, Billy was harmed anyway, and
yeah, Nick Andrews. Where am I going? I don't know. I just don't. I don't consider YouTube to be like a long-term career choice. So who knows how long I actually do YouTube long-term. You know what I mean? A lot can change in a year. I'm not saying that I'll quit, but what I will say is that I've always had this mindset. This isn't anything new, right? Don't be like don't be like concerned. Don't be like concerned that, oh my god, fresh new face on the scene and he's like disappearing all of a sudden. You're too careful to make money on YouTube. I think that's probably true. I have to be willing to throw slop at the wall. That is correct. That is correct. I don't really consider YouTube as a long-term career choice. I mainly do this as a hobby, which is why I always say I don't feel entitled to anybody's money, because I genuinely do not feel entitled to anybody's money. To be clear, I do this because I love I love dissecting people being fucking liars. I love dissecting dishonesty. I love just looking at these people fucking walking themselves into a trap and just being completely fucking, egotistical morons that lie about people. I love dissecting this shit.
The words he complained of didn't harm him any more than he otherwise would have been. And in response to these other claims, Billy denied them all. He denied that he was exposed for cheating. He denied that he was banned by Twin Galaxies.
Who cares? He's still focusing on this. He's still hyperfixating on this. It doesn't matter. The fucking what you're being sued for is none of this. This doesn't fucking matter. This doesn't care. This is just basically used as a preamble to express how you do not fucking care about just fucking throwing shit at the wall, and because you don't care about fucking taking shots at this guy, you accidentally fucking alleged that he led to a guy's suicide indirectly. Why are you doing this? This is going to absolutely be used against him in court. Like I can already tell based on like the documents, right? I'm not a lawyer, so I'm basing this on what I saw on the court documents with and the judge's verdict. The judge literally said that Karl was like, an egotistical individual who was full of confidence, that had a reckless disregard. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's trying to like be this pretentious, I'm still a good guy, guys. And look at this. Look at how he keeps fucking like pressing on this. This guy cannot get over himself.
Denied that he abuses the legal system, and he denied that he expressed joy at the thought of Apollo Legends' death. And because he denied those extra claims, the breadth of arguments during the lawsuit expanded to include those as well. And the media evidently latched onto the cheating claims, because Billy was denying those, and that was his main reputation. So on one hand, the reason Billy originally sued me was because of Apollo Legend, but on the other hand, because he doesn't get to just isolate that one paragraph and ignore everything else in the video, the cheating allegations, along with other more serious claims, became involved. And ultimately, the judge did agree that those other claims were made, and that they were substantially true, though in his opinion, they weren't more serious than the claim Billy was suing over, which I personally don't agree with. In my personal opinion, I think expressing joy over
what?
For Apollo Legends' death is far worse than any implication that the eventual
No. Hey guys. This guy expresses joy at this guy's death. I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, could this not be like another defamatory claim? Is this like, I'm pretty sure this could also be used in court to say, hey, he's still trying to perpetuate that Billy was overjoyed at expressing death, at expressing this guy's death, for like, damaging his reputation even further. Like he just keeps defaming the guy by damaging his reputation even further.
Settlement of Billy's $1 million lawsuit against a young YouTuber who had major health issues and no money, and who was just expressing the truth, might have contributed in some way to his decision to end his life.
Yeah, Karl Jobst is fucked. Karl Jobst is fucked. He's doubling down. Dude. Dude. we have an emoji for that. We have an emoji for this. It's literally, I believe it's literally titled dude. Yeah, it is literally titled _dude because that is me right now. I'm just like fucking, I have a palm in my fucking face right now, and I'm like Jesus fucking Christ.
After Billy filed his lawsuit, I released a video in September 2021 titled I'm Being Sued and Cancelled, where I announced that I was officially being sued. In that video, I specifically state that I'm not going to talk about what the lawsuit was about. Normally, I'd give you a full breakdown of this kind of thing, but because this one involves me, I'm going to keep my cards a lot closer to my chest. What I will tell you is that I am being sued for defamation, and the amount of damages being sought is $450,000. I will definitely be giving you updates as we go, but I don't want to give out too many details or strategies before I use them in court. After this, he
says, as he then gives out details and strategies before he uses them in court, because he does say that one of the main points he will be arguing in some of these videos is about cheating allegations, and then he goes on to explain his entire strategy about how he's going to be I said that extremely weirdly, about how he's going to be using the what's it called, cheating arguments in court to express how his reputation, which he actually did end up doing, by the way, to express how his reputation was not further damaged by Karl Jobst.
Didn't talk about my lawsuit at all for over a year. And during this time, news outlets were posting articles about how Billy was suing me for cheating.
That's a good point. We're gonna play bingo real quick. Let's see what he will and what he won't mention. And I'm pretty sure that the Apollo stuff, like the GoFundMe stuff, is not going to be mentioned here.
This wasn't because I said this. I wasn't even talking about my lawsuit at all. These articles were being written because reporters were reading the court documents where these issues were being argued. And I wasn't going to go out of my way to draw attention away from the cheating allegations either. Part of my defense was that Billy, more than anything else, has a reputation as a cheater. And when you think about Billy Mitchell, people don't think about that.
But that's not what you were being sued for. He's still being fucking delusional. Yes, those were like some of like the main things that you were vocal about, but that's not what you're being sued for. This does not matter. That is not what you're being sued for. Why are you bringing this up as if it's fucking relevant at all?
One brief claim I made in a video in 2021 and then retracted. They just associate him with cheating and abusing the legal system. The fact that so many people didn't even know about the Apollo Legends settlement claim is evidence of that. Then in 2022, Billy sent me a third concerns notice because of a video I released in April regarding one of Billy's witnesses accusing him of extortion. And he followed that up with another lawsuit, of which he sent to my lawyers and told them he was going to file it against me. And then he sent me a fourth concerns notice saying he intended to sue me because I put a 10-second AVGN meme in a video completely unrelated to Billy. Billy was now threatening me with 3 simultaneous lawsuits. The first one had already cost $200,000.
As far as I know, is this even true? I've heard that he wasn't actually like hit with 3 lawsuits. I'm almost pretty sure that he wasn't hit with 3 lawsuits, and I think in the document, I think in the document it was just concerns letters that were being sent, not lawsuits, right? Not lawsuit filings. I might be wrong though. I might just be misinterpreting the document, but it was concerns notice, and they even mentioned in the lawsuits that Karl Jobst wasn't taking a lot of the concerns notices too seriously.
First year alone. So if Billy filed the second and third lawsuits, there was no way I could afford to defend myself. I had Billy Mitchell, the guy who had already sued multiple
Was
people.
it confirmed he fired his first set of lawyers because they told him he had to settle? I have no clue, and I'm unwilling to I'm willing to say that definitively.
For exposing his cheating, and who had already sued me once before, telling me he was going to sue me 2 more times. And the reasons were insane. They were obvious abuses of the legal system. I felt I had no choice but to create a GoFundMe, and I advertised it in a video called Billy Mitchell Has Gone Insane and I Need Your Help. In that video, I clearly explain what is happening.
Okay, you know what? He's flashing a lot of fucking documents on the paper. I'm gonna fucking read them.
One brief claim I made in a video in 2021 and then retracted. They just associate him with cheating and abusing the legal system. The fact that so many people didn't even know about
I want to see if he's pulling a McIntyre.
The Apollo Legends settlement claim is evidence of that. Then in 2022,
we act for Billy Mitchell. This is a concerns notice, so not a lawsuit.
Billy sent me a third concerns notice because of a video I released in April regarding one of Billy's witnesses accusing him of extortion. And he followed that up with another lawsuit.
Plaintiff William James Mitchell and Karl Jobst, defendant, file in the claims registry statement of claim. The claim in this proceeding is made in reliance to the following facts. The plaintiff was a relative times a natural person. Don't care. Well known in Queensland. Don't care. Recognized by Guinness Book of World Records as having achieved certain video games. Don't care. The defendant is and was at all relevant times a natural person residing position. On about 16 April 2023 and continuous thereafter, the defendant published in concerning the plaintiff a video entitled Game Over Disgrace containing the following.
Of which he sent to my lawyers and told them
Mitchell versus Joe's publication of 10 April 22 entitled Disgraced Gamer Billy Mitchell Accused of Extortion. We refer to our correspondence of 20 April 22 which attached a concerns notice sent to your client in respect of his publication. We are attaching a draft statement of a claim which we have instructions to file at the expiration of the 28-day period following the concerns notice in the event that an offer to make amends in acceptable terms is not received within that period. Okay, if I'm correct, and I would like to be corrected, but based on my interpretation with my limited knowledge of the legal system, because I'm a complete fucking moron and don't actually know a lot of things, I can reasonably assume that this is not a lawsuit. It is a draft, which is not a lawsuit. We are attaching a draft statement of claim, which we have instructions to file at the expiration of the 28-day period. They're threatening a lawsuit. They're not filing a lawsuit. So he is being completely dishonest here. Yeah, it is very much like this is your final warning. If you meet our demands, well, we won't pursue these litigations. But if you don't, we will pursue litigations. And I assumed I can only assume that they probably just decided not to pursue litigation. So there actually wasn't multiple lawsuits. He's lying.
He was going to file it against him.
But take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I'm not a legal expert, obviously.
me. And then he sent me a fourth concerns notice saying he intended to sue me because I put a 10-second AVGN meme in a video completely
So there wasn't multiple lawsuits. He's just bullshitting.
unrelated to Billy. Billy was now threatening me with 3 simultaneous lawsuits. The first one had already cost $200,000 in the first year alone. So if Billy filed the second and third lawsuits, there was no way I could afford to.
So if Billy filed the second and third lawsuits, keywords, if Billy filed the second and third lawsuits. So you weren't hit with lawsuits. You were hit with, warnings of potential lawsuits that weren't filed.
To defend myself, I had Billy Mitchell, the guy who had already sued multiple people for exposing his cheating and who had already sued me once before, telling me he was going to sue me 2 more times. And the reasons were insane. They were obvious abuses of the legal system. I felt I had no choice but to create a GoFundMe, and
I felt that I had no choice but to create a GoFundMe off of lawsuits that never went through. Good job.
advertised it in a video called Billy Mitchell Has Gone Insane and I Need Your Help. In that video, I clearly explain what is happening and why I'm creating the GoFundMe.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't clearly explain shit. No, you don't.
Every single word I said in that video was true, and all of this
No, it wasn't.
is explained in
Maybe it was, but the truth was heavily skewed and conflated.
in the video. I understand that this was several years ago, so I don't blame anyone for not remembering the video or why I created the GoFundMe. But it wasn't in response to the first lawsuit that ultimately went to trial. It was because of Billy's constant legal threats against me, most of them having nothing to do with...
Okay, so he's admitting that he's admitting here that he created the... Hold on, I need to hear that back before I make a claim.
I understand that this was several years ago, so I don't blame anyone for not remembering the video or why I created the GoFundMe. But it wasn't in...
But that's not what people are pissed off about. People are pissed off about that if you've never mentioned. People are pissed off about that if you that you never mentioned the fact that you were that you were being sued for alleging that Billy Mitchell indirectly led to a guy's suicide. That's what people are mad at. This is just completely tone deaf. This is just a fucking slap in the face to all of his supporters. I'm glad that I'm re-listening to this again because I almost fucking completely missed that.
The GoFundMe. Every single word I said in that video was true, and all of this is explained in the video.
Okay, but yeah, okay. Again, while the truth might be while it's relevant to the cheating stuff, and when what you said about the cheating stuff might be true, you still didn't address the reason as to why you were getting sued, and that was again for the allegation.
Understand that this was several years ago, so I don't blame anyone for not remembering the video or why I created.
He's literally just hoping that his audience is dumb. He's literally just hoping that his audience is dumb and was like, "Hey guys, I'm sorry that you guys got confused, but I was very honest about what I was getting sued about, even though that's not the case."
The GoFundMe, but it wasn't in response to the first lawsuit that ultimately went to trial. It was because of Billy's constant legal threats against me, most of them having nothing to do with the Polo legend. This video got a lot of attention at the time, even Moist Critical.
So he is saying if I'm hearing this correct.
And why I'm creating the GoFundMe. Every single word I said in that video was true, and all of this is explained in the video. I understand that this was several years ago, so I don't blame anyone for not remembering the video or why I created the GoFundMe. But it wasn't in response to the first lawsuit that ultimately went to trial. It was because
the GoFundMe wasn't in response to the first lawsuit that went to trial. It was because
of Billy's constant legal threats against me.
Because of Billy's constant legal threats against me. Very interesting. Very interesting, Karl Jobst. It's almost as if your entire audience thought that the reason why you made a GoFundMe in the first place is because of lawsuits. Multiple lawsuits. Didn't you mention in your previous videos as well that the reason why you set up a GoFundMe is because you thought that you weren't going to be able to afford 2 separate lawsuits, which as it turns out, never occurred?
Most of them having nothing to do with the Polo legend. This video got a lot of attention at the time. Even Moist Critical made a video about it.
This is one of the most baffling reasons for a lawsuit I think I've probably ever heard in general. Now, as I understand it, the second lawsuit hasn't been fully filed yet. Right now, it is still in the letter of intent stage, where they are intending to sue Karl and have sent him the documents to indicate such. But
why would he need money for warning documents?
To be sent in
Correct.
the coming days.
And the GoFundMe raised 150,000 Australian dollars immediately. If anyone came away from that video thinking that Billy was suing me for saying he cheated, it's because he had started the process for doing exactly that, on top of everything else.
This guy's a fucking moron. This guy's a complete fucking moron. This guy's actually a fucking moron. This guy's actually a fucking idiot. Karl Jobst is completely and utterly raped. Karl Jobst is completely and utterly raped.
And the GoFundMe raised 150,000 Australian dollars immediately. If anyone came away from that video thinking that Billy was suing me for saying he cheated, it's because he had started the process for doing exactly that. On top.
If anybody came away from that video assuming that Billy is suing me because I said he has cheated, it is because he said he was doing exactly that. Well, did he? Did he? Because that's not what he did. That's not what he did, and people still supported you. Because they had assumed that you were going to be sued for the easiest slam dunk case ever, which you're just neglecting to mention here. Which you should have been really transparent with. You should have told these people, like, hey guys, the lawsuit that I'm currently involved in isn't about cheating, so it might be a little bit more difficult to fight than I initially thought. He's literally just hoping that his audience is stupid. He is actually just fucking hoping that his audience is completely idiotic.
Top of everything else. Ultimately, these extra actions never made it all the way to trial, but there was no way for me to know.
So you should refund your audience their money. So you should refund everybody their money is what I'm hearing from this.
That at the time. And it was possibly even because of the success of the GoFundMe that Billy ended up backing down. People are now using the fact that Billy didn't go.
It was because of the success of the GoFundMe that Billy ultimately ended up backing down. Can you show proof of this? Can you show proof of this instead of speaking out of your fucking ass? Karl Jobst is absolutely Karl Jobst just lost all credibility. This guy is such a manipulative fucking scumbag. Double speaking like a motherfucker. Hey guys, I know that you guys donated for something that wasn't entirely clear, but I'll have you know that because you guys donated and I have $150,000 of your hard-earned money, it actually did prevent the lawsuits that I wanted money for. It actually did prevent the lawsuits. Don't mind that I'm now going to use this money that I collected from you guys to pay off a lawsuit that I was 100% in the wrong in, that I didn't provide details for to any of you guys, which is what all of you had assumed you were supporting me for in the first place. Very interesting, Karl Jobst. Very interesting.
All the way through with his threats to say that the GoFundMe was a scam. But I was just responding to actions taken by Billy and protecting myself. And the money was used exactly for the purposes that I said it would be, which was to help cover legal fees. This narrative that this whole thing was only ever about Apollo Legend, which ironically is a narrative that started with Billy Mitchell, is completely false. And if that were...
No fucking way. This video just gets worse. This video just gets fucking worse. Like, unironically, it just gets worse. It just keeps getting worse. And like every single thing that every single time he's about to admit fault on something, it's backhanded. Hey guys, I didn't deceive you guys. I didn't fucking start, I didn't deceive you guys. Fuck the narrative that this was always about some guy's death wasn't a narrative that I set forwards. It was something that Billy Mitchell did, guys. This is just further defamation.
Was only ever about Apollo Legend, which ironically is a narrative that started with Billy Mitchell, is completely false. And if that were the case, Billy would not have taken action against me on 4 separate occasions, with 3 of those having nothing to do with Apollo Legend. That is why I never thought this whole thing was actually about Apollo.
Hold on. Give me one moment. I need to zoom in on this. Enhance. What are the dates on this? They're fucking blurry. 7 June 2021 and whoops. Enhance. Whoops. God damn it. I'm an idiot. July 2020. So this one right here, the second one, I can't read it. It's so fucking blurry. Mr. Mitchell's a prominent and respected video gamer who is recognized throughout the world, including Australia. This is this one. Background. Mr. Mitchell, respected video gamer who is recognized throughout the world. Both of them start the same publication. On 28th May 2021, you posted on the web a video entitled biggest cheater in video game history strikes again. Although, okay, so he's not being deceptive about this being the second lawsuit.
Occasions, with 3 of those having nothing to do with Apollo Legend. That is why I never thought this whole thing was actually about Apollo Legend. I had been threatened and was dealing with so many actions from Billy that were related to cheating that from my perspective, this Apollo Legend lawsuit was just Billy trying to capitalize on a mistake I made. But wrong or right, I was under the impression that Billy was suing me because...
Oh, I just took a screenshot of it and enhanced on a separate window.
They kept talking about his cheating and talking about him in a negative light in general. Otherwise, those other actions made no sense whatsoever. It was clear to me that his goal was just to silence me.
All gamers deserve respect.
The Apollo Legend claim, as I had already removed the words and made a retraction. The only other time I mentioned the GoFundMe was at the end of a video I released in August of 2023, where ironically, I was responding to Billy saying that my GoFundMe was a scam. However, in this video, I allow Billy to fully explain why he is suing me, and I even say myself that the lawsuit relates to Apollo Legend.
Okay, but time went on, and eventually, without a single source, except a now deleted post on Reddit. Now deleted post was his only source where he blamed me for taking the life of another human being and for what I did to him. And I said, that's it.
Billy Mitchell is referring to the YouTuber Apollo Legend, who tragically took his own life in December of 2020. I won't go into specifics about this particular point because it does relate to his ongoing lawsuit against me. Of course, I do pick apart a lot of Billy's lies, and I deny that I actually said Billy took Apollo Legend's life, because I didn't, but I wasn't trying to hide the fact that the lawsuit was related to Apollo Legend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even made this video or say directly that it was. And of course, I do also say that the allegations of cheating are relevant, because they were being argued as well. After I promoted the GoFundMe in this video, it quickly reached $200,000, at which time I closed it.
This like at every twist and turn, every single corner that this guy can just get into, he's like trying to deny any sort of accountability for his actions. He's just trying to make it seem as if like, nuh-uh, guys, nuh-uh, you can't possibly blame me for this. This is all your fault. Is essentially what he's doing. He's literally trying to gaslight people right now.
And stopped accepting donations, which was almost a year before we went to trial. So throughout 2024, as I began talking about the villain more into
yes and no in this case. Yes and no. He's the villain because everybody hates Billy Mitchell, right? But in this particular case, in this isolated instance of this entire story, Billy is not the villain.
More, the GoFundMe was already closed and I wasn't accepting money from the public. I have seen people point to the description of the GoFundMe and say that it didn't provide enough information or exact details about what the lawsuits and threats were about, and in that regard, I totally understand if people think that was bad practice or an issue. I can only apologize and say that I didn't give the description much thought. As I said, I only mentioned or linked to the GoFundMe in 2 videos outlining things in much more detail, which I assumed people had already watched. Though if I knew the description should have included everything, I would have absolutely no problem doing just that. The fact that so many people got upset or felt misled after the judge's decision and I lost the lawsuit came as a huge shock to me. There was a lot of reporting being done around the time of the trial, and no backlash occurred then, when it was also very clear what the trial was about. And I've had many people tell me they always knew exactly what the lawsuit was about, and they don't feel misled. So it would be very easy.
Yeah, maybe a fucking handful of people, moron. Great job.
Easy for me just to claim.
If this is your standard of evidence, Jesus fucking Christ, never make a video again.
Claims that people are only upset because I lost and Billy won, which is not the outcome everyone wanted. But I don't think that's entirely true either. I never said that Billy Mitchell sued me for cheating, but I also did not repeat or draw attention to the original claim that got me in trouble. Nor did I constantly remind people that the lawsuit related to Apollo Legend. Not because I was trying to scam anybody or mislead people, but because I believed it would have been detrimental to my case. I was very happy to talk publicly about Billy threatening to sue me for calling him a cheater.
Yeah, guys, let me not talk about how Apollo Legend is related to this, but let me tell you all of these other strategies that I'm going to use and all of the talking points that I'm going to use, such as how cheating is extremely relevant to the case, to tell you how I'm going to defend myself in court. But let me not talk about Apollo Legend. But let me do all of this instead, which completely contradicts my point of not saying things that will be detrimental to my case. Great job, Karl Jobst.
And go into detail about how much of a cheater he is, because all of that is true. Despite the fact that he had threatened me multiple times for calling him a cheater, I was not afraid to continue making that claim. And I was happy to discuss his cheating, even when it related to my currently ongoing lawsuit, because it was one of my defenses. When it came to Apollo Legend, this was a different story. I made a claim that included information that was not true. I didn't accuse Billy of murdering Apollo or causing his death, so I don't think I should have lost the lawsuit, but at the end of the day, I said something that was not accurate.
Yes, like ultimately Karl Jobst did lie about the case by omission. right? And it's something that he's never going to bring up, absolutely, because throughout the entirety of this, something that he still continues to deflect and not address is that he at every step and turn of this, he constantly talks about how some of his strategies and how some of his lawsuits are in relation to cheating, including the Apollo Legend lawsuit. But what he never mentions is that he is being sued for implying that Karl Jobst is not Karl Jobst, Billy Mitchell is what's it called, for implying that Billy Mitchell led to the death of some guy indirectly, right? If he was willing to disclose all of this other information about his strategies and about what arguments are going to be relevant in courts and how he's going to use them, why not specifically talk about this situation in the first place, right? It's completely contradictory. It's not consistent, which shows me that he is absolutely being dishonest. He there's no way that anybody's going to watch this video and understand where he's coming from, because he is quite literally just expecting everybody to watch this video to be completely idiotic, to be completely unaware.
Which I admitted to and corrected years ago, and I was never going to repeat it because the internet doesn't work like we want it to work. If I drew more attention to Billy's claims about what I said, more people would have repeated it, and it would have been used against me in court. For example, Billy's team crawled...
Yeah, and every video that he brings up the case, it never mentions Apollo. And Apollo was never a topic of discussion up until the day of the lawsuit and in this video. He only mentions it once, and it's funny because what he's doing is he's using one example as a red herring. He's trying to tell everybody, hey, look guys, all of you guys were misled by Billy Mitchell when in reality I told you that this lawsuit was going to be about the Apollo Legend suicide since the beginning. And I'm sorry for not telling you guys in the description of this GoFundMe. It's a completely pathetic display. It's a completely pathetic display. Karl Jobst is absolutely going to he's going to get screwed in court. He's absolutely going to get fucked in court again, because he's going to appeal. Everything that he's been saying in this video has been a shot to the foot. I mean, there's really not much that I can say. I kind of dissected this guy already, previously. I even made a video about it. It's pretty simple to see that this guy's just being completely dishonest.
Through thousands and thousands of comments on two Moist critical videos about Billy Mitchell, which were released years after my video.
It is very underhanded,
They found a
you're
handful
right.
of comments that related to Apollo Legend, and then without any causal link, claimed that they were a direct result of my video. Even though there was no mention of me or my channel, and we don't know who these people are or why they are making these comments, the judge ruled that I'm responsible. Essentially, it didn't seem to matter if people may have come to this conclusion independently.
Can we get Nicholas DiOrio's thoughts on this? You know what? I can't wait until Nicholas DiOrio covers this. I can't wait. I can't wait for him to look at this, and I want to see just how offended Nicholas DiOrio is going to be at this, if he's offended at all. Because if I were Nicholas DiOrio watching this, being slapped in the face like this, being treated as a complete fucking idiot, right? Given that Nicholas DiOrio still has some hope for this guy, I would be livid. I would absolutely be livid if I were him. But I'm curious to see if he's going to be a little bit more tame. But if I were him, I would absolutely be angry. This is fucking disgusting. Very, very, very sad display. Very, very sad display at hand here. Very gross.
It didn't seem to matter if there was no evidence linking their conclusion to my original video. The blame for every single comment was entirely placed upon me. The judge even flat out stated that no comments of this nature were ever made before my video. And not only is this one of the reasons the damages might have been so high, but it seemed to be used as proof that every comment was because of my original video. But I disagree with this statement, as there were plenty of comments well before my video ever came out saying that Billy was responsible. So you can see how dangerous even mentioning Apollo Legend would have been. That was my reasoning for not repeatedly bringing up Apollo Legend. Though evidently my
Okay, that's true, but that's a false equivalency. That's true. There might have been people speculating this in the past and saying this in the past, but who made that fucking sentiment even more popular? Who was the one that made that sentiment and expose it to millions of people, including multiple influential public figures like Moist Critical? What? You still slandered a guy. What type of excuse is this? People already fucking lie about a person, so it's okay if I lie about them again? Jesus Christ. Quixotic, I covered the iDubbbz video yesterday. If you want to go look back at that VOD. I'll tell you that I was right. I'll tell you that I was absolutely right. If you were to go back to my tweets, which I will forever flex that I will forever flex. I'm flexing it ironically, but I was right, like literally to a T, like literally 3 days ago, 4 days ago now. But anyways, back to this. Not this. Fuck. Let me get rid of all these tabs. Anyways.
Behavior of talking about the lawsuit so many times without reminding people explicitly what it was about led to many people being confused. And if you're one of those people, I sincerely apologize. I just hope that you can consider that it was not
Quixotic, don't encourage people to like, have a pay piggy war for me. Okay? Don't encourage people to like fucking, unload their pay banks. Their don't encourage people to unload their bank accounts to me, okay? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that.
Done intentionally to mislead you or for nefarious purposes. I also made the mistake of reposting news articles covering my lawsuit because all of the reporting that was done before the trial.
If that turns into a thing, I'll just feel incredibly guilty. I don't do well. I'll probably do music at a later date. But there's a couple of things that I want to work on. I have a lot of content to go over. I have this video to like make a video on now, right? Which will probably be pretty quick because it'll be incredibly easy to dissect this guy. And then I have to do the iDubbbz anti-content cop video, a context cop per se, right? Because the iDubbbz was incredibly fucking disingenuous in that video as well. Complete moron.
Trial focused on the cheating allegations, and that wasn't the full story. As I said before, I had so many threats regarding the cheating allegations that I believed Billy's true motivations were to shut me up about the cheating videos. And the lawsuit did actually involve Billy denying those cheating allegations ever happened. However, I should have made it more clear that the lawsuit wasn't mainly about cheating. I just didn't know how—
Well, the only time I'll ever do music is when I'm doing a music review stream. And if I do a music review stream, I'm probably going to keep the rates pretty high. I'm probably going to do a $5 per stream music review. And matter of fact, I'll start just so they're more quality. I will start listening to different genres more regularly, and I will like learn to understand. I'll read into music a little bit more and study up so that I can properly give quality reviews.
To do that without jeopardizing my defense. And I also carelessly assumed most people already knew what the lawsuit was about anyway, because I had said it in one of my videos. If I truly understood the impact my actions would later have on people, I would have been much more careful. Obviously,
Start
in hindsight,
with Hyperpop.
it may have been better to not talk about the lawsuit at all, but I'm not sure if that was ever going to happen. It's just not in my nature. And this was the biggest thing impacting my life and this channel.
Hold on, I need to listen to this back
Billy
'cause I was
denying
ignoring
those cheating allegations ever happened. However, I should have made it more clear that the lawsuit wasn't mainly about cheating. I just didn't know how to do that without jeopardizing my defense. And I also carelessly assumed most people already knew what the lawsuit was about anyway, because I had said it in one of my videos. If I truly understood the impact my actions would later have on people, I would have been much more careful. Obviously, in hindsight, it may have been better to not talk about the lawsuit at all, but I'm not sure if that was ever going to happen. It's just not in my nature. And this was the biggest thing impacting my life and this channel for multiple years. So of course
So he's basically admitting to being an egotistical, hubristic-filled individual is what he's doing here. Okay, at least you're being, at least you're being somewhat clean and saying that you are an egotistical moron that is filled with hubris. Thank you.
Felt compelled to talk about it. I should have just found a way to be more transparent if I were to discuss it. And I can understand fully if you are disappointed in my actions, especially if you donated to the GoFundMe. If you weren't really following the trial closely and don't have much information about what happened during it, and all you're currently reading is news about the judgment or drama videos saying that I lied about everything, I'd suggest remaining skeptical for the time being. I will wait until
drama video suggesting that he lied about everything.
The dust settles before discussing what happened during trial in more detail. But at some point, I definitely will. And hopefully at that point, you will have a better understanding about why I was so confident I would win. And it's also possible that you might even agree that this judge—
No. You're a complete moron that neglected what exactly it was that you were going to be sued for, right? There is no way that anybody will understand why you were confident that you would win. What people will understand is that you were completely neglectful and inconsiderate of what it was that you were being sued for. This is him just being egotistical and filled with hubris again. This guy is a complete idiot. What a disgusting thing to say to your fans. Hey guys, I'm smarter than you. So you guys are going to absolutely understand where I'm coming from if you just wait and listen to me.
Simply crazy once you have all of the details. I will say one thing though. The judge found Billy Mitchell to be a credible witness, and essentially accepted his full oral testimony as fact, despite our many attempts to show that Billy is a liar. For example, we have Billy on video in 2023 during his Twin Galaxies deposition saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal.
Is this argument even relevant? Is this argument even actually strong? Does this argument even matter? Because could it not be argued that in this particular case, Billy Mitchell is a credible witness? whereas in every other case he wasn't? Could you not say that within this particular, like, you know, within this particular situation that Karl Jobst is being sued for, Billy Mitchell is a credible witness? Am I wrong to say that? Is that even something that you know, that can be argued? I'm curious to know.
Did the actions that Karl Jobst and David Race and Jeremy Young...
He's attacking the character, not the words he actually said. Yeah, you know what? You're right. He is doing that. He is attacking his character.
Jeff Harris take also caused you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this.
Why?
Because this is where it all began.
However, during my trial, he claimed the exact opposite and said that I basically ruined his life. And the judge completely disregarded his previous statements and accepted what he said at my trial at face value. And this is just one example of...
What? Dude. What a cope. I want to know if this is taken out of context.
Many times that this happened. And if you've watched any of my videos on Billy Mitchell in the past, especially those in regards to his deposition, you will start to realize that this judgment might not be based on truthful evidence. But again, I won't go into much detail until the very end. There are so many lies being spread right now that it's insane. I can totally understand people making fun of me because I lost, and because of how cocky I was, and I can understand if people are upset because I wasn't transparent enough and they had the wrong idea about the lawsuit. And I can appreciate people are angry because I lost. I made a ton of mistakes, and I am a great example of what not to do when you're being sued. And ultimately, I am the one that will also need to pay the biggest price. In certain areas, I'm just an idiot, and I have a habit of saying things that rub people the wrong way. Of course, if I could go back and do things differently...
You have a habit of saying things that rub people the wrong way. No, you have a habit of not fucking checking yourself, as we can see, as evident by this video.
I would. But some other things people are saying about me are just crazy and appear to me to be completely in bad faith. Like, people are spreading this screenshot long after the trial had finished and using it to try and claim that I used AI in my defense or as part of my strategy, when all...
I don't think a lot of people are saying that, and I would like evidence of people saying that if you're going to make that claim. I think people are making fun of you. People are making fun of you for being fucking cocky, for being, like, you know, filled with hubris, for being arrogant, for being egotistical, for fucking, you know, for, like, you know, remotely believing that this would ever be the case. They're not claiming that you, like, legitimately used AI as a defense for your fucking, you know, legal battle.
All this is me and some friends having some fun and seeing what AI would say. Many people are taking advantage of the worst experience of my life to go after me for things that are just outrageous. And it sucks because on one hand I want to defend myself, but on the other hand I totally agree that I made a lot of mistakes. I said things publicly I shouldn't have said that made me look bad. So I do deserve to be called out for those things. But other things are just flat out wrong or just complete lies. And if I spend too much time debunking lies, it will come across as if I think I bear no responsibility for what happened, which is not the case. So I won't. I'll just say that I hope reasonable people can understand that out of context screenshots may not be indicative of what is really going on or how I really feel. This experience has been extremely painful. However, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's been a huge wake-up call, and there are many lessons for me to learn. So assuming I do adequate self-reflection and I grow from this, I think it will ultimately be good for this channel. I'm more motivated than ever to move on and focus on producing good content and keeping myself out of trouble. So if you never really cared about...
Well, yeah, because you have no other fucking option. You really have to now, because you're going to be indebted upwards of like $400,000 after this. Because you're going to lose the appeal.
This Billy Mitchell stuff, and to just want to watch some entertaining YouTube videos on cheating and speedrunning, this will be great news for you. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported me for the past few years. I can assure you that you have made this process much easier than it would have been, not only for me, but for my family as well. And I'm truly sorry to everyone I let down by not handling this as well as I could have. Thanks for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I do hope that I get to see you in the next video.
Okay. Okay. So, this is a terrible response. This is a fucking terrible response. Absolute terrible response. There is no way he wins the appeal based on the amount of hubris that he's showing in this video. This video is filled with deflections, obfuscation, and just straight up denial. Right? He's like, and not only that, but he just takes underhanded shots at Billy Mitchell again and again and again, which I'm pretty sure probably won't help your case in the future. So what you're doing here is that you're definitely just making it worse on yourself. So like the verdict here is that Karl Jobst is an egotistical moron that doesn't understand that that all he had to do was basically say, yes, I wasn't clear. Yes, there was at times I could have been dishonest. Yes, my hatred for this guy blinded me. I apologize to everyone. I don't appreciate people saying that I scammed my fans because I don't feel that I scammed anybody. I'm sorry if it seems that way, and just move on with it. That's literally all he had to say. That is literally everything he had to address. He did not have to go on some of these fucking spiels about how Billy Mitchell is an uncredible witness, how Billy Mitchell at one point in time said this, so there's no possible way that this would have, you know, held up in court due to this contradiction. He didn't have to like fucking take shots at Billy Mitchell in such a backhanded way at every corner. He didn't have to fucking deflect from the, you know, the issue at hand and pretend like he didn't, you know, like he wasn't fully transparent with people. He didn't have to do any of that. And if people fall for this garbage, dude, if people fall for this garbage, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed. There's just no way. There's just no fucking way. I can't believe this comes out as I take my day off. Well, can you go live real quick, buddy? Because I'm about to end. If you can find a way to go live right now, I'll raid you, so that you can get an immediate boost. Because I'm pretty much done. I don't got much else to cover, and it's been a good 5 hours, I would say. You can't. Don't tell me that. Dude, get on your fucking hotspot, dude. Get on your hotspot, please. 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 I'm not hanging out with dickers. But anyways. Yeah, I got enough of what I needed from this. I'll probably sit down and listen through it again at like 2x speed while I write my iDubbbz video. I'm obviously going to be very careful about my takes and opinions, because I don't want to be Karl Jobsted. I don't want to be Karl Jobsted at any point in time. Find someone else. Who else is live? Who else is possibly live right now? You know what? I'll raid Internet Versus as Connor is going through the rave. Marcus, go live if he's even here. I'm gonna raid you to Internet Versus, but that's pretty much all I got for today. Thank you everybody for tuning in, hanging out. Marcus is probably at work. Okay. Give me 1 second. I hope you guys enjoy another 10-hour Internet Versus stream. Another 10-hour you know, another 10-hour I'm Alex document reading, as if we haven't had enough of those. Okay. Take it easy, everybody. Love you all. I'll see you guys later.